The scene shifts to Alice, who summons the spirit Marion using her magic. Lunav notices and says to Aaron, "Did she use light-type mana to summon Marion temporarily to kill all the masked men? But mixing mana like that is dangerous. She won't be able to hold out long in such an unstable state." Worried, Lunav continues, "We need to stop her quickly, or her body will break down, and the spirit will consume her." The spirit then places her hands on Alice's head and says, "Child, why are you sacrificing yourself?" Alice replies, "I couldn't think of any other way to defeat these monsters." The spirit sighs, "What a cruel fate for a child blessed by Frunia." Just then, the masked men attack Alice, but the spirit intervenes, telling the monsters to stay away from Alice. She raises her hands and uses magic, sending the monsters flying backward. Lunav and Aaron, watching in shock, are stunned by the power. Aaron says, "Just a swing of her hand has that much force? How is this possible?" Lunav interrupts, "But it's not enough. The monsters are getting back up." Aaron, worried about Alice, pleaded, "That's enough. You need to stop. You'll die if you push any further." But Alice thought to herself, "If I stop now, the situation will get worse. I need to end this so everyone can be saved." Just as the spirit Marion was about to use her powerful ability, Spirit King's authority, Rongomient, Cyan suddenly appeared and grabbed Alice's arm. This action left the spirit confused and Alice shocked. Even Lunav and Aaron were stunned, wondering who this masked man was. Alice initially thought he might be another marionette, but she quickly sensed something different about him. His aura is completely different from the masked men, she thought, noticing the strange black fog surrounding him. Cyan transferred some of his mana into Alice's arm, making her unable to move. Panicked, Alice cried out, "No, I'm going to be consumed by the fog." The spirit Marion then said to Alice, "Goodbye, Alice." Alice, sweating and confused, couldn't understand what was happening. Marion continued, "I think this is the end of your journey here. Goodbyes can be sad, but they can also be joyous." Cyan released Alice's arm, causing her to collapse to the ground, her stamina completely drained. "Is it because of that fog? I don't have any strength left to stand," she thought. Before disappearing, Marion told Alice, "Remember, Frunia will always welcome you with open arms, so never lose hope." Then the spirit vanished, leaving Alice in disbelief. Aaron and Lunav, still confused by what they witnessed, stood by. Aaron asked, "What's going on?" Lunav responded, "That man blocked the mana, nullifying the spirit's manifestation. I don't even know if he's human." Kneeling and exhausted, Alice watched as the scene unfolded, despairing. "It's over for us now. They're coming again." The undead began to attack Cyan, but he quickly moved back, placing his dagger on his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Cyan launched a rapid attack, so fast that the undead couldn't even tell where they were hit. Alice, shocked, realized, "Is he on our side?" Cyan continued his strikes, then took a step back, thinking, "I knew it. If I even take a small step back, they'll all be drawn to the princess's group. It's like they're strongly attracted to something." Cyan then asked Kiram, "Can you sense any special mana in the princess's group?" Kiram replied, "Other than Lunav?" "No, just tell me if there's anything else," Cyan urged. Kiram quickly recognized that the mana from the monsters and the princess's necklace were the same. She informed Cyan, "I can feel a similar mana coming from the princess's necklace." Cyan responded, "Got it. I'll close the distance between us in one go. Help me out quickly." Kiram, a bit annoyed, said, "You only need me in situations like these." Cyan then placed his hand on the ground and used the ability Creation Space, covering the area around him with a black-red fog. He followed it with another ability, Fog Domain, which spread the fog quickly around everyone. One of the royal guards warned, "Be careful. We don't know what might be inside this fog," while another knight noted, "It feels like we're in a different place." The black-red fog began consuming the masked men, starting from their feet and slowly engulfing their entire bodies. The marionettes were shocked, as was Alice, who observed, "That black fog is absorbing all the undead." Right before her eyes, all the marionettes were consumed by Cyan's fog. The area fell silent, as if nothing had happened. Still confused, Aaron asked, "He killed all those marionettes? Just who is that masked person?" Suddenly, Lunav collapsed to the ground, and Aaron, shocked, called out, "Lunav, get it together." But Lunav couldn't even move. Cyan quickly approached Aaron, placing his right hand on her shoulder, causing her and the guards to react with alarm. The guard shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" as Cyan used his right hand to grip Aaron's neck while holding his dagger near it. A guard demanded, "Let her go immediately." Aaron, feeling a strange familiarity, wondered, "Who is this guy?" Cyan then used his dagger to destroy the day's stone in Aaron's necklace. The guards were stunned, and one asked Aaron, "Are you okay, Your Highness?" Another guard angrily told Cyan, "You bastard. What do you think you're doing?" Alice, also shocked, called out, "Aaron." The royal guards prepared to attack Cyan, but the black-red fog reappeared, stopping them. Cyan then moved to Lunav. Aaron, fearing for Lunav's safety, shouted, "Get away from her." But Cyan didn't move. Instead, he used his mana to transfer energy into Lunav's body. Aaron tried to use her ability, God's Stinger, to attack Cyan, but he dodged swiftly and turned into fog. Cyan reassured Aaron, "Don't worry. I'm not trying to harm you. I destroyed the jewel so the monsters shouldn't be attracted to you anymore." Aaron, touching her necklace, asked, "Are you saying this necklace, given to me by my brother, was attracting the monsters?" Cyan urged her, "It's not the time for explanations. You need to get out of the palace through the front gates quickly. I've cleared the path for you, so be careful." As the black-red fog began to disappear, Aaron thought, "The place is returning to normal." A guard asked, "Are you hurt anywhere, Your Highness?" Aaron, still wondering about the mysterious man, replied, "I'm fine. What about Alice and Lunav?" Alice reassured her, "We're both okay." Aaron was relieved and said, "Let's recover and head out through the front gates as that man advised." She thought, "Getting these kids to safety is my priority right now. I'll think about that man later." Lunav, with her eyes turning purple, suddenly recognized something and thought, "Was that Cyan?" The scene shifts to Brian, Emily, and Nana, who are dealing with the monster attack. The monster was still alive and roaring, but Nana quickly used her powers to kill it. Emily asked Brian, "What is that kid? Are you sure she's just a maid?" Brian, still confused, replied, "I'm not sure. I've never seen her like this before." Nana, still in dragon form and surrounded by purple evil mana, was consuming the monster. The scene shifts to Cyan, who is having a serious conversation with Kiram. Cyan was recounting events from his past life, explaining the rumors about a bloodbath that resulted in the deaths of many people. According to Cyan, all the blame was placed on the fifth princess of the empire, Aaron Severus. People said that blinded by her greed for power, Aaron had attempted to kill everyone to seize control. However, Cyan believed it was all because of the day stones in her necklace. Even back then, he suspected that the necklace had been given to Aaron by Askell or her brother, Luenel. After that bloodbath, Cyan continued, both Askell and Luenel were praised as heroes of the empire. And it was those two who benefited the most from that incident. Kiram's eyes widened with shock and disgust. "Are you saying those two orchestrated the whole incident for their own benefit, sacrificing their own kind for power?" She shook her head in disbelief. "Sometimes I think humans are worse than demons." Cyan nodded gravely. "This is nothing compared to what they will do in the near future," he said ominously. In his mind, he added a thought he didn't dare voice. "Yeah, I've helped with worse massacres than this in my past life. Maybe I'm even worse than them." Suddenly, Cyan stood up, ready to leave. Kiram looked up at him, puzzled. "Where are you going?" "I'm sure Nana is waiting for me in the room," Cyan replied. "The palace knights will handle the rest." Kiram hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. "Cyan, there's something that's been bothering me about the princess's necklace." Cyan turned to her, his expression one of confusion. "What do you mean?" Kiram bit her lip, then said, "I think her name was Emily? Your maid. I noticed she smelled like Daystone too." Cyan's eyes widened in shock. "What?" The scene shifts back to Nana, who had just finished eating a monster. Blood dripped from her mouth as she stood there, catching a strange scent. Her gaze turned to Emily, Cyan's maid. "Emily," Nana said slowly, her voice dripping with hunger, "you smell very delicious." Unbeknownst to them, Emily had a tie bow given to her by Askell, and it contained a day's stone. Nana was instinctively attracted to it, drawn by the stone's mysterious power. Suddenly, Brian noticed Nana's strange behavior. He quickly stepped between her and Emily, trying to calm Nana down. "Please, Nana, calm yourself," he urged. Emily, pale with fear, stammered, No, I don't taste good at all. Please stay away from me." Brian's mind raced. What is going on? Why is Nana acting like a crazed monster? He could feel the evil aura emanating from her as she took a step toward Emily. For some reason, she's targeting Miss Emily. I have to stop her somehow, he thought desperately. Nana's eyes were locked on Emily, her gaze hungry and intense, as if the girl were prey. Brian knew they were running out of time. He had to do something before Nana lost control completely. As Nana lunged toward Emily, a past memory flashed through Brian's mind. He saw a vision of Nana as a baby, cradled in his arms, her innocent eyes looking up at him. How could I attack her? He thought desperately. There's no way I can hurt her. Nana's crazed hunger overtook her, and she ran toward Emily with frightening speed, shouting, I can't wait anymore. Emily trembled, fear evident in her eyes, sweat forming on her brow. Brian, torn between his duty and his love for Nana, was paralyzed by the conflicting emotions. Just as Nana was about to strike, Cyan leaped in front of her, shielding Emily with his body. Nana's claws slashed across Cyan's back, and he cried out in pain. Brian and Emily stood frozen, shock written on their faces. Young Master Cyan, Emily screamed, her voice breaking. You got attacked by Nana? Cyan gritted his teeth, fighting through the pain. Kiram, hurry up, he shouted. Kiram, who had been watching from the shadows, moved quickly. She pulled the Thai bow from Emily's pocket. I've got it, she called to Cyan. Emily's eyes widened as she clung to Brian's arm. Oh my goodness. Who are you? She asked, bewildered and terrified by Kiram's sudden appearance. Kiram didn't respond. She dropped the Thai bow on the ground and stomped on it, shattering the dazed stone embedded within. Emily gasped, her shock evident. That's the necktie young Master Askell gave me. It was meant for young Master Cyan. Why are you destroying it? Kiram shot her a fierce look. You have no idea what you're carrying around, do you? She turned her attention back to Nana. Hey kid, get it together already. Your beloved Papa is here. The sound of Kiram's voice seemed to reach Nana, cutting through the haze of madness. Her wild eyes focused and she whispered, Papa. Recognition flooded her face. She blinked a few times, and the dark aura around her dissipated. Papa, what happened? Seeing Cyan's injury, Nana's eyes filled with tears. Did Nana do that to Papa? She asked, horrified. Cyan knelt beside her, wincing in pain, but trying to keep his voice soothing. It's okay, Nana, he said gently. It doesn't hurt at all, and I know you didn't mean to hurt me. You didn't do anything wrong. Nana's legs gave out, and she sank to her knees, her small frame trembling with sorrow, her voice breaking with sadness. I'm so sorry. Brian stepped forward, concern in his voice. Young Master, are you all right? Cyan waved him off, still focused on Nana. I'll be fine. We need to leave this place. It's a mess, he said, looking around at the remnants of the chaos. The scene shifts to Lionel, who stands in an eerily quiet hallway. His eyes scan the empty space, his brow furrowed in confusion. What is going on? He thinks. This place should be teeming with monsters. Yet, the silence is so profound that it seems as if no one is here at all. Lionel, the king's voice breaks the silence. I don't see any monsters around. Lionel quickly composes himself and replies, Yes, your majesty. It's a relief. It seems like the situation has already been taken care of. Askell, standing nearby, shares the confusion evident on Lionel's face, but remains silent. His eyes dart around the hallway, as if searching for something amiss. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the silence. Father, Erin cries out, running toward the king with a worried expression. Her eyes are wide, and her breath is heavy from running. The king's stern expression softens when he sees his daughter. A smile tugs at his lips. Erin, are you all right? He asks gently. Erin throws her arms around him, hugging him tightly. I'm so glad you're all right, father, she says, her voice choked with relief. She pulls back slightly, looking him over. Are you hurt anywhere, father? The king chuckles, shaking his head. I'm fine, Erin. I was able to get here safely thanks to Askell and Lionel. He gestures toward the two men, acknowledging their presence. Erin's gaze shifts to Lionel, and her expression hardens. A cold, unreadable look settles in her eyes as she regards her brother. Sensing her stare, Lionel meets her gaze with one of his own, his expression equally icy. I'm glad you're not dead, Erin, he says with a hint of sarcasm. Despite the tension, I'm glad you're all right too, Lionel, she replies. Inwardly, her mind races. I have so many questions to ask you, but first, I need to take care of the others. At that moment, Alice and a royal knight kneel before the king, their heads bowed in respect. Your Majesty, Alice says, her voice steady. I'm glad to see you safe. The king nods at her, a grateful smile on his face. Thank you for protecting my younger daughter, Alice. I will reward you handsomely for your loyalty and bravery. As Aaron listens to the exchange, she notices Askell leaning closer to Luenell, whispering something in his ear. Her eyes narrow in suspicion. What is he saying to him? She wonders, trying to catch the murmur of Askell's words. Whatever Askell says to Luenell, it has an immediate effect. Luenell's face lights up with a wicked smile. He suddenly turns his sword, pointing it at Lunav, who has been standing quietly at the side, watching the scene unfold. I think I know who's behind this incident, Luenell announces loudly, drawing everyone's attention. He levels a finger at Lunav, his voice filled with accusation. The granddaughter of the Garum Mage Association president is behind this. Lunav Rainreaver, you are under arrest. Alice watched the scene unfold with a growing sense of confusion. Arrest? What is he trying to do? She thought. Her eyes darted between Luenell and Lunav, who stood at the center of the hallway, tension hanging thick in the air. The king's face darkened with anger as he addressed Luenell. You're crossing the line here, Luenell, he said, his voice sharp. Lower your sword immediately. Aaron stepped forward, her expression furious. Luenell, she saved many people alongside me, she snapped, glaring at her brother. How can you accuse her like this? But Luenell remained unfazed, his gaze locked on Lunav. It was all a trick, he insisted. She wanted to gain our trust, so she could escape. The Garum Kingdom has always been waiting for a chance to strike at the Ushif Empire. Lunav's eyes narrowed, suspicion glinting in them. So their goal was assassination, aiming to create chaos within the Empire, she thought. She spoke up, her voice calm despite the accusation. You speak as if you have proof of this, Luenell. A guard stepped forward. Last night, a suspicious aura of mana was detected at the place where she was staying, the guard reported. The king's eyes turned back to Luenell, narrowing slightly. Is that true, he asked. His voice was stern. You'd better be smart with your words, Luenell. Aaron gasped. Luenell seized the moment. I invited the Garum representatives to try and convey our desire for peace, he said smoothly. But I also kept an eye on them as a precaution. Give me some time, and I will find the evidence to prove this plot. The king, after a moment's hesitation, nodded. All right, he said. Find the evidence and present it quickly. Luenell's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Leave it to me, father. I will find it, definitely, he promised. Lunav stood silently, her expression unreadable. Is this a trap? Or is this something grandfather intended to happen? She wondered. Despite her doubts, she kept her composure. Shortly after, Lunav and her group from the Garum Mage Association were imprisoned for investigation. The once bustling halls of the palace grew quiet as the news of their arrest spread. Leximus, who had been apart from Aaron during the chaos, returned with the other guard knights. Spotting Aaron, he rushed over and enveloped her in a tight hug. I'm never going to let you out of my sight again. Meanwhile, Cyan stood by, his thoughts heavy. The funerals of Marquis Drenian, the Empress's younger brother, as well as countless others, were held in the streets, he said quietly. But at least I was able to prevent more deaths than in my past life. He sighed, knowing that despite his efforts, the banquet would forever be known as the Banquet of Blood. As Alice carefully dressed Cyan's wounds, her hands were gentle but firm. These wounds could have been much worse, she said, concern evident in her voice. Cyan remained calm, his eyes steady. You didn't need to do this, Alice, he said. She shot him a stern look. You need to stay still, she replied, a hint of authority in her voice. I'm your sister, and you need to listen to me. It could have been really dangerous for you. It's a good thing you ran away when you did. Cyan chuckled at Alice's comment, but there was a hint of nervousness in his laugh. Yes, I was good at running, he agreed. Alice's expression softened, and she continued. You know, that masked man who saved me. If it weren't for him, I might have died that day. She paused, looking thoughtful. Just who was that person? She glanced at Cyan, studying him closely. Actually, she said slowly, now that I think about it, that masked guy was about your height. And you've gotten a lot fitter lately. Cyan's eyes widened slightly, a faint blush creeping up his cheeks. He shifted uncomfortably, unsure of how to respond. Alice noticed his reaction and grinned. You're embarrassed, aren't you? She teased. Come on, can I touch your muscles? Cyan's blush deepened, and he groaned. Stop making fun of me, please, he muttered, turning his gaze away. At that moment, Askell entered the room. His eyes flicked to Cyan, and he smiled. You've recovered quickly, he noted, his voice smooth. He glanced between Cyan and Alice, a faint smirk playing on his lips. You two are still as close as ever, I see. I'm almost jealous. Askell's presence seemed to drain the room of its warmth. Cyan turned to face him, his expression cold. Yes, thanks to you, Cyan replied tersely. Alice noticed the tension in Cyan's response, and she thought to herself, he seems wary of Askell. Could it be that Cyan knows about Askell's cruel side too? Trying to shift the conversation, Cyan asked, how is the investigation going? Alice kept her eyes on Cyan, her mind racing. Does Cyan also know that Askell has a vile, cruel side to him? Askell's demeanor grew serious as he reached into his pocket, pulling out a bracelet with an embedded daze stone. I actually came here because of that, he said, holding the bracelet up for Cyan to see. This was found in Lunav Rainreaver's room. Askell's voice was calm, but there was a sharpness to his gaze. Lunav claims that it was gifted to her, Askell continued. Cyan's eyes narrowed as he examined the bracelet. Then the person who gave her that bracelet should be on the list of suspects, he said thoughtfully. Askell nodded approvingly. You're very clever, Cyan, he said. Do you remember receiving anything from anyone during the banquet? Cyan shrugged nonchalantly. I don't know, he replied, his tone evasive. Do you know who gave that bracelet to Luna? Askell's eyes glittered as he answered. I heard there was a merchant in the palace, but he was found dead today, he said. I'm looking for more clues. Askell leaned closer, his voice dropping to a low, serious tone. Are you sure you didn't receive anything during the banquet, Cyan? Cyan's thoughts raced. This isn't an investigation, he realized. He's trying to find a scapegoat. The scene shifts to Emily, who was sitting on a bench outside, softly singing a tune to herself. Suddenly, she felt a presence behind her, and her song faltered. Turning slowly, her eyes widened in fear as she saw a shadowy figure standing there. The scene shifts to Cyan, where Askell is trying to interrogate him, hoping something of interest will come out of Cyan's mouth. Suddenly, Cyan starts acting like his head is still hurting, which confuses Askell. Alice quickly approaches Cyan, lifting him up with her hands. Are you okay, Cyan? She asks. Cyan replies, I'm sorry, I don't feel better. It's like my head is still hurting. Alice angrily turns to Askell. Can't you see Cyan has lost a lot of blood? The doctor said he needs to rest. But here you are, asking questions and pressuring him to answer. Then Alice looks at Cyan. You need to lie down and get some rest. Askell sighs and says, all right, you should rest. I'll leave. But then, Cyan suddenly says, answer Askell's question? I don't remember receiving anything. Askell is caught off guard by Cyan's sudden response. Even if someone tried to give me anything, I'm sure they couldn't have survived that hellish situation, Cyan adds. Askell smirks and replies, got it. Thanks for the answer. In his mind, he thinks that's true. If he had gotten the gift I prepared for him, he might already be dead. Well, that's good for me, since there isn't anyone left I need to eliminate. He also thinks, what a shame, brother. This would have been my chance to get rid of you once and for all. Anger is clearly visible on his face, frustrated that he couldn't kill Cyan. On the other side, Cyan is also feeling anger towards Askell. Alice notices the change in Cyan's expression and asks, Cyan, are you all right? Yes, he replies. Suddenly, Alice gets angry and says, just lie down already. She hits him where his injury is, causing him to groan in pain. Ack. Listen to your sister, she scolds. The scene suddenly shifts to a maid who had given the necklace to Aaron from Luenell. She is falling to the ground, blood spilling everywhere because of Boris's attack. Desperately, she asks him, why are you doing this to me? I did what I was told to do. I gave the princess the necklace too. So why are you doing this? The maid, now bleeding and on the ground, pleads with Boris. The princess won't even know the purpose it served, so please spare me. Boris replies coldly, yes, you did fulfill your role. He continues, but unfortunately, I have yet to play my part, so I have to do this. He adds, the more I think about it, the more unpleasant it all seems. I prepared so thoroughly for everything. But, with those words, he slits her throat with his sword. As he turns to leave, he says, rest in peace. The maid lies on the floor, covered in blood. Suddenly, he stops and says, I almost forgot. He thinks if a corpse is found like last time, it could be bad. He pulls out a book that has an evil aura around it. I need to make sure that doesn't happen again, he says. Suddenly, a snake-like dragon emerges from the book, roaring. He commands the creature, eat that corpse. The scene shifts to Emily, who is sitting on a bench outside, singing softly to herself. A knight appears behind her, startling her for a moment, but she quickly recognizes him. It's Brian. Miss Emily, he calls, holding a shopping bag filled with apples. I picked up some apples from the town on my way back. Emily smiles and says, "Oh, thank you, Mr. Bryan. That's very kind of you." She takes one of the apples and starts eating it. Bryan sits down beside her and comments, "The weather feels very pleasant today." Emily asks, "How long do we need to stay here?" While eating an apple, Bryan replies, "The young master said, 'Don't come back until I say so.'" He adds, "So it's hard to predict." The scene shifts to a few days earlier, where Cyan is holding Askel's gift in his hand. He asks Emily, "Is this a gift from Askel?" She quickly replies, "Yes, to congratulate you on your first society event." Without hesitation, Cyan destroys Askel's gift with his powers. He mutters, he sure tried to make it as complicated as he could. Emily was shocked when Cyan destroyed the gift. "Ah, the precious gift," she exclaimed. Cyan looked at her seriously. "Listen carefully to what I have to say, Emily," he began. "The palace and Vertistate are not safe for you anymore. You need to stay hidden until I say otherwise." Cyan then turned to Bryan. Bryan was holding Nana, using a handkerchief to clean the blood from her mouth. Nana still seemed uneasy, likely because she had attacked Cyan unknowingly. Noticing Cyan's attention, Bryan quickly responded, "Yes, young master? I have some business to attend to," Cyan said. "You have to protect Emily." Bryan nodded and replied, "Yes, leave it to me. I will protect her." While patting Nana on the head, Cyan added, "You also need to take care of Nana." Nana looked confused, so Cyan smiled at her and said, "It's only for a while. And don't cry, okay?" Back in the present, Bryan is lost in thought. I've never seen the young master make that kind of face. I need to make sure I can support him this time. Emily interrupts his thoughts, asking, "Is Nana all right?" Bryan replies, "Well, she struggled for a few days, but I think she's fine now." Emily nods and says, "A lot happened with the young master while I was away." She glances at Nana, who is sleeping peacefully, and continues, "I never imagined that the girl I thought was a maid would turn out to be a draconic human. Now that I know everything about her, I should help out as much as I can." Bryan smiles and says, "I was just thinking the same thing." As his arm accidentally brushes against Emily's, a past memory flashes through his mind. Emily holding his arm tightly. He blushes, wondering why he suddenly remembered that. Still smiling, Emily says, "Then let's do our best for the young master, Mr. Bryan." Bryan, still blushing and a bit confused, smiles back and replies, "Yes, Miss Emily." The scene shifts to the king's room, where Luenel is speaking with his father. "What do you mean, father?" Luenel asks, confused. The king responds, "I'm releasing Lunav and the other members of the Garam Kingdom that we arrested." Luenel is shocked. "We have clear evidence against them, and you want to let those suspects go?" The king's expression hardens. "Watch your mouth, Luenel," he warns. "I've already made up my mind, and I'm not changing my decision." Growing angry, Luenel retorts, "How will you seize reign over the continent if you're so soft? What is it about the Garam Kingdom that scares you so much?" The king slams his fist into the wall, his voice rising. "Enough of this nonsense." At that moment, Luenel feels a flash of fear. The king continues, still hitting the wall. "Reigning over the continent is a nice goal, but our Ushif Empire shares a border not only with the Garam Kingdom, but also with the Demon Realm, as well as Sparnia and Phrynia. If we make an enemy of the Garam Kingdom, we won't be able to hold back the Demon Realm any longer." The king's anger grows as he explains, "The entire continent will suffer from all the monsters pouring out of there." Hearing this, Luenel is angry, but knows he can't argue against his father's reasoning. The king adds, "Even if I were to gain power over the continent, it would come at the cost of sacrificing too many people. Someone who does such a thing is a monster, not an emperor. Are you not even aware of something so basic?" Luenel, frustrated, tries to argue, but letting go of suspects when we have clear evidence is just. The king cuts him off. "Are you talking about the Daystones?" Luenel is stunned, thinking, how does he know that? My people shouldn't be done with the investigation yet. The king notices Luenel's reaction and says, "Your face tells me everything, Luenel." The king continued, "Ever since you were young, you never gave up until you got what you wanted." Luenel was sweating, his nervousness clearly visible. "I don't know what you're talking about," he stammered. "That's enough, you fool," the king snapped. "How the hell did you end up like this, Luenel?" He turned away from him and said, "Aaron is a better fit to be ruler than you will ever be. I don't even want to see you anymore. Get out of here." Luenel's face twisted in anger, his teeth gritting as he muttered Aaron's name in his mind. "Aaron Severus, that damned wretch ruined everything I planned." Fueled by rage, Luenel stormed towards Aaron's room. The royal knights tried to stop him, but he barked at them. Move aside, quickly! He burst into Aaron's room, where Leximus stood guard. Her Highness needs rest. Please come back later, Leximus said calmly. Without warning, Luenell punched Leximus in the face. I said move, he shouted. Leximus fell to the ground from the blow. Aaron, shocked, called out Leximus. Her voice filled with concern. Luenell advanced toward Aaron, and she stepped back, fear showing in her eyes. Still, she gathered the courage to ask, What is all this, Luenell? He responded with a wild smile, which confused Aaron. Then he burst into loud laughter. I've come to talk with my precious sister, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Lexis stood up, holding her cheek where Luenell had slapped her earlier. She glared at him threateningly and warned, Even though you're a prince, if you keep acting like this, as the princess's subordinate, I'll be forced to take action. Luenell began losing his composure, enraged but silent. He started sweating and stared at her intensely. With a mocking smile, he called her a parasite and asked what she was going to do about it. He threatened that if she continued interfering, he would have her and her entire family executed, using her words as the excuse to erase her entire lineage. Lexis, shocked and afraid, slowly lowered her hand from her cheek. She knew things were turning bad. Before Luenell could continue his threats, Princess Aaron stepped in and calmly ordered him to stop. Is there a reason you came to see me? Aaron asked. Did you want to hear something from me? Luenell, sweating and confused, stared at her, wondering how she knew what was happening. Aaron gazed at him calmly and repeated her question. Do you want to hear something from me? Luenell panicked, speechless, as he noticed something was different about Aaron. He wondered if this was the same Aaron Severus he knew. Or should I just tell you what you want to hear from me? Aaron said, I, Aaron Severus, have not received anything from you. Luenell's confusion deepened, and he began sweating even more, feeling a growing sense of danger. He couldn't respond. A few hours earlier, Princess Aaron had gone to see the king. Sitting on the sofa in his office, she closed her eyes and answered his question. Yes, father, I'm sure there's no relationship. The king, looking at her with uncertainty, reminded her, The necklace you brought me holds a jewel that's not ordinary. It's a Days stone from the Black Blood tribe. The king explained that the Days stones were once used to control forbidden dark magic, particularly to dominate monsters. Though now disdained, it was said these stones were used for controlling dangerous creatures. He told Aaron that there had been recent information about someone inside the palace secretly purchasing one of these jewels. He mentioned a black market merchant named Gilbert and a maid named Marilda. Both had been involved in making deals for some time, but now both were either missing or dead. Hearing this, Aaron's eyes filled with confusion, though she remained outwardly calm. The king then revealed that Gilbert and Marilda had been in frequent contact with Luenell and asked Aaron again if she was sure she hadn't received anything from him, implying the necklace could have been a gift from Luenell. Nervously touching her fingernails, Aaron, with a trembling voice, denied ever receiving anything from Luenell. The king observed her in silence, his expression calm. Aaron, avoiding his gaze, stared at the ground and said, It seems you've discovered who brought the jewels into the palace. Lunev should no longer be a suspect. She pleaded with the king to let Lunev go, reminding him that Lunev had saved many people at the banquet. The king, seated on the sofa, crossed his arms and reassured her not to worry. In her mind, Aaron thought that if she revealed Luenell's involvement in this, she couldn't predict what he might do to those around her. She remembered how the captain had been killed by a mandrake plant and knew she couldn't let something like that happen again. She had to protect those close to her from being hurt in the future. Back in the present, Aaron turned her gaze toward Luenell and asked if this was what he wanted. He stood up, put his hand in his pocket, and, as a suffocating energy surrounded him, stared at her and said, Yes, and I've never given you anything. Princess Aaron remained calm and told him, That's exactly what I told my father. Luenell's gaze filled with rage. He couldn't understand her attitude and grew increasingly angry. Why are you acting as if I've done something wrong? He asked. Luenell approached Aaron and asked if he should deal with her subordinate first. Princess Aaron, with her hands on her knees, closed her eyes and calmly apologized, revealing that she had a guest. Luenell, confused, asked who could be more important than him. She raised her head and, with a serious expression, said, You are important to me too. Behind them stood Cyan, leaning against a pillar with his arms crossed. He looked down at the ground and apologized to Luenell, saying he didn't mean to intrude. Hearing Cyan's voice, Luenell was shocked and started sweating. He hadn't noticed Cyan's presence at all and didn't know why he was there. Cyan put his hands in his pockets, raised his head, and with a suffocating look, said he had heard everything. Luenel's body trembled with fear, and he asked Cyan how long he had been hiding there. Cyan, stepping away from the pillar, began walking toward them. Hiding, he asked, sounding confused. Pointing to himself with his thumb, Cyan explained, I simply don't have much presence. It's the main trait of assassins. We're invisible. Luenel clenched his teeth in frustration. He couldn't believe Cyan was speaking so casually in his presence, and he wondered if this was some kind of joke. Furious, he questioned how Cyan dared to speak like that in front of him. Cyan approached the sofa where Princess Erin was sitting, placed his hand on the armrest, and looked at Luenel. With a mocking smile, he asked, What are you going to do about it? Are you going to try something with me too? Princess Erin observed Luenel silently, her expression serious. Though Luenel was angry, he managed to stay calm, now observing Cyan more carefully. He couldn't help but wonder if the rumors about their engagement were true. Becoming Cyan Vert's enemy would be dangerous for him, since after all, he was the son of his father's friend. Luenel couldn't stop thinking about what Askell had told him earlier. A few hours ago, while they were walking down the palace hallway, Luenel had revealed that he wanted to remove Princess Erin from the throne, but he couldn't understand why Askell wanted to get rid of his own younger brother. After all, their father already trusted him a lot. Askell, walking beside him, looked at the ground and mentioned how much Cyan irritated him. Luenel listened silently as Askell's eyes shone with seriousness. Askell revealed that Cyan was hiding something big, something that got on his nerves. Now, back in the present, Luenel watched as Cyan stood behind Erin's sofa, smiling while emitting a powerful and intense energy. Finally, Luenel understood what Askell had meant. He didn't know what this unsettling feeling of intimidation from Cyan was, but it confused him. Luenel raised his hands, indicating that he was done. With a pleasant smile, he said, All right, I was just joking. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, I'll leave. He turned his back on them and headed for the door. Cyan watched him with a confused expression, and even Princess Erin couldn't help but blush with Cyan standing so close. As Luenel neared the door, the guard opened it for him. He turned his head slightly and apologized to Leximus. She looked at him and asked him not to worry, also apologizing for her earlier actions. Luenel then turned to Cyan, staring at him intently, and warned him to be careful from now on. A few moments later, he left Princess Erin's room, and the guards closed the door. Lexis, standing by the door, sighed with relief. She turned back, venting a little to herself, thinking Luenel was still a piece of work. She thanked Cyan, while Princess Erin, still sitting on the sofa and blushing, also thanked him. Cyan looked at Leximus and told her that he hadn't done much, finding it amusing that this was the attitude of the continent's best swordswoman. He added that Princess Erin had done most of the work. Blushing like a tomato, Erin denied it, saying it was all thanks to him. Cyan then sat on the sofa next to her. Seeing this, she leaned back, blushing even more, and said, Ah, you're sitting next to me? Cyan explained that his legs hurt from standing too long and asked if he wasn't allowed to sit beside her. She looked away, playing with her hair, feeling flustered. Cyan was confused by her reaction, while Leximus watched him with a bewildered look, thinking he was clueless. Cyan stood up, approached the door, and grabbed the knob. Turning slightly, he said they had successfully made Luenel believe that he and Erin were together, so Luenel wouldn't be able to act against her for a while. He decided to leave, and Erin, now blushing even more, put her fists in front of her face. Leximus, forcing a smile, asked him to take care. She thought to herself that Cyan was arrogant, but he had only done what was necessary. Meanwhile, Luenel met with Askell. Furious, he slammed his hand against the wall next to Askell, who stood there with his arms crossed. Glaring at Askell, Luenel demanded to know how they were going to fix this, his face twisted with anger. He clenched his teeth, shouting that Askell had promised the plan was perfect, yet everyone they wanted dead was still alive. Worse, Luenel had lost the king's trust, which was a serious blow. Askell remained calm, staring at him without saying a word. Luenel, unable to control his anger, screamed that he was supposed to be the savior of the goddamned Ushif Empire. At that moment, a man approached Askell and Luenel, interrupting their conversation, and announced that there had been some success. Luenel, who still had his hand on the wall, turned and demanded to know who the man was. Askell remained silent, arms crossed, observing the interaction. The man was none other than Boris Elhelm. Bowing his head with a hand on his chest, Boris greeted Prince Luenel. Luenel stepped away from the wall and, with anger simmering in his eyes, asked Boris where he had been all this time. Boris calmly explained that he had been fulfilling an order from Askell. Askell, his gaze turning serious, mentioned that he had heard Emily had disappeared and asked Boris what success he had achieved. Boris reached into his pocket and pulled out a bright, pyramid-shaped crystal, smiling as he held it up. He mentioned that they had been underestimating the people around Princess Erin. Luenel, putting his hands on his hips, retorted sarcastically, asking if Boris was implying he should reflect on his mistakes. Still holding the crystal, Boris shook his head and responded, "No, there's nothing for you to reflect on." As he brought the crystal closer to them, its energy intensified. He explained that the crystal, called a Mona crystal, had absorbed the mana used by Erin's friends during a recent battle. Most of the mana inside it was ordinary, but something else lingered. Bringing both hands closer to the crystal, Boris caused a black fog to seep out of it, rapidly filling the room. Luenel was taken aback by the sight, shock etched on his face, while Askell remained calm, watching intently. Boris continued to explain that this black fog was extremely rare and malevolent. It was the mana of a demonic sword. With a grin of excitement, Boris revealed that someone among Princess Erin's companions possessed a taboo, demonic sword. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone was served a dish of what looked like a giant centipede. The unpleasant appearance of the dish left Brian feeling confused and disappointed. He had been expecting crab stew and wasn't quite sure what he was looking at. Cyan and Nana, seated at the table with the others, ate their meal as though nothing strange was happening, seemingly unbothered by the grotesque dish in front of them. Nana, in fact, was thoroughly enjoying the food, much to the surprise of those around her. Emily, sitting nearby, chuckled and said, "Nana, eat slowly, you're really enjoying it." Her tone was cheerful, and she seemed genuinely pleased. Brian, however, was not as enthusiastic. He looked at Nana with a bewildered expression, thinking to himself that she must be out of her mind to enjoy such a meal. When he glanced at his own plate, his eyes widened in fear as he noticed something moving among the food. His stomach churned as he fought back his disgust. Meanwhile, Cyan casually placed both hands on the table and announced, "I'm full." Emily, not wanting him to leave, urged him, "You should eat a little more." But Cyan had already wiped his mouth with a cloth and closed his eyes, politely refusing. "I can't stay here any longer. Askell might catch on." His voice was calm, but the mention of Askell caused Emily to slam her fist on the table in frustration, cursing his name under her breath. Once Cyan was done, he explained, "I only came to check on you. It's not safe for you to return yet. If you need anything, send Brian." He gestured toward the window, indicating the vigilance surrounding the area. Outside, hidden in the branches of a tree, a member of the Mist was keeping watch. Cyan had taken precautions to ensure the safety of this place, making it one of the safest locations for now. As Cyan stood and moved toward the door, Emily's face grew anxious. "Cyan, please come back," she called out, not wanting him to leave. Turning his head slightly, Cyan reassured her, "Don't worry and take care of yourself." He then directed his gaze to Brian, who was still staring at his plate of centipede meat, and called his name. Brian, startled, turned around while absent-mindedly lifting a forkful of food to his mouth. Cyan smirked to himself, realizing Brian might very well meet his demise just from trying to survive Emily's cooking. As Cyan stepped out of the house, the sunlight spilled across the wooden door, bathing him in its glow. Before he could leave, however, a voice caught his attention. "Nice little family you have there," someone remarked. Turning slightly, Cyan saw Sarika, another member of Mist, standing nearby, her eyes fixed on him with curiosity. Her gaze was sharp, and as she stared at him, she asked, "Are you going to explain now how you knew about the blood banquet? And about my fiancé's death? You've been acting like you know the future." Cyan remained composed, knowing he had to choose his words carefully. Sarika's shining eyes reflected both suspicion and a search for answers. If he slipped up, she might consider him an enemy. After a brief silence, she added, her tone almost demanding, "Just who are you, Cyanvert?" Sarika, furious, confronts Cyan. "How do you know about the banquet of blood and the death of my fiancé?" "There's no way you could have known that," she demands. Cyan, unbothered, responds, "Durnian was someone I had to purify anyway." Does it really matter how I know? Sarika's anger grows, her eyes shining with a crazy intensity. Yes, it matters, she hisses. With a smirk, she adds, maybe you're another spy from an organization. Cyan coldly replies, and if I am, what are you going to do about it? Sarika grins wickedly. Isn't it obvious? She says, pulling out her dagger, which glows with dark purple energy, and lunges at Cyan. But before she can strike, Kiram suddenly appears, blocking the attack. Pushing Sarika back, Kiram stands protectively in front of Cyan, her expression fierce. You never learn, do you? Kiram says angrily. I told you before not to touch my honor. Sarika smirks, her madness showing. It's you who doesn't learn, she taunts, rushing toward Kiram again, clearly enjoying the situation. Kiram raises her monstrous hand to her face and replies, You're really annoying. You know that? The two clash, but neither can land a perfect hit. As they fight midair, Kiram grins. Let me show you something interesting, she says, summoning a red-black energy ball in front of her and hurling it towards Sarika. The ball is infused with the power of black fog. When it hits the ground, the impact shatters everything around it. Sarika dodges, trying to avoid the deadly attack. No matter how strong your skill is, I can just avoid it, she boasts while running. But suddenly, she hesitates, shocked by the sheer power behind the attack. Her mind races. Is this Kiram's true power? If that ball had hit me, or if I tried to block it, I'd have died instantly. She realizes Kiram's strength, thinking, that's why she stays in her sword form most of the time. If she wanted, she could destroy an entire city. Kiram, visibly annoyed, placed one hand on her hip and muttered, Oh, I missed. The area where her attack landed was utterly shattered, and Sarika, watching in disbelief, thought to herself, to stop someone like Kiram, I'd need at least the power of a demon king. Kiram smirked and said, All right, you better be ready. That was just a warm-up. Sarika, smiling back, replied, I'm excited. I guess I'll have to give my best too. But before their fight could resume, Cyan suddenly commanded, Demon Sword Control. Instantly, Kiram's face slammed into the ground with a thud. Sarika, puzzled, blinked in surprise as she watched Kiram immobilized. Still face down, Kiram grumbled, I was just getting started. Cyan smirked. If you keep causing this much chaos, we'll all be caught. You idiot. Sarika, now sweating and realizing the situation, thought he's right. Cyan turned to the two of them, gritting his teeth. I'm going to handle this. You two stay here and take care of things. Then, without waiting for a response, he slammed the door shut, leaving them both standing in stunned silence. Kiram, still sitting on the ground, looked confused, while Sarika stood beside her, equally bewildered. Meanwhile, inside the house, Cyan entered with urgency. Everyone, pack everything up right now. But his command was cut off when a calm voice greeted him. You're finally here. Cyan froze in shock as he saw Lunav casually sitting at the dining table. Sweat formed on his brow as he quickly glanced at Brian, who was standing nearby, visibly nervous. Brian, sweating profusely, stammered, Sorry, young master. She just suddenly appeared. Cyan's mind raced. How did she get through the barrier and miss detection? Sweat dripping from his face, he looked at Lunav and asked, How did you find this place? Lunav, looking amused, smiled at him. It's one of my talents. Don't worry, no one else knows about this place, just me. Then, with a playful grin, she added, Though considering all the noise outside, I'm starting to wonder. Cyan, clearly annoyed, snapped, Whatever. Why are you here? Lunav tilted her head slightly and said, I just came here to say thank you. Her casual response only deepened Cyan's irritation. Cyan, still tense, asked Lunav, What did I do for you to come here and thank me? Lunav, with a bright and energetic smile, replied, It's okay. I already know. Her tone shifted as she added more meaningfully, The moment you entered me that day. Everyone in the room froze in shock, staring at the two of them. Their minds raced, trying to decipher what that statement meant. Cyan's thoughts churned too. Is she talking about that time? His mind flashed back to when he used his mana to save her, assuming she had lost consciousness. Lunav continued, unfazed by the reactions. She began to demonstrate her abilities, conjuring ice in one hand and fire in the other. I can use all types of magic now, she said with enthusiasm. I can even combine or switch between them. She explained further, I can also track down a specific person's mana. Isn't that cool? She beamed. It's a gift from my grandfather. Cyan, growing increasingly worried, responded, "It feels more like a curse to me. Your body was broken because of that." Luna blushed and asked coyly, "But it was you, wasn't it? The one who saved me." Cyan sighed, trying to calm the situation. "Let's go somewhere else," he said, wanting to avoid any more awkward moments in front of the others. As they turned to leave, the whispers behind them grew louder. People started murmuring, speculating about what was going on between their young master and Lady Lunav. Cyan's patience snapped as he gritted his teeth and barked, "Get to packing!" Suddenly, Emily, wide-eyed and excited, asked Cyan, "Where are we going now?" Cyan replied, "We'll be heading to Lewin Academy." Emily blushed and eagerly added, "Does that mean I can take care of you every day from now on?" Meanwhile, Brian, overhearing this, paled slightly, his mind drifting to the bizarre dishes Emily would no doubt bring with her. Nana, noticing his expression, asked, "What's wrong with your face?" Brian, still in his thoughts, muttered, "I have mixed feelings about this." As Cyan and Lunav finally moved to a quieter place where they could talk privately, Lunav opened up about her past. Her voice softened as she revealed, "I spent most of my younger days in a cold and dark place. I had to endure all kinds of painful experiments there." She continued, "I had no choice but to endure everything because it was my duty as the granddaughter of Raigan's Rainreaver." As Lunav and Cyan walked across the bridge, she asked him, "Do you also have a duty to fulfill?" Cyan shook his head and replied, "No, I don't have any." Curious, Lunav pressed further, "Then why did you save us anonymously?" Cyan, puzzled by her persistence, simply shrugged, "I don't want to become famous. It's a pain, and I'm sure you can guess why." Lunav thought for a moment before answering herself. "Oh yes, it's because of your mana elemental." She brought out a small sphere of Cyan's mana, swirling with a faint red-black aura. "At first, I thought it was darkness," she said. "I collected a bit when I met you at the restaurant a few days ago." Cyan's mind raced, still confused by her ability to collect and analyze his mana. "So she can read people's mana information just by touching them? I didn't know she could do that. Even in my past life," Lunav continued. "On the day I passed out, the mana you put into me." She shaped the mana in her hand, showing Cyan the swirling, ethereal substance. "What is this? It seems like it's your mana, but not of this world at the same time." Cyan's eyes narrowed, now understanding why she had come to see him. "I see. Are you planning to take this mana to your grandfather, Raigan's?" To his surprise, Lunav absorbed the mana back in her own body and said cheerfully, "No, I won't." "Why would I? That would be a pain for me." "Why?" Cyan asked. "Is there a reason? Or are you rebelling against him or something?" Lunav, now gazing at the stars, smiled and replied, "I'm sure you can guess why I'm doing it." Suddenly, without warning, Lunav hugged Cyan tightly. He stood there, confused, as she whispered, "Thank you, Cyan, for lessening my old pain." Cyan, taken aback, began to explain her situation. "Your body, it was like a boiling pot. A boiling pot filled with all kinds of chaotic mana. Someone intentionally closed the lid on that pot, probably to prevent the loss of mana. But that led to the pot overheating, and the mana spilling out began to extinguish the fire of your life, putting you on the brink of death." He stepped back slightly, gently grabbing her by the arms, creating distance between them as he continued. "All I did was put a hole in that lid, letting the pressure out." His voice turned cold as his eyes hardened. "Because in my eyes, you also look like someone else's marionette. And that annoyed me very much." Cyan, with a wave of his hand, told Lunav, "You don't need to thank me." His tone was casual but firm. "I'm leaving if you've got nothing more to say. And keep my secret, okay?" As he turned and walked away, he added from a slight distance, "It'll be dangerous if you push yourself again. So please watch out." Lunav stood silently for a moment, watching him leave, a soft smile playing on her lips. "How cute," she murmured to herself, a rare fondness in her eyes. "He's definitely a good person," she thought, her gaze lingering on him as he disappeared from sight. The scene abruptly shifted to the Garum Association president's office. Inside, a man stood before Raigan's Rainreaver, the powerful head of the association. The air was thick with tension. "President, we received word that Lunav was arrested and then released," the man reported. Raigan's face darkened with rage. "What?" he growled, slamming his fist onto the desk with a force that echoed through the room. The sound was deafening, rattling papers and shaking the room. The man hesitated but continued. "Thankfully, there were no charges filed. Should we send a petition?" Raigan's, his jaw clenched tightly, responded through gritted teeth. No, there's no need for that. The frustration was clear in his voice as he leaned forward, his eyes burning with fury. Luna is stopping by elsewhere. Track her down and bring her here immediately. As Cyan and his companions traveled toward the academy, the atmosphere in the carriage was relatively peaceful. Emily, sitting close to Cyan, was brimming with joy. Her happiness was so evident that Cyan couldn't help but ask, "You're really that happy, Emily?" Emily beamed, her smile lighting up her face as she replied, "Yes, because I get to serve you again, my lord." Sitting quietly beside her, Nana remained silent, lost in her own thoughts. Cyan gave a casual nod. "Right." Emily, still excited, then remembered something and asked, "You mentioned before that maids aren't allowed in the academy, right?" Cyan crossed his arms and replied confidently, "I think the principal will make a special exception for me." When they arrived at the academy, Cyan wasted no time and headed straight for the principal's office. However, the principal greeted him with a firm stance, immediately saying, "Absolutely not. I won't allow it." Cyan folded his arms behind his back, maintaining a calm demeanor. "I'll make sure no one notices her. Please permit it." The principal raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. "Tell me, Cyan, why would I make an exception for you?" A bead of sweat trickled down Cyan's face as he replied, "I won't skip any lessons from now on." The principal's patience snapped. His fist slammed against the table as he scolded. "That should go without saying, even under normal circumstances. And two mates? Not just one." The principal's tone shifted as he leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Tell me, Cyan, are these two maids somehow connected to the Banquet of Blood? I don't assume you're asking for such a special favor without a serious reason." Cyan remained composed, his arms still crossed behind his back. He looked at the principal casually and asked, "And if it's not for a stupid reason, then what?" The principal, growing more curious and frustrated, demanded, "Just tell me." With a sly smile, Cyan raised a finger to his face. "I'll tell you, if you grant me permission first." The principal turned away, rubbing his chin in thought. Finally, he sighed in exasperation. "Whatever. Do as you wish. You'll probably do it even if I reject it." Cyan's expression shifted to a more serious tone. "It's difficult for me to explain it right now, but I'll tell you one thing with certainty. I wasn't the one behind the Banquet of Blood. Isn't that what you wanted to hear all along?" The principal's eyes narrowed, focusing intently on Cyan. "Are you certain?" Cyan's eyes widened slightly, and his tone turned more annoyed. "What exactly are you implying? Just how do you see me that you'd assume that?" After a tense pause, the principal relented, shaking his head. "Just make sure you never skip your lessons again." As Cyan walked through the academy's hallway, hands in his pockets, he thought about the recent conversation with the principal, Kundal. He smirked slightly, reflecting, that went well enough. I wonder how he'd react if he realized the real mastermind behind the Banquet of Blood was his own grandson. Cyan's mind wandered further, piecing together the puzzle. It couldn't have been Luenel himself. He's not that meticulous. Askell was the one pulling the strings, and Boris must have been the one to carry it out. That's how they always did things in my past life, too. His train of thought was interrupted when he noticed someone in the courtyard. There, doing push-ups with intense focus, was Seth. 1285, 1286, 1287. Seth counted aloud, sweat dripping from his brow. Cyan blinked, confused for a moment. "This guy again?" he thought. Just then, Seth noticed Cyan and called out enthusiastically, "Oh, you're here, buddy." He immediately stood up, gritting his teeth and flashing a determined smile. "Let's fight again, Cyan. It's time to see who's stronger now." Without a word, Cyan slipped into his room and shut the door behind him. Leaning against the door for a second, he sighed. Seth hasn't missed a single class in 2 years, and he's always looking for a fight, Cyan thought, mildly amused by his persistence. From outside, Seth's voice boomed again. "You must be busy, huh? Fine, let's fight next time. Cyan Vert." As Cyan walked further into his room, he felt his foot bump into something. Looking down, he saw Brian lying on the floor, unconscious, a strange purple liquid dripping from his mouth. Sweat instantly dripped from Cyan's face as he crouched down and checked him. Is he dead? Cyan wondered, panic briefly flashing in his mind. At that moment, Emily's cheerful voice called out, "Cyan, are you here?" Startled, Cyan quickly pointed to Brian and asked, "What's wrong with him?" Emily walked in, holding a plate of cookies that emitted a bizarre dark purple aura. Nana was beside her, also happily munching on the same cookies. Emily, Chewing contentedly responded, I'm not sure. He fell asleep after eating the cookies I made especially for you. Cyan's eyes widened as he glanced between the unconscious Brian and the strange cookies in Emily's hands. No wonder, seeing Cyan's confused expression, Emily smiled innocently and asked, do you want to try one? The cookies looked far from appetizing. Cyan could practically feel the dark energy radiating from them. No wonder Brian collapsed after eating those. He shook his head, thinking it best to avoid Emily's strange culinary creations for now. Cyan, pointing at the cookies Emily was still munching on, said sternly, Emily, don't ever cook something for Brian again. Emily's eyes narrowed, a mix of curiosity and irritation crossing her face. Why? She demanded. Cyan, exasperated, replied firmly, it's an order, just don't. Emily, pouting and still nibbling on her cookies, muttered, you're too harsh, Cyan. Ignoring her complaints, Cyan slumped onto the sofa, rubbing his temples and closing his eyes for a brief moment. He sighed deeply. I'm already worried about the future, he thought, exhaustion creeping into his voice. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed an envelope on the table. Where did this letter come from, he asked. Emily, still sulking, replied, Brian received it, so I don't know. Cyan picked up the letter, tearing it open. It was from Lunav, but before he could read it further, a voice called out his name. Cyan, still holding the letter, turned to face the direction of the voice. How did you get here? He asked, surprised. Emily, startled, clutched the plate of cookies like she was about to throw it at whoever had entered. Who is it? Standing at the doorway, smiling warmly, was Lunav. How have you been, Cyan? She asked casually. Before he could respond, she added, I ran away from home. Cyan blinked, his mind racing with confusion as Lunav stood there nonchalantly. Meanwhile, deep in an unknown underground passage, two cloaked figures moved silently, their lamps casting faint shadows on the walls. One of them, a man, whispered, the guards from the Garum Association will be here soon. The other, a woman, replied confidently, don't worry, I've already taken care of them. The man continued, his voice low and serious. Remember, this is the only way to stop Reigen's Rain Reaver. The woman, sounding amused, responded with a chuckle. Oh my, are you worried I'm going to feel guilty? The man glanced at her, curious. Well, she's your student after all. The woman's expression darkened slightly as she smirked. She was none other than Lewin's academy instructor, Nella Aronis. My student, she mused before adding, her tone wicked. I'm not so foolish that I'd feel pity for that monster. The man, satisfied, nodded. That's good for us. Nella adjusted her cloak, her smirk growing as she said, then I'll head to the location. I'm sure our colleagues have reached Luna by now. The man bowed sincerely and said, let there be glory to the Garum Kingdom. Nella, still smiling, nodded in return, her eyes gleaming with sinister intent. The scene shifted to Cyan and Lunav, who were sitting together in a small cafeteria. Lunav looked at Cyan and said, you were pretty aggressive when you dragged me out of your room. I didn't expect you to do that. Holding his teacup, Cyan asked curiously, there was a barrier spell on the dorm doors. How did you get past it? Lunav casually used ice magic from her hand and explained, I analyzed the barrier with my mana and canceled it with a spell. Pretty cool, right? Sweat dripped from Cyan's face as he thought, that's insanely powerful. She can just analyze and undo spells? That's more than just scanning. Lunav chuckled and asked, did you read the letter I sent you? Cyan crossed his arms and replied, you showed up right as I was about to read it. Smiling, Lunav placed her hands around her face and said, I came because I couldn't wait for your response. Cyan's expression darkened as he asked, did Reigens put you up to this? Lunav fell silent for a moment. Growing angrier, Cyan repeated, was it Reigens who told you to contact me? Tell me now. Lunav, holding her cup and lowering her head, hesitated before responding, at first, yes. That was the reason, but not anymore. She continued, whether you trust me or not is up to you. Cyan rested his head on his hands and replied, I don't trust people easily. What are your intentions? Looking into her teacup, Lunav said, there have been some strange things happening at the association. Two dragons, who had ties to the association, suddenly disappeared in the Lewin region, and smugglers bringing items from overseas have been found dead. Cold corpses. She then looked up at Cyan with a slight smile and said, I had a hunch, but now I'm sure. You were involved with all of it. Cyan lowered his head, thinking to himself, I didn't know the dragons were connected to the association. He chuckled and said, all right, so, what are you planning to do now? Lunav casually told Cyan that she would die soon. Cyan was confused when she heard this. Lunav then said happily that Cyan had helped her before, but she knew about her body's condition. She remembered the days when she had been experimented on and said, "I'm already broken beyond repair." As she stood up, Lunav held up her hand and counted on her fingers, saying, "I think I have 3 years left. Thank you for your help." Cyan, feeling sad, responded, "I don't believe that. Why are you so relaxed about it? Aren't you worried that you'll die soon?" Lunav chuckled, closed her eyes, and happily replied, "I wish I could feel something." Cyan thought to herself, "What an annoying brat she is." He stood up and placed his hands on the table and looked down. "Whatever, it's none of my business. Just go back." Lunav, still sitting, asked, "Are you leaving?" Cyan turned to leave and said, "Yeah, I don't like getting involved in annoying situations." As Lunav said goodbye, she cheerfully told Cyan, "All right, see you next time." Suddenly, Kiram appeared and asked Cyan, "Where are your manners? Is it okay to leave her like that?" Cyan replied, "Yes, it's for the best. The Garam Association has been waiting for a while." As Cyan left, some guards in cloaks appeared. Lunav, closing her eyes, said to them, "I thought I did a great job sneaking out. Why are you here so early?" One of the men replied, "Let's get going, Miss Lunav. Mr. Rygans is looking for you." Lunav looked at the cloaked man with curiosity. He asked her, "What is it, Miss Lunav?" She replied, "It was always Victor who came to pick me up." "Who are you, by the way?" The cloaked man explained, "Oh, Mr. Victor is busy today, so I'm here instead. We're from the 6th branch of security in the Garam Kingdom." Lunav chuckled and said, "Liar! I don't know anyone named Victor." Suddenly, she used her wind ability and started to run away. "Ugh, hurry! She's getting away!" shouted the cloaked man. As Lunav ran, she wondered if they were extremists. Just then, someone appeared in front of her with a glowing hand full of mana. Thinking quickly, Lunav realized she needed to escape. The man placed his hand on her head and used his ability, Sleep Catch. Lunav was shocked and couldn't move at all. Once the ability took effect, she fell into a deep sleep. The man smiled and said, "I didn't think it would be that easy." He removed his cloak, revealing that he was bald, and said, "But we were also caught by her way too quickly." He then told the others, "Take her to the carriage quickly." At that moment, Kiram sensed something and was startled. She told Cyan, "It looks like they're fighting." Cyan wondered, "Aren't they from the Garam Kingdom?" The men placed Lunav in the carriage, and it began to move toward their destination. When they arrived, they found themselves at a church. One man said, "Stand by here and guard the package." The others replied, "Yes, sir." The bald man entered the church and spoke to someone, saying, "I brought Lunav Rainreaver." Someone sitting in the front row responded, "Well done. What a pitiful child. She has been experimented on her whole life, just to be used and thrown away in the end." Nella said, "We'll use the child for a good cause." Lunav was in the carriage, unconscious, with her hands tied behind her back, so she couldn't escape. The guards by the carriage became flustered when they saw a red-black fog surrounding them. One man exclaimed, "What is this fog?" Another said, "Wait, it can't be the mist." But before he could finish, his face was cut in half. Another guard, standing nearby, shouted, "Marcel!" In an instant, all the guards were sliced in half within seconds. One man, scared and sweating, said, "What? What the hell is going on?" Sweat dripped from his forehead as he pleaded, "Stop! That's enough!" At that moment, Cyan was sitting on top of the carriage, holding his Kiram dagger. A man on the ground was very frightened, and in an instant, Cyan killed him too. The man shouted before dying, which startled the bald man inside the church. He turned to look at the exit. Nella asked, "Are there other guests here?" The bald man, still facing the carriage, replied, "It seems someone has followed us here." Nella said, "Ah, an enemy." The bald man's name was revealed to be Ralph. Nella told Ralph, "Show them what happens when anyone tries to get in our way." Ralph, feeling angry, said, "Yes, I will go and silence them." Cyan stood over the dead bodies, wearing a cloak. Kiram remarked, "That was much easier than I expected." Cyan replied, "It's not over yet. The stronger guys are in the church." When Ralph came out of the church, a blue aura surrounded him. He said to Cyan, "Not bad for a kid like you. Did you come here all alone?" Cyan, wearing a mask, responded, "Doesn't seem that way for you, though." He thought to himself, he's like Lunav. Ralph clenched his fist and began running towards Cyan. As he got closer, Cyan realized no, he's more unstable than her. Ralph told Cyan, I don't need anyone's help to defeat a weakling like you. Just then, Nella came out of the church and asked Ralph, Are you done? She was surprised by what she saw. Ralph was sitting on the ground with his arms crossed, looking down. Seeing this, Nella said, This is not what I expected. In that moment, Cyan punched Ralph in the face, knocking him unconscious. Cyan then asked her, Are you the last one? Why did you want to take Luna? Then Nella moved her hand in front of Cyan and used fire magic, creating a crystal fireball in her palm. She said, Oh my, you won't be popular with the girls if you're too inquisitive. Before throwing the fireball at him, she added, You should find out the answer to that yourself. Cyan watched her magic closely and thought, combining elements freely. His eyes widened as he realized she was definitely like Lunav. Nella then used her ability, Thunder Flame, sending flames swirling around her body and throwing them towards Cyan. As he dodged the flames, Cyan thought, I have even more questions now. He pulled out his Kirim dagger. Nella was confused as she saw him deflect the fire with his dagger. Suddenly, Cyan got very close to her and said, I got you. Seeing him so close, she shouted in disbelief, and sweat dripped down her face. In a panic, she used her ability, Air Leap, to dodge his attack. Cyan's strike hit the ground, causing it to shatter. While in the air, she thought this kid is very dangerous. I can't let him live. Gathering her mana into her hand, it formed a blue crystal. She used her ability, Charge Shot, and shot small ice darts towards Cyan. At that moment, Kirim flew in as fog and appeared behind her, saying, Look here too. Nella was puzzled, thinking he's not alone. Just then, Kirim grabbed her, and she shouted, Let me go. She used her mana and attacked towards Cyan, using all her might. But he dodged them and landed beside where her attack had hit. The ground shattered where her attack struck. Cyan observed everything and thought, She sure has a lot of mana. Meanwhile, Nella was sitting on the ground, trying to free herself from Kirim's black fog. Gritting her teeth, she said, Didn't you hear me? Kirim, standing beside her, explained, Stop struggling. No human can free themselves from those restraints. Cyan then stepped in front of her and asked, Who ordered you to kidnap Lunav? How many more of you are there? Nella lowered her head and replied, What an interesting kid. You'll find out soon. One of her eyes was damaged, and blood dripped from her face as she smiled at Cyan. We'll seek you out, so don't worry about who wanted to kidnap Lunav. See you in hell. Seeing her reaction, Kirim looked confused and said, That reaction, she's from Heart Curb. Cyan explained, It's an artifact that keeps the user's mana in their heart, which is why she can't circulate it throughout her body. Nella was startled to hear this. Kirim happily added, I assume Lunav has something similar. Nella, still in shock, asked, How did you guess all of that? Cyan continued explaining, The monstrous organization that carries out vile experiments in the Garam Association is called the Path of Evolution. Am I right? Hearing this, Nella shouted, Wait, who are you guys? Cyan leaned closer to her and said, You can find the answer to that yourself in hell. He placed his hand on her head, and Nella exclaimed, What? This isn't right. Dying like this. Cyan then used his force and put his other hand where her heart was, causing her to cry out in pain. As he did this, he thought to himself, In my past life, I found an ancient text in a laboratory room of the Garam Kingdom. It described how to use an artifact called Heart Curb, how to control it, and the experiments related to it. It also explained how to eliminate it when its use fails. At that moment, Cyan pulled something out of Nella's heart. The item glowed in his hand. As he held it closely, he said, Looks like it still works well. Kirim asked Cyan, What are you going to use it for? Cyan ordered her to get Lunav out of the carriage. Kirim shouted back, No way. Why should I? Cyan, angry, replied, Do you want to be controlled too? Reluctantly, Kirim brought Lunav out of the carriage and placed her on the ground, still silent and upset. Cyan then approached Lunav and said, It's my first time trying this. While looking at the crystal-like ball, he added, So I don't know if it will go well. He tightened his fists and shattered the crystal ball, then placed its power into Lunav's heart. He thought if Lunav has something like this in her heart too, then this should be able to destroy it. As Cyan transferred the crystal ball's power into Lunav's body, Kirim stood with her arms crossed, watching everything closely. Because of the crystal ball's power, Cyan's hand and Lunav's chest glowed with blue energy. Suddenly, Lunav opened her eyes. As dusk settled, the rays of the setting sun cast their light against the main building of the Garam Mage Association. Lunav slowly opened her eyes, her expression filled with surprise. What is this feeling? She wondered. Her hand began to release a soft blue glow of mana, and her body felt lighter, as though a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She stared at her hand, surrounded by mana, her eyes clouded with confusion. The intensity of the cyan aura around her was stronger than usual, leaving her unsettled. Meanwhile, on the opposite roof of the Garam Mage Association's main building, Kiram and Cyan stood, watching the scene unfold below. Kiram, arms crossed, stared at the building and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Cyan, sitting next to her with a serious expression, gazed silently at the structure before finally speaking. "I thought I could use her later. It'd be a waste to kill her now." Kiram shot him an uneasy glance, sensing the danger in his words. "You're playing a dangerous game. You know she could turn on you later, right?" Cyan looked down for a moment, then chuckled softly. The irony of Kiram's concern amused him. Kiram, now visibly annoyed, muttered, "Since your body will eventually belong to me, I'd appreciate it if you took better care of yourself." Cyan stood up, dusting himself off. "It's time to go. Staying here any longer isn't worth it," he said, preparing to leave. A few hours later, inside a dimly lit room, a man sat at a table, tapping his finger impatiently. This was Luna's grandfather. Luna stood before him, her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze lost in thought. She couldn't remember anything after her abduction. When her grandfather questioned her, she confirmed her lack of memory with a distant look. Her grandfather, his face filled with anger, slammed his fist onto the table. "Do you really expect me to believe that? The kingdom is in chaos because of the blood banquet, and you act as if none of this concerns you." Before Lunav could respond, the family's butler intervened, bowing his head in apology. "This is my fault, sir. I should have searched for Miss Lunav earlier." Her grandfather shook his head, rising from his seat. "No," he said, walking toward them. "This is not your fault. She acted on her own." The butler bowed his head, thanking Rains for his consideration. Rains then approached the butler, placing a hand on his shoulder. With a calm expression, he thanked the butler for his hard work in caring for his granddaughter. The butler humbly replied, "I'm just fulfilling my duties." Rains nodded. "You've done well so far." But in that moment, Rains' hand began to emit intense flames. The butler froze as the heat radiated from Rains' palm, his calm demeanor quickly giving way to panic. Rains' eyes burned with fury, and his body exuded a terrifying, murderous aura. "Did you really think you could get away with betraying us?" he growled. "Harming my granddaughter?" The flames from Rains' hand began to sear through the butler's clothes. Despite the unbearable heat, the butler tried to remain composed. "It's a misunderstanding," he stammered, his voice steady despite the rising pain. "Please give me a chance to explain." Lunav, standing nearby, watched in horror as sweat beaded on her forehead. She couldn't believe what she was witnessing, the cruelty of her own grandfather. Rain's eyes gleamed with rage as he clenched his teeth. "Shut up," he barked. "Hearing your voice sickens me." The flames grew stronger, penetrating the butler's skin and burning deeper into his body. His face contorted in agony as he fell to his knees, his body slowly consumed by fire. Luna pressed her hand to her mouth, paralyzed with fear. She could hardly process the fact that her grandfather was capable of such brutality. As the butler writhed in pain, Rains wiped his hands clean with a handkerchief, his expression cold and unfeeling. "He was one of those who ordered your kidnapping," he revealed, his tone filled with disgust. With the butler's body still smoldering, Rains turned to Lunav. "Have you learned anything about Cyanvert?" Lunav's eyes widened in fear. She knew he already had the answer, but she hesitated, still too terrified to speak. "No," she lied, her voice barely above a whisper. "I haven't discovered anything special." But even as she spoke, she knew the lie wouldn't work. Her gaze dropped to the ground, and a sense of hopelessness washed over her. Rain started toward her, his footsteps heavy. "What is that supposed to mean?" he asked coldly. Without lifting her head, Luna finally admitted, "I returned late because I was meeting with Cyan. But there wasn't anything special about our first meeting." Rains placed his hand on Luna's shoulder, clearly displeased with her answer. His gaze sharpened as he leaned closer, his voice low and dangerous. "What is Cyan hiding?" he asked, his eyes flashing with fury. The tension in the room thickened. "Cyan Vert. He's a Vert, and I know he's hiding something, or perhaps someone is helping him." Lunav met his gaze, her own eyes shining with resolve. "Cyan only has a guardian knight and a useless maid," she explained, her voice steady despite the weight of the moment. "There's nothing that links him to the incident." Then, cautiously, she added, Why are you so obsessed with him? Rain's body radiated a suffocating purple aura as he stepped closer, his anger palpable. Are you asking questions now? He growled, eyes narrowing. You're a Rain Reaver, Lunav. You don't ask questions. You do what I tell you to do. His words were sharp, leaving no room for argument. Lunav fell silent, staring at him, unsure of what to say. Rains turned his back to her, his arms crossed behind him. He closed his eyes, his voice calm, but filled with authority. If you have no more answers, leave. After a pause, he added sternly, and remember, you're not allowed to go outside for a while. As Rains dismissed her, Lunav approached the smoldering body of the butler. Her heart sank, and her gaze filled with sadness. I'm so sick and tired of this household, she thought bitterly. The next morning, at dawn, Lune Academy, Seth, shirtless and fast asleep, had his back against a door, Cyan's bedroom door, to be exact. He was completely oblivious to the world. Cyan peeked around a corner, noticing Seth sprawled out in front of his room. This bastard. He didn't even attend his classes, Cyan thought with mild irritation. Deciding to deal with it later, Cyan turned and headed downstairs. As he descended, he overheard a group of students talking. Classes have been canceled because the instructor disappeared, one of them said. A blonde girl chimed in, dismissive. It's not a big deal. Cyan approached, confusion flickering across his face. What's going on? He wondered. At that moment, a voice cut through the chatter. Instructor Nella Aronis has disappeared. Cyan turned his head, recognizing the voice immediately. Is that Instructor Sarika? When he turned to look, his suspicion was confirmed. It was her. Instructor Sariko approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder, her body surrounded by a sinister aura. You were responsible, weren't you? She accused, her voice laced with dark intent. Cyan blinked, genuinely confused. What are you talking about? He asked, shaking his head slightly. Sarika's eyes narrowed. Why did you kill the magic instructor? She demanded. Cyan stepped back, shaking his head in denial. I don't even know that instructor, he replied firmly, his voice filled with confidence. Sarika placed her hand under her chin, smirking slightly. Of course, you don't know Nella Aronis, she said to Cyan. You skipped all your lessons. Cyan's face paled, shock and confusion written across it as beads of sweat formed on his brow. He had no idea how to respond. Sarika continued, her tone growing more serious. Nella Aronis was a talented mage from the Garum Kingdom. It's not unusual for mages to come to Lewin. It's a neutral area, but there were rumors that she opposed Rain's Rain Reaver. So, we've been keeping an eye on her. Sarika placed one hand on her waist, and with the other, adjusted her glasses before closing her eyes and thought. Luna's kidnapping. That's something none of us expected. We were going to take action soon. But you handled things for us. Cyan was absorbed in his thoughts, now realizing why Nella Aronis had seemed familiar. As his mind raced, Sarika noticed his lack of focus and frowned. Frustrated, she leaned against the window and snapped. Don't zone out on me, Cyan. Don't worry. I'm the only one who knows about this. Then, her voice softened, but her words carried a weight of authority. I'm giving you a new mission. You'll have to stay out of the academy for a while. Cyan extended his hand, his mind now catching up. Wait, who's going to replace the instructor? With a serious look, Sarika adjusted her glasses again. The other teachers will take turns for now. We're already looking for a new mage to fill the position. The announcement has been published. At the same time, a man was placing his suitcase into a straw-filled carriage. The man, wearing a black cap, looked around with a smile, clearly enjoying the view. The carriage driver, an old man, turned his head toward him. You from the city? He asked. The man, none other than Boris, nodded cheerfully. Yes, I'm here for a job. Adjusting his cap with a satisfied grin, Boris continued. I heard there's an opening now, so I'm in a bit of a hurry. The old driver looked at him, surprised. A job at Lune Academy, yeah. You must be a teacher. Boris chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. He touched his hat again and looked away as they rode along. Back at Lune Academy, Emily lay sprawled on a sofa, clearly bored out of her mind. She sighed dramatically, sinking deeper into the cushions. Kiram stormed into the room, her face set in an angry scowl. Get up from my sofa, she demanded, her voice filled with irritation. This is my spot. Emily, still lounging, replied lazily. This is Cyan's dorm, and nothing here belongs to you. She stretched, unfazed by Kiram's anger. Kiram's patience snapped, and her eyes flared with anger. Suddenly, Cyan arrived and opened the door. His eyes fell on a strange scene. Kiram was fast asleep on the sofa, while Emily sat on the floor nearby, her head covered in bumps. Cyan blinked, confused, before asking, "Emily, what are you doing?" Emily's eyes filled with tears. "Miss Kiram is very scary," she cried, pointing at Kiram, who had clearly dealt the blows. Cyan sighed, shaking his head. "Kiram, get up. We have a new mission." Upon hearing this, Kiram stirred, rubbing her eyes. "Now?" she asked, still half asleep. Emily, excited, quickly raised her hand. "Can I come too?" Cyan placed one hand on his waist and pointed at Emily with the other. "Actually, I have an important mission for you." Emily's eyes widened with curiosity. "Really?" she asked eagerly. Cyan pointed towards Nana's room door. With a serious expression, he said, "Make sure Nana doesn't go hungry." Emily's face dropped, clearly disappointed. She pouted, realizing this wasn't the exciting task she was hoping for. "You're just trying to get rid of me." Suddenly, loud roars echoed from Nana's room, and a sinister aura seeped out from behind the door. Emily froze in panic, her imagination running wild. She pictured Nana in her draconic form, remembering how terrifying she had been the last time this happened. Is she going to transform again? At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing Nana. She glanced at Cyan and said in a sleepy voice, "I'm hungry." Without missing a beat, Emily shoved a piece of bread into Nana's mouth. "Here, have some bread," she said, panicking. Nana started munching and, much to everyone's relief, smiled as she enjoyed the bread. Emily, now holding a full plate of bread, turned towards Cyan with a determined look. "Don't worry, I've got this covered. I'll take care of everything here." Cyan nodded approvingly and gave her a thumbs up. "I trust you." Kiram, now fully awake, Emily closed her eyes, smiling with confidence. She felt proud of her cooking, even though in the next room, poor Brian was suffering from a stomachache, clearly a result of eating Emily's previous meals. Cyan noticed this and turned back to Emily. "Oh, and don't feed Brian anything. He's still recovering." Meanwhile, Kiram looked at Cyan, confused. "Where are we going this time?" she asked. Cyan turned to her with a calm expression. "We're heading southwest to the Ushif Empire, specifically to Lambaster, a city ruled by crime, money, and violence." At the same time, in the bustling heart of the city, a fierce fight was taking place. The crowd roared with excitement, placing bets as the tension built. In the center of the ring stood two men, one a hulking, muscular brute, and the other an ordinary-looking fighter. The fight was Zelbert versus Zaber. Zaber, standing across from Zelbert, was visibly shaken. He had never seen such a monstrous opponent before. On the other side, Zelbert's focus was singular. He was only thinking about how to kill Zaber. His eyes locked onto his opponent with a wild intensity, and a twisted smile crept across his face. He didn't even seem human. With drool dripping from his mouth, he looked more like a zombie than a man. "What's your opinion, little man?" Zelbert asked mockingly, his voice gravelly. "The crowd wants you crushed." Zaber, trying to muster his courage, adopted an offensive stance. "Stop talking." He shot back, a defiant grin on his face. "Pig," he added, mocking Zelbert. The fight began. Zelbert charged forward, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Zaber. But Zaber reacted quickly, leaping out of the way just in time. Zelbert's massive fist slammed into the ground, sending cracks through the floor of the arena. The crowd gasped. Zaber, now smiling confidently, taunted him. "You're slow," he sneered. "I'll make you pay for underestimating me." But Zaber's confidence was short-lived. In a sudden, brutal move, Zelbert's hand shot out, catching Zaber by the torso. The crowd fell silent as Zelbert's grip tightened. His smile grew wider, more maniacal. "You're done," Zelbert growled. Zaber struggled, but it was no use. Slowly, the crushing force of Zelbert's grip intensified, and Zaber felt his body giving way. Pain surged through him, and his vision blurred. Within moments, the unbearable pressure caused Zaber to gasp in agony, blood spurting from his mouth. The crowd erupted as the fight came to a gruesome end. Zelbert stood victorious, Zaber's limp body at his feet. With a crazed grin on his face, Zelbert looked out at the cheering spectators, his eyes filled with a twisted, savage glee. Several hours after the fight ended, the once rowdy spectators began to drift out of the building. Some fell asleep on the streets while others continued drinking. It was a chaotic scene. People sprawled out on the dirty ground, surrounded by discarded bottles and trash. Cyan and Kiram arrived in the city, walking through the filth and disorder. Kiram, with her hands behind her head, looked around in disgust. What a dirty place, she muttered. Cyan, walking calmly beside her, explained. Lewin is a neutral region because of agreements between nations. But this place? It's beyond impartial. It's completely out of control. Kiram stopped, looking confused. What does that mean, she asked. Cyan, keeping a calm expression, continued walking. Before he could answer, a rough voice interrupted them. Well, it looks like we got some precious guests. A towering, muscular man appeared, crossing his arms as his body emitted a suffocating aura. His intense gaze locked onto Cyan, but he quickly shifted his attention to Kiram, smiling smugly. Hey, miss, he said to her, ignoring Cyan. Why don't you hang out with us instead of this kid? His subordinates chuckled and grinned, clearly amused. Kiram, still with one hand behind her head, pointed to herself with the other. Are you talking about me? She asked, genuinely puzzled. Cyan, observing the man with a serious look, explained calmly. This city's chaos is the result of too many criminals. No control, no law. The man's eyes sparkled with excitement, his smile widening as if Cyan's words amused him. You'd better prepare yourself, kid, he sneered. We're a bit rough around here. Best you get lost before things get messy. But Cyan remained unfazed, his eyes filled with quiet confidence. A small smile crept across his face. Moments later, the muscular man and his subordinates lay on the ground, bruised and battered, piled on top of one another. The once arrogant leader now had bumps all over his face, and tears welled in his eyes as he groaned in pain. Cyan and Kiram stood over them, victorious. Cyan pulled his hood over his head, while Kiram shifted into her combat form. Without another word, they turned their backs on the defeated group and walked away. After a few minutes, they arrived at a hotel. Cyan approached the counter and placed a red bag full of coins in front of the receptionist. I want your best room, he said coolly. The receptionist, a woman, blinked in surprise, eyeing the bag. How old are you? She asked, confusion evident in her voice. Cyan, now holding the bag tightly, shot her a disdainful look. Didn't you hear me? He said, his tone sharp. I said I want the best room. For one person. The receptionist hesitated, flustered by his attitude. Cyan leaned in slightly, his eyes narrowing. Is this how you treat your customers? Who owns this place? He demanded, his voice drawing the attention of everyone in the lobby. The room fell silent as all eyes turned towards him, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Upon hearing Cyan's demand, the expression of the receptionist, Lisa, changed drastically. Her eyes widened in surprise, and a bead of sweat trickled down her face. She quickly bowed slightly, placing her hands over her abdomen. I apologize, she stammered. Welcome to the lambaster cage. Several minutes later, Cyan stood by the window of his newly reserved room. Looking down, he noticed a carriage pulling up outside, surrounded by several men. He was somewhat surprised to see that they had finally started to arrive. Among them were high-status men mingling with rough criminals, some scarred, others wearing eye patches. Cyan observed the scene quietly before deciding it was time to leave. He descended the stairs and approached the receptionist again. Your name is Lisa, isn't it? He asked casually. Lisa turned around, flashing him a kind smile. Yes, I'm Lisa, from Lambaster Cage. How can I help you? Cyan stepped closer, his expression calm. I want to use the cage. Lisa froze, her smile faltering. She glanced away nervously. I'm sorry, but new clients aren't allowed to use the cage, she replied, her voice shaky. Cyan fixed her with a penetrating gaze. Something was off. The room was nearly empty, and the atmosphere felt tense. He could feel something in the air. What happened to all the clients who were here earlier? He asked, his voice low but sharp. Am I the only new guest here? Lisa's eyes flickered with alertness. She was trying to mask it, but Cyan could sense her panic. The faintest trace of murderous intent lingered in the room. She lowered her head, pretending to apologize. I'm just doing my job, she said, her tone filled with fake regret. Cyan stood silently, studying her. She was hiding something, and it intrigued him. His body started to pulse with faint killing mana as a smile crept across his face. Interesting, he muttered to himself. He slipped his hand inside his cloak, watching Lisa intently. He wanted to see just how far she would go. Lisa, feeling the sudden surge of mana, quickly drew 3 small knives, adopting a defensive stance. Her gaze hardened, eyes wide with surprise. She extended her hand back, ready to throw the blades, her movements swift and sharp. Cyan's smile deepened. Without hesitation, he crouched down. Lisa hurled the knives with all her strength, but at that very moment, Cyan tossed something into the air. Clang! The knives struck the object, ricocheting off with a metallic ring. Lisa blinked, confused. The object that blocked her attack was a gold coin, now bent in half. Lisa, visibly shaken and sweating, stood up, gasping heavily. She was in shock, still processing the intense, murderous aura that had washed over her moments before. It seemed impossible to her that Cyan, a boy who had initially seemed unthreatening, could be the one emitting such a deadly presence. Cyan picked up the bent gold coin, wiping it clean with a look of mild disappointment. Lisa, noticing his expression, immediately apologized. "I didn't mean to attack you," she stammered, her voice trembling. "It was a misunderstanding. I didn't want to hurt you." Cyan turned the damaged coin in his hand, frowning as he held it up for her to see. "And who's going to take responsibility for this?" he asked, his voice calm but laced with coldness. His words struck a chord in Lisa, and tears welled up in her eyes. She hadn't meant to escalate things, and now she was regretting her rash actions. The hotel hallway, dimly lit by flickering torches, added to the tension. Lisa, trying to regain her composure, opened a door leading to the basement and gestured toward the dark stairway. "You can reach the cage if you follow the stairs," she explained, her voice softening. She then produced a shiny, square-shaped pendant and handed it to Cyan. "This is the VVIP badge," she said. Cyan eyed the pendant with mild curiosity, taking it from her. "What's this for?" he asked, turning it over in his hand. Lisa crossed her arms, closing her eyes as she explained. "The pendant grants access to special rooms and privileges. It'll keep you secure if you wear it." But she hesitated, glancing at him nervously. "I don't know why you're so determined to visit the cage, but it's dangerous down there. You should avoid it, unless you think you have multiple lives." Cyan barely reacted to her warning. He simply gave a small smile, more interested in the pendant than in her words. "Thanks for the tip," he said dismissively. Bringing his hand close to his mouth, he muttered quietly to himself, considering her words more of a threat than advice. Lisa, feeling frustrated and unsure of how else to warn him, turned on her heel. "Fine, do whatever you want," she muttered, her anger bubbling up. "I won't worry about you then." She stormed away, but Cyan could sense her lingering fury. Turning his attention to the stairs, Cyan decided it was time to proceed. "Let's go," he said calmly. Kira manifested beside him, a serious expression on her face. "Why didn't you ask Lisa to bring the owner?" she asked, her tone direct. Miss Secret Card, Sarika's order, was to take out Linza Nilov, the owner of Lambaster Cage. Cyan remained quiet for a moment, descending the stairs with a measured pace. "Because we don't have any clues about her," he finally replied. "Not yet." Kiram frowned, feeling the frustration building. "Then why give us such an enigmatic order? There has to be a reason, but it feels like we're walking in blind." Cyan paused halfway down the stairs, turning to look at her. "We'll discover the reason soon enough," he said, his tone confident, as if he knew something she didn't. Kiram studied his face, still somewhat confused. He seemed far too calm in such a dangerous situation, as if he was already familiar with the place. As Cyan stood at the door of the true Lambaster Cage, memories of his past life flooded back. He recalled the devastation he had witnessed, standing on a cliff with his army, watching the city burn below him. Flames danced across the horizon, a stark reminder of the chaos brought on by civil war. The weight of that history settled on his shoulders as he focused on the present. Kiram glanced at him, her serious expression reflecting the gravity of the moment. "How much of a mess is there in this area?" she asked, her tone laced with concern. Cyan lowered his gaze, contemplating the destruction he had witnessed before. "We're about to find out," he replied quietly. They approached the imposing entrance of the Lambaster Cage, and the atmosphere shifted. An immense pressure filled the air, making it hard to breathe. At that moment, a man with a scar running across his mouth, cigarette dangling from his lips, he smiled, an expression that felt more predatory than welcoming. "So, a young boy did this?" he asked, looking at the criminal kneeling before him. The kneeling man, hands on his knees, nodded. "Yes, this happened near the entrance of the city. He's not an ordinary boy," he replied, voice trembling slightly. "The boss, a man with striking white hair, intertwined his fingers thoughtfully. A child like him is in the Lambaster Cage," he mused aloud, clearly intrigued. The subordinate, sporting a face full of bruises and swollen eyes, bowed his head. We tried everything we could, but he booked a VIP room, so there was nothing we could do about it, he explained, desperation creeping into his voice. That's why we came to you, the boss said, his tone shifting to a more serious note. The bruised subordinate, on the verge of tears, looked up, his eyes pleading. Please, Gunther, help us. I can't even walk in public looking like this. Gunther's interest was piqued. With a calculating look, he considered the situation. All right, he finally said, a smile creeping across his face. This could be quite interesting. He stood up, cracking his knuckles with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Let's head to the cage. I want to see how this Cyan looks for myself. His enthusiasm was palpable. The atmosphere inside the lambaster cage was electric, with the crowd roaring in excitement. Linda Wesley, the muscular brown-haired fighter, stood victorious. Her opponent sprawled on the ground. She planted her foot on his head, flexing her biceps and basking in the adoration of the audience, who cheered and waved their fists in delight. Cyan and Kiram observed from the sidelines. Kiram's expression shifted from curiosity to realization. Is this why the town has fallen? She asked, her tone laced with disbelief. Cyan nodded, placing his hand on the railing with a calm demeanor. Betting on fights like this attracts a lot of attention, he explained. I came here for this reason. Kiram furrowed her brow, confusion etched on her face. What do you mean? Cyan pointed to himself with determination, a smile breaking across his face. It's difficult to approach Lena Nilov, but we can make her come to us instead. Before Kiram could respond, she vanished from sight, leaving Cyan focused on the ongoing fight. Just then, a man with dreadlocks approached him, calling out, Hey, you over there? Cyan turned his head, feeling a rush of excitement as a bald, muscular man joined the dreadlocked man. The man with dreadlocks clenched his fists and warned, This isn't a place for children. Cyan's happiness surged. They had arrived at just the right moment. Ignoring the warning, he stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to the man's stomach. The impact caused him to double over in pain, blood trickling from his mouth as he collapsed to his knees. Seeing his companion attack, the bald man charged at Cyan, shouting, What are you doing to Jason? But before he could reach him, Cyan grabbed Jason by the hair, lifting his head to meet his gaze. Fear flooded Jason's eyes as he realized the severity of his situation. With a chilling smile, Cyan clenched his fist, preparing to strike. With a swift motion, Cyan unleashed a devastating punch to Jason's face, the force of the blow knocking out several teeth and sending blood gushing from his nose. The bald man froze in place, panic spreading across his face as he witnessed his friend's brutal beating. Cyan released Jason's head, watching him slump backward onto the ground, defeated. Wiping the blood from his chin with a nonchalant gesture, Cyan turned his attention to the bald man, who was now sweating profusely. With a confident smile, he asked, So, where do I sign to fight? I'd rather be in the ring than just standing by or betting. Cyan entered the ring, and the crowd erupted. No one could believe it. A kid was about to fight. Murmurs spread like wildfire, with the audience guessing it must be due to a lack of participants. One man clenched his fist in anger. This is ridiculous, he muttered, thinking it was all some sort of joke. Cyan remained calm. He began wrapping his hands with cloth, unfazed by the furious crowd. They couldn't believe a child was allowed to fight. Kiram, who was excited, she hadn't expected such an event to happen. Just then, Cyan tilted his head slightly, looking a little surprised. Zelbert entered the ring. The towering giant, with his menacing presence, locked eyes on Cyan. A sinister smile spread across his face as he taunted the boy. How should I kill you, little kid? Zelbert mocked. Cyan remained silent. Hands on his hips, he stood still, calmly observing his opponent. In the crowd, an older man with gray hair crossed his arms, shaking his head in disbelief. They've lost their minds. This isn't a fight, it's a massacre. Next to him, another man grinned like a madman. Isn't this better? He asked. The gray-haired man frowned. Zelbert's not just a giant. He's half ogre. This is over before it starts. Zelbert laughed loudly. He pointed at Cyan, ready to crush him. I'll end this by smashing you into the ground, he declared, but before he could finish his sentence, Cyan moved. With lightning speed, Cyan leapt forward and stomped hard on Zelbert's finger. The giant's face filled with shock. He hadn't expected this. He turned his head, only to see Cyan charging toward him, hand clenched into a tight fist, eyes filled with deadly focus. Cyan didn't hesitate. In one fluid motion, he closed the distance and delivered a devastating punch straight to Zelbert's nose. The impact was fierce, bone-shattering. Zelbert's massive body swayed. Time seemed to slow. Cyan was still midair as Zelbert fell to his knees. His face hit the ground with a thunderous crash. Foam began to bubble from his mouth. Zelbert was dead. The crowd, which had been mocking Cyan moments earlier, was now stunned into silence. They couldn't believe their eyes. A kid had taken down a giant. Shock turned into wild cheering as the reality of Cyan's strength sank in. Cyan landed gracefully, his expression calm. He gazed off to the side, still unfazed by the chaos around him. Even the commentator, struggling to recover from his surprise, announced the winner. Lemia's Simon is victorious. The crowd erupted into applause, but Cyan seemed confused. Beside him, Kiram frowned. "Why did they call you Lemia's Simon?" she asked, her tone serious. Cyan's face remained stoic as he explained. "I can't reveal my true identity. Remember, I'm the son of a duke." Kiram, her expression skeptical. "Then what's the point if your face is uncovered?" she asked. Cyan blinked, recalling the spell he had placed on himself. "My face is masked by an active spell. Anyone who tries to remember me won't be able to. They'll see me, but the details will fade from their minds." Kiram sighed, imagining her father. "That idiot," she muttered under her breath. She realized her father must have shared his authority once again, something that never failed to irritate her. In reality, Cyan's face was pixelated, shielded by the magic spell. He turned to Kiram. "They wouldn't recognize me unless they actually met me or spoke to me directly," he explained. "If they tried to recall my face, they'd come up blank." Kiram stared at him for a moment, then vanished into thin air. "I'm going to sleep," she said as her presence faded. Cyan, one hand in his pocket, touched his shoulder with the other. He stared at the lingering energy trail Kiram had left behind, his eyes filled with confusion. She wasn't usually this concerned about him. "I wasn't worried," her voice echoed in his mind. Meanwhile, the body of the giant Zelbert still lay motionless in the ring, as the crowd continued to cheer for Cyan. Among the crowd stood a man with white hair, his eyes locked on Cyan. It was Gunther. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and a wicked smile curled on his lips. "This kid, he's my next opponent," he thought. "Don't disappoint me." A few hours later, night fell, and the streets were shrouded in fog. The entrance to the cage was busy with several people arriving. At the reception desk stood Lisa, arms crossed, her expression serious. "What do you want?" she asked, eyeing the group in front of her. Delkia, a blonde woman and manager of the red light district, stepped forward. A whip dangled from one hand, while she pointed at Lisa with the other. Her face was calm, though a hint of anger simmered beneath the surface. "I don't want to be here longer than necessary, so I'll get straight to the point," Delkia said, her voice rising in frustration. "A small boy has been causing trouble," she snarled, her expression darkening. "And I know he's here. Bring him to me now." Lisa didn't flinch. Her face remained composed as she replied calmly. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Now, get out of here. Who do you think you are, storming in here like this?" Behind Delkia stood several men, some armed, some not. All of them took on aggressive stances, ready for a fight. Delkia placed her hands on her hips, her smile returning despite her growing fury. "You'd better stay out of this, Lisa," she warned, "since the problem started in my territory." Lisa's eyes narrowed as her hands slipped behind her back. With a swift, silent motion, she unsheathed two small assassin's knives, refusing to let the situation escalate any further. This wasn't just about territory, it involved their clients, and that made it personal. Delkia clenched her fists, extending one arm to the side as her anger boiled over. "He's here, I know it," she shouted. One of the men behind her drew a dagger. "Should we finish her off?" he asked, eager for action. Lisa's eyes filled with concern. This wasn't good. Cyan had really stirred up trouble this time. Just as she was about to act, Cyan suddenly appeared. Raising his hand, he calmly spoke. "Are you looking for me?" His voice cut through the tension, and everyone turned in shock, stunned by how he had entered unnoticed. Even Lisa, who had been preparing for a fight, was speechless. "How long have you been here?" she asked, confused. Cyan began to walk toward them, his demeanor as calm as ever. "I've been here since she said the problem started in her territory," he responded, eyes fixed on Delkia's group. Cyan approached Delkia, his eyes meeting hers with a calm, unwavering expression. "Why don't you talk to me instead of bothering Lisa?" he suggested. Delkia, caught off guard by his gaze, looked surprised at first. But as she took in his handsome features, her expression softened. Her eyes filled with admiration, and she found herself smitten by the boy in front of her. With a serious look, Cyan extended his hand. "I apologize if I've caused you any displeasure," he said, offering a handshake. In Delkia's eyes, Cyan was stunning, far more than just a boy. As he spoke, she didn't seem to care about the situation anymore. Instead, she took his hand in both of hers, pulling it close. "It's okay," she interrupted, cutting him off before he could explain further. She brought her face closer to his hand, her eyes soft and full of affection. "What's your name?" she asked, blushing. "Simon," slightly confused but remaining composed, answered. "My name is Simon." Delkia's blush deepened, and she gazed at him even more lovingly. "What a brave name for such a fine face," she murmured, still holding his hand close to her cheek. Lisa, standing behind them, couldn't believe what was happening. She was shocked. "Cyan's a minor," she exclaimed, her voice filled with panic. This woman was dangerous, far more dangerous than she had first appeared. With a worried look, she quickly added, "Cyan, you don't have to talk to her. Come this way." But Delkia wasn't letting go. She continued caressing Cyan's hand with her cheek, oblivious to Lisa's concerns. Cyan turned his calm gaze toward Lisa, shaking his head slightly. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it," he reassured her. Lisa panicked further. "You don't understand, Cyan. Delkia is dangerous," she warned. Delkia smiled sweetly and took Cyan's hand with one of hers while pulling out a red card from her chest with the other. "This is my business card," she said, presenting it to him. "I'd love to have a much deeper conversation with you next time." Cyan took the card, and as he glanced at it, he realized it wasn't just any business card. It was from Delkia's Pleasure Room, a very exclusive service that catered to the most selective clients. As Delkia's men began to leave, she gave Cyan an affectionate smile. "Don't forget to stop by, okay?" she cooed. Cyan's calm facade cracked as panic set in. His eyes widened in fear as he realized just how crazy this woman was. She was dangerous, and worse, obsessed. Delkia placed one hand on the door frame as she prepared to leave. She turned back one last time, smiling seductively. "I could serve you for free," she added, her voice dripping with affection. Her words made even one of her men blush. With that, she said her final goodbye to Cyan, leaving both him and Lisa stunned in the room. Lisa rested her elbow on the table, her face propped up in her hand. She sighed and asked, "Did you even listen to me?" Cyan, pointing toward the door with a confused expression, replied, "They were the ones who provoked me first." Lisa stared at him for a moment before responding. "I also heard you fought in a match, and won," she said. Cyan blinked, surprised. "News sure spreads fast around here." Lisa chuckled. "This is a small place." Cyan began climbing the stairs, and as he did, Lisa called after him, "Don't go anywhere near the pleasure room, all right?" Cyan, his face showing slight embarrassment, waved her off. "I don't visit places like that." Lisa, still with her face resting in her hand, watched him closely. She couldn't help but think he looked adorable, trying to hide his embarrassment. Just then, a mysterious woman appeared, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. Her voice broke the moment. "Delkia left on her own." "That's good." Lisa's head shot up in surprise, her eyes immediately locking onto the woman. It was Linza Nyloff, the owner of the lambaster cage. Linza's eyes gleamed as she gave Lisa a smile. "You've gotten quite close to Cyan, haven't you?" Linza remarked, her tone teasing. Lisa quickly stood up, placing her hands on her waist before bowing her head in respect. "I'm just treating him like any other VIP client," she explained. Linza, still smiling, added, "You even gave him advice, didn't you?" Lisa, keeping her head down, responded sincerely, "That's not because of any personal feelings. Cyan is still just a child, after all." Before the conversation could continue, a new voice entered the scene. A man with white hair appeared. His smirk was hard to miss as he overheard the conversation. Underestimating him? "Are we?" Lisa's expression shifted immediately. Her eyes filled with alertness as she turned to face the man. "What are you doing here?" she snapped, anger lacing her words. It was Gunther Lichtis, and he casually walked toward them, waving as though nothing was wrong. "Yo, long time no see," he said with a grin. "Why haven't you remodeled this place yet? It's starting to look a bit old." Linza, still leaning against the wall, raised a hand with a playful smile. "I'm the one who called Gunther here," she revealed. Lisa, shocked, turned to Linza with confusion. "Why?" she asked. Linza rested her hand under her cheek, her eyes shining with excitement. Because I want you to organize a fight for him, she said, her smile widening. Lisa panicked, her eyes widening in disbelief. Gunther was expelled a long time ago, she exclaimed, remembering the trouble he had caused. Who would his opponent even be? Gunther, now standing closer, pointed at himself with his thumb, a smug grin on his face. I want to fight Lemia's Simon, he declared, his voice filled with excitement. He stared directly at Lisa, the thrill of the challenge evident in his eyes. What do you think? Can't you smell the scent of money? He asked, his voice filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a piercing scream echoed through a dimly lit room. Two men stood outside the door, exchanging glances. She's louder than usual today, one of them remarked, nodding toward the noise. The man with blue hair looked at his companion, his expression calm. Before she left earlier, she said she'd be the one to seduce him, he explained. The other man closed his eyes and started laughing, shaking his head. She's completely lost it over that kid. Crazy. The blue-haired man's face grew serious. She'll do whatever it takes to get him to come back, he said with certainty. His companion opened his eyes, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. You're right. She always gets what she wants, he agreed, a slight smile on his lips. Inside the room, Delkia was spiraling into madness. She crumpled another piece of paper and tossed it onto the floor, frustration and obsession written all over her face. The bed was strewn with portraits of handsome men, but none of them were him. She sat among them, desperate, her thoughts consumed by one thing. This doesn't make sense, she muttered to herself, her eyes wild. I've seen him, I know I have, but I can't remember. Her fingers dug into her hair as she clutched her head, her despair mounting. She could remember Cyan, but not his face. His beautiful face was blurry. No matter how hard she tried to focus, it slipped away, like a dream fading upon waking. Tears welled up in her eyes as frustration turned to grief. I can't remember him. Why can't I remember? She sobbed, her voice breaking. But just as quickly as the sadness overwhelmed her, desire took its place. Delkia's hands moved to her face, her tongue slipping out as a twisted smile crept across her lips. Her eyes filled with a strange, obsessive love. She could barely contain herself. I need him. I need Cyan. More than ever. Her obsession grew, her desperation intensifying as her thoughts became consumed by the boy she could not fully recall. In Lambaster's red light district, where alcohol, women, and gambling flowed freely, Aiden stood at a distance, observing one of the clubs with a frown. That place belongs to Delia, he thought, recalling an awkward moment when she'd taken his arm and pressed her cheek against it. The memory filled him with mild displeasure, though he'd once hoped she might be different. Her tastes are rumored to be questionable. With a resigned sigh, Aiden pulled up his hood and turned away, deciding to search elsewhere for clues about Linza. Just then, a young girl carrying a basket bumped into him, spilling the basket's contents onto the ground. Aiden glanced down to see packs of cigarettes scattered everywhere. He watched as the girl scrambled to collect them, confusion flashing across his face. Are you all right? He asked. The girl, looking rather young, clenched her fists, offering a sincere apology, and his brows furrowed in puzzlement. Why are you apologizing to me? He asked, not quite understanding. As he gathered the cigarette packs and placed them back in her basket, he glanced up and asked gently, Did you hurt yourself? The girl seemed taken aback by his kindness, hesitating for a moment before reassuring him that she was fine. But suddenly, she placed her hands on the ground, prostrating herself in thanks. Startled, Aiden gestured for her to stop. That's not necessary, he said, lifting the basket toward her. Here, that's quite a few. Are you selling them? Taking back her basket, the girl explained. These are exquisite cigarettes from the Gray Merchant Union. Would you like to buy one? With a serious expression, Aiden shook his head. I don't smoke. He eyed the basket thoughtfully, his mind lingering on her mention of the Gray Merchant Union, a name he'd never heard before, his mind swirling with questions. The girl took the basket, bowing in gratitude. Cyan maintained his calm, studying her with mild curiosity. Where do you usually sell these cigarettes? He asked. Looking a bit nervous, the girl admitted. In the alleys west of the red light district. If I'm lucky, I can sell everything by night's end and go home before sunrise. Her honesty struck him. So she can only go home once the entire batch is sold. Cyan thought, his expression hardening slightly. Without another word, he took out a gold coin. How about I buy the whole lot? He offered. The girl's eyes widened in confusion, reminding him that he'd just told her he didn't smoke. Bending down, Cyan gently insisted, "Take it." He pulled out a second coin with a smile. "This one's for you." The girl's face lit up, her eyes filled with joy. Taking the coins, she handed over the basket, cheerfully saying goodbye as she walked off, waving and thanking him profusely. Cyan stood there silently, watching her disappear down the dimly lit street, then quietly incinerated the basket with his power. As the embers faded, Kira materialized beside him, her expression furious. "Why not start a charity then?" she asked coldly. Cyan closed his eyes, letting her question hang in the air. "The direction she's heading, it leads to the waste dump," he replied, a steely resolve in his tone. Kiram's anger shifted to confusion. "Why follow her?" she pressed. "Just watch," he murmured. A few moments later, they heard a commotion in the shadows ahead. Someone struck the girl, sending her small frame crashing to the ground. She groaned, clutching her side in pain. As she tried to crawl away, the gold coin Cyan had given her slipped from her pocket, gleaming in the dirt. The attacker, a familiar figure Cyan recognized as a criminal he'd dealt with before, glared down at her with a sneer. Seeing the coin, his eyes narrowed with fury. "So, you lied to us about having no money left?" As the thug cracked his fingers with a menacing grin, he glanced at the girl, sneering as he imagined her lying about the cigarettes too. The bald man behind him chuckled and encouraged him. "Teach her a good lesson." The thug advanced slowly, eyes gleaming with anger, ready to vent the rage simmering within him, spurred on by bitter memories of Simon. The girl cowered on the ground, covering her face as fear and tears filled her eyes. "Please, I didn't steal it. You have to believe me," she pleaded, her voice trembling. Suddenly, a calm yet commanding voice cut through the night. Cyan, perched atop a pile of wooden debris, looked down on the scene and said, "She's asking you to believe her. Yet you still won't stop?" The criminals froze as the familiar voice washed over them like a cold wave, shivers running down their spines. The two men at the back cowered, recognizing Cyan immediately, while the blonde thug clenched his fists, emboldened by Cyan's unexpected appearance at their base. With a defiant grin, he muttered to himself, "This time, I won't let my guard down." Just as the blonde thug prepared to make a move, Cyan leapt down, delivering a powerful kick straight to his face, sending him reeling backward. Without hesitation, Cyan moved like a shadow, striking the others one by one, his blows swift and merciless. The girl watched in awe as Cyan dispatched them in the blink of an eye, stunned by the sheer speed of his attacks. With all the criminals sprawled on the ground, Cyan approached the blonde thug, who lay groaning with bruises darkening his face. Cyan grasped his foot, lifting it with an iron grip. Panic flashed across the thug's eyes, and with a desperate, pleading look, he stammered, "Please, why are you doing this to us?" Cyan tilted his head, the hint of a smile crossing his face. "It's simple," he replied coolly. "I find joy in even the smallest things." He stared intently into the thug's eyes. "In torturing scum like you, well, I enjoy that a lot." With that, Cyan tightened his hold on the thug's leg, applying a bit more force until a sickening crack echoed through the air. The thug's face twisted in agony, and a scream tore from his throat. Cyan didn't flinch. He simply watched, unbothered, as the thug writhed in pain. Cyan quietly approached the girl, scooped up the golden coin from the ground, and remarked, "That guy won't be walking anytime soon." The girl, still shaken, looked up in surprise, grateful yet unsure. And as Cyan handed the coin back, he added with a smirk, "Maybe keep a tighter grip on this next time." With wide eyes, she thanked him sincerely. Just then, a slow clap broke through the silence. A man with stark white hair stepped forward, clapping with a sly grin plastered on his face. Cyan spun around, immediately alert, and eyed the man suspiciously. He didn't recognize him at first, but realized he needed to be cautious. The spell should have hidden his identity. This stranger was none other than Gunther Lictus. Gunther's smile widened as he scrutinized Cyan, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin. "I wasn't entirely certain," Gunther mused, "but only one person moves with skill like that." His grin grew as he pointed at Cyan. "You must be Lemius Simon." Gunther introduced himself, still clearly amused, as the owner of this part of town. Cyan's expression remained unreadable, calm as ever. He had questions, but now that Gunther was here, he shifted his focus from the man sprawled on the ground to this new opponent. Gunther glanced disdainfully at his battered subordinate lying nearby. "So, This was the idiot you thrashed last time? With a flash of annoyance, he stepped on the man's head, pressing down until the life drained from him. His contemptuous expression didn't waver. The girl, witnessing this brutality, fell to the ground, her hands clamped over her face, shivering with horror as a scream escaped her lips. Cyan, unimpressed by Gunther's display, met his gaze and said coldly, "There was no need for that." But Gunther only laughed unfazed. "Forgive me, I got a little carried away," he replied, wiping the stray blood from his cheek with his finger, then licking it off with a wild gleam in his eyes. "I've just come from a meeting with the owner of Lambaster's Cage," he said, savoring each word. "And you know, I've been hoping for a real fight with you." Upon hearing this, Cyan's eyes filled with rage. He realized this bastard knew Linza Nylov. Without wasting a second, Cyan launched a powerful kick at Gunther. Gunther, seeing the attack, looked somewhat surprised but quickly raised his elbow, successfully blocking Cyan's strike. His eyes lit up with excitement, and a smile crept onto his face. He hadn't expected Cyan's attack to carry so much weight. With a challenging grin, he asked if Cyan wanted a real fight now. Without answering, Cyan attacked again. Once more, Gunther blocked with his elbow, but this time the impact pushed him back several meters. Not willing to just defend anymore, Gunther tapped into his power. His fist transformed into solid rock. With a murderous look, he launched a powerful counterattack, throwing a punch straight at Cyan. Cyan narrowly dodged by leaping into the air, and Gunther's fist crashed into the ground, shattering it from the impact. As Cyan hovered above, he took into sight. Gunther was destroying the very ground beneath them. Cyan wondered if Gunther had some kind of ability to enhance his strength. Meanwhile, Gunther yanked his fist out of the ground, turned around with an excited look, and smiled, clearly thrilled to skip the wait for their match. In a swift jump, Gunther closed the distance between them in an instant, saying, "You're better than I expected." He stared at Cyan with a sinister smile and demanded he keep entertaining him like this. A surge of worry filled Cyan's eyes as he realized this guy wasn't in his right mind. Gathering all his strength, Gunther struck Cyan hard in the chest, sending him hurtling toward the ground. Meanwhile, in a secluded part of the pocket dimension belonging to the god of black fog, pillars towered over a vast, eerie space. On one of these pillars sat Sarika, deep in meditation, her body enveloped by an intense and powerful purple fog. Just then, a figure appeared. It was the god of black fog himself. He remarked, somewhat amused, that he knew she had assigned Cyan an interesting mission. Sarika opened her eyes slowly, acknowledging his presence. With a calm demeanor, the god of black fog informed her that the individual Cyan was seeking wasn't even on the altar list. Sarika's lips curled into a faint smile as she closed her eyes again. The god watched her intently, resting his hand under his chin, and commented that he hadn't expected her to involve Cyan in such personal matters. Sarika's smile grew as she admitted she wasn't hiding her intentions. She then revealed that Linza Nylov was someone they would inevitably have to eliminate one day. Her eyes glimmered with a subtle thrill, and the fog around her thickened. She explained, still smiling, that she simply wanted to test Cyan, to see if he was worthy of becoming her successor. But just as she was about to finish, the god of black fog interrupted her, pointing a finger in her direction. With an intense, almost playful look, he questioned whether there was a chance Cyan might turn out like Linza Nylov, an intriguing enigma indeed. Sarika returned his gaze and, with a cryptic smile, replied that they would soon find out. Destiny, after all, was never predictable. At that moment, back in the heat of battle, Cyan's body slammed into the ground with devastating force, fracturing the area around him. Yet, despite the impact, he stood back up, taking an offensive stance and glaring intently at Gunther. Gunther, noticing Cyan's resilience, seemed both impressed and thrilled to have found such a worthy opponent. With one hand on his waist, he cracked his neck with the other, grinning as he asked, "Shall we keep going?" Cyan remained silent, eyes locked on Gunther. Amused, Gunther continued staring at him, smiling as he mocked. "Go on. Keep up your gimmick, Lemius Simon." The aftermath of the intense clash left the area in complete ruins. Amid the devastation, Cyan and Gunther continued their duel. Cyan pressed forward with relentless strikes, landing a solid elbow before winding up for another blow. His piercing gaze locked onto Gunther as he demanded, "Where's Linza Nylov?" Gunther, sweat dripping from his brow, blocked the attack with a grimace. His teeth clenched as he snarled, "Why are you dragging her into this?" His anger flared, and with a furious expression, he shouted, "Don't underestimate me." With all his might, Gunther launched a devastating blow. Cyan narrowly avoided it, leaping aside at the last second. His sharp reflexes saved him by a hair. Landing lightly, Cyan began to analyze his opponent's moves. Observing carefully, he quickly realized Gunther's arm wasn't taking any real damage from his strikes. Gunther smirked confidently. "Think you can dodge this?" he taunted. He drove a powerful punch into the ground, unleashing a destructive shockwave that shattered everything in its path. Cyan dodged again, springing to safety on some wooden debris. Seeing Cyan avoid the attack so cleanly, Gunther's lips curled into an excited grin. "Not bad. You're even better than I thought." Cyan balanced on the remnants of the destroyed house. Gunther, undeterred, strode toward him and growled, "Get down here. We're not done yet." At this point, Kiram, who had been watching from the sidelines, hesitantly asked, "Should I step in?" Cyan's attention snapped to the side. His eyes narrowed. "Wait, someone else is here." Suddenly, for knives descended from the sky, embedding themselves in the ground before Gunther. A stern voice rang out. "Stop!" Gunther froze, his eyes darting to the knives. His confusion was short-lived as he turned toward the source of the voice, his face twisting with rage. "Who dares interfere?" he bellowed. "Do you have a death wish?" Lisa emerged, flanked by guards, her expression cold and commanding. She pointed a knife at Gunther and demanded, "Why are you fighting our client?" Gunther's anger boiled over. He jabbed a finger at Cyan and shouted, "He started it." Lisa scoffed, clearly unimpressed. "Stop spouting nonsense," she snapped. "This is just like you, causing problems wherever you go." Gunther gritted his teeth, fists trembling. "I'm not lying. Why do you always blame me for everything?" Their heated argument left Cyan scratching his head in bewilderment. Do these two know each other? He thought, watching their dynamic shift from combatants to bickering acquaintances. Fuming, Gunther turned his back on Lisa and began walking away. "Don't forget about my fight with Simon," he muttered darkly. Lisa watched him leave without saying a word. Cyan, observing the entire exchange, was left utterly puzzled. "What's going on with this guy? He's way more obedient than I expected." And just like that, the tension shifted. The ruins were silent again, but the mystery surrounding these relationships had only deepened. Lisa, clearly worried, approached Cyan. "Are you hurt?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. Cyan descended gently to the ground, brushing off her concern with a calm, "I'm fine," but his sharp gaze lingered on her, and with a tone of quiet displeasure, he added, "I'm not happy about this." Lisa and the guards panicked. Her hands instinctively rested on her abdomen as she bowed deeply, sweat forming on her brow. "You're a VIP client," she stammered. "We're supposed to take care of you." Cyan tilted his head slightly, observing her anxious demeanor. A small smirk crossed his face as he concluded, "You need a favor." Lisa blinked, caught off guard. "How? How do you know that?" she asked, her voice tinged with surprise. "Gunther mentioned he met with the owner," Cyan replied smoothly. "He wanted to fight with me. I wasn't interested, but I'll make a deal." The guards and Lisa exchanged glances, unsure of what he meant. Cyan shifted his gaze to the side, where a young girl who sold cigarettes sat trembling, tears streaming down her face. "Give her a job," Cyan demanded, his tone firm but not unkind. Lisa and the guards followed his gaze and saw the girl. Moved by the sight, Lisa nodded slowly. "It will be done." Hours later, the streets buzzed with whispers of Gunther Lichtis' return to the cage. "Have you heard the news?" one man asked his companion. His friend chuckled. "Yeah, Gunther's crawling out of the dump for a fight with Simon of Lemia." The first man stroked his chin, his expression confident. "Never thought I'd see Gunther back here. Simon's in for it." As night fell, the air in Lambaster was electric. Everywhere, people discussed Cyan's rumored upcoming fight with Gunther. Meanwhile, Cyan spent the week wandering, taking part in smaller skirmishes to learn the rules of the cage. In one match, Cyan swiftly defeated an opponent with a single punch, sending the man sprawling unconscious. Dusting off his shirt casually, he learned the first rule, no weapons allowed. The second rule, if an opponent gives up, the fight is over. The third and final rule, no killing. Cyan filed the rules away in his mind, though he barely needed them. Most of his matches ended with a single blow, leaving little room for complications. The long-awaited day arrived. The cage was packed with spectators, buzzing with anticipation. The judge, a blond man with glasses and a sly grin, stepped forward, extending a hand toward both fighters. "Today's fight will be different," he announced. "There are no rules." Gunther, arms crossed, broke into a wide, toothy smile. On the other side, Cyan blinked, his face a mixture of confusion and disbelief. "What do you mean, no rules?" he asked, pointing at himself for clarification. The judge leaned in with a knowing smile. "Exactly as you heard, no rules. The owner allowed it." Cyan's confusion only deepened. He gestured at himself incredulously. You mean no one told me about this? Gunther, clearly relishing the moment, chuckled darkly. You'll figure it out soon enough. The crowd roared as the stakes of this no-holds-barred fight sank in. Cyan's mind raced. What kind of fight is this? He was about to find out. Gunther slipped on brass knuckles, his smirk widening. You have no idea how long I've waited for this, he said, his tone dripping with malice. Cyan's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Spotting the brass knuckles, he turned to the referee in outrage. This is completely unfair. But to Cyan's shock, the referee had vanished into thin air. Gunther chuckled, enjoying Cyan's frustration. The judge's voice echoed through the arena. The fight begins now. The crowd erupted in cheers, their energy electrifying the cage. Among the spectators was Linza, arms crossed and her body glowing faintly with blue energy. She grinned. Let's see how good you really are, she thought, her anticipation growing. Gunther flexed his arms, the brass knuckles gleaming ominously. Didn't anyone tell you this is a no-rules match? He taunted. Cyan shot him a deadpan look and replied dryly, not entirely. Gunther's smile widened as he activated his powers, his arms hardening to the texture of iron. Grab a weapon if you're scared, he sneered. You'll need it. Annoyed but composed, Cyan closed his eyes, exhaled deeply, and let out a low sigh. I don't need one, he muttered, extending his hands. A cold fog materialized around him as he assumed an offensive stance. I have a better plan, he said confidently. Ready to lose? Gunther's grin grew predatory. The thought of killing Cyan made his blood race. I'll savor this, he said, sticking out his tongue. Humans scream beautifully before they die. He began to fantasize about holding Cyan's skull, his twisted imagination fueling his bloodlust. Cyan's expression hardened. The realization of what Gunther was planning filled him with disgust. So that's how it is, Cyan muttered, his gaze like steel. Gunther's bloodlust surged. First, I'll take your eyes, he declared. In a flash, he closed the distance, appearing in front of Cyan with an iron fist ready to strike. But Cyan was faster. With perfect timing, he sidestepped the blow effortlessly. Extending his hand, he summoned the demonic sword, its ominous form emerging from the fog. Gunther, momentarily caught off guard, left an opening. Cyan didn't waste a second. With a single, precise swing, the sword sliced clean through Gunther's arm. The severed limb flew through the air before landing with a sickening thud. Before anyone could process what had happened, Cyan reappeared behind Gunther, his eyes glowing with cold determination. Calmly, he sheathed the sword, his presence exuding an almost supernatural dominance. Gunther's scream of agony ripped through the arena. Clutching the bloody stump of his arm, he collapsed to his knees, his face twisted in a mixture of pain and disbelief. His once confident eyes were now wide with confusion. What just happened? He stammered, struggling to comprehend the swift turn of events. The crowd fell into stunned silence, unable to believe what they had witnessed. Even Linza, usually composed, raised an eyebrow. So, he's not just talk, she thought with a small, approving smile. As Gunther's screams echoed, Cyan stood motionless, his expression unreadable. In that moment, the arena understood one thing. Cyan wasn't just a fighter. He was a force to be reckoned with. Gunther, clutching his severed arm, turned towards Cyan with a gaze full of rage. I won't forgive you for this, he roared, trembling with anger. Cyan's response was cold and commanding. Don't move if you want to stay alive, he warned, his tone laced with lethal intent. Gunther, for the first time, felt a suffocating pressure unlike anything he had ever experienced. Despite his arrogance, he froze, obeying Cyan's command without question. The referee descended into the ring, glancing at Gunther's silent form before raising his hand towards Cyan. The winner is Cyan, he declared. The spectators erupted in mixed reactions of shock and awe. No one had anticipated such a devastating end to the fight. Gunther, once feared and undefeated, had been utterly humiliated. Among the crowd, a man with a black mustache trembled visibly. His eyes locked onto the ominous black fog and the aura surrounding Cyan's demonic sword. Recognizing the sword's mysterious mana, the man's voice caught in his throat. That's the demonic sword, he whispered, his body shaking as the realization sank in. Cyan sat in the lounge, wiping sweat from his face with a towel. As he cooled off, his mind churned with questions. Someone made sure I wouldn't get any details about the rules, he thought grimly. Could Linza have guessed what I'm up to? Before he could delve further, the girl he had saved from Gunther's subordinates approached him. Her eyes shone with gratitude as she handed him a glass of water. That fight was incredible, she said, her voice full of admiration. Cyan accepted the water, momentarily surprised. Noticing her uniform, he realized she had already started working. She clenched her fists excitedly. Manager Lisa said I should start as an assistant, she explained with a bright smile. Please be kind to me. Cyan smiled softly, patting her on the head. Work hard, he said warmly. The girl closed her eyes, her face lighting up with a grateful expression. Lisa entered the lounge moments later, and Cyan's demeanor shifted. His calm face darkened with fury. What were you thinking today? He scolded, his voice sharp. Lisa, to his surprise, lowered her head in apology. I'm sorry, she said, her voice filled with regret. Cyan paused, his anger turning into confusion. Why didn't you tell me the fight was going to be without rules? He asked, his tone firm but calm. Lisa raised her head, her expression uncertain. I didn't know, she explained. The information was only shared between the owner and Gunther. I should have checked more thoroughly. I'm sorry, Cyan sighed, standing up. I need to meet this owner, he decided, brushing past her. Panic flashed across Lisa's face. That's impossible, she exclaimed, her voice trembling. The owner prefers to remain anonymous. Realizing this approach was futile, Cyan turned back to Lisa with a serious expression. Be more careful from now on, he instructed. Lisa bowed her head once more. Understood, she said softly. As Cyan exited the room, a voice called out. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Cyan turned to face the speaker, his eyes narrowing with confusion. Who are you, he asked. The man, the same one who had watched Cyan's fight with Gunther, placed a hand over his chest and bowed. I am Morris, he introduced himself. From the Gray Merchants Union. Cyan's gaze hardened as he sized up Morris. What does this guy want, he thought. Morris leaned closer to Cyan, his voice dropping to a whisper. I've come to see you because I have a proposal, he said slyly. His gaze sharpened, and with a confident smile, he asked, would you be willing to sell the demonic sword? Cyan immediately went on high alert, his piercing eyes locking onto Morris. I don't know what you're talking about, he replied coldly. Morris chuckled, unfazed. No need to play coy. I'm certain I'm the only one here who recognizes it. His expression turned smug as he began recounting his history. I used to work for the Albus Merchant Union before Zickerman Albus, the head of the union, was killed 2 years ago. Now, I'm with the Gray Merchant Union here in Lambaster. Weapons are my specialty, swords especially. I've supplied them even to the Garum Association. Cyan stayed silent, his gaze seemingly distant as he processed the information. Morris continued, his enthusiasm growing. I know weapons better than anyone else. The demonic sword of the Dark Mist. It's been waiting for its rightful owner for years. And now here it is. Morris stepped closer, practically quivering with excitement. Name your price, he urged. I'll pay anything. For a moment, Cyan remained motionless. Then, with cold precision, he grabbed Morris by the neck and hoisted him into the air. Morris's eyes bulged with panic as he gasped for air, clawing at Cyan's arm. Am I the only one who knows? Cyan asked darkly, his voice as sharp as the sword in question. Morris's panic deepened, foam forming at the corners of his mouth. But before Cyan could finish him, movement in the shadows caught his attention. A masked figure stepped into the room, followed by another emerging from Cyan's shadow, and then a third. In an instant, 3 masked men surrounded Cyan, drawing their weapons. Release him, one of them ordered, their tone icy. Unless you want to die. Cyan glanced around, sizing them up. His expression shifted from focused to amused. Funny, he muttered, his smile widening. You really think these guys can stop me? The masked men remained unfazed, their weapons aimed and ready. But Cyan sharp, I quickly identified their style and formation. Shadow Assassin Squad of Sparnia, he thought. Morris didn't come unprepared. Tightening his grip on Morris's neck, Cyan sneered. Do you honestly think these mercenaries will save you? Morris's breaths grew weaker, his eyes filling with desperation. Cyan's calm demeanor gave way to a flash of rage. Let's test that theory. The door suddenly burst open, and Lisa entered, followed by the girl Cyan had saved earlier. Lisa's eyes widened at the scene. Her hand instinctively moved to her daggers as she assessed the situation. What's going on here? She demanded, her voice steady despite the tension. The girl covered her mouth in shock, her face pale at the sight of Cyan, holding Morris by the neck. Lisa, however, remained calm, drawing her daggers with a steady hand. Whatever this is, I suggest resolving it with words, she said coolly, addressing the masked men. Otherwise, I'll have to use force. The masked men didn't flinch, their weapons still trained on Cyan. The tension in the room grew thick, but Cyan's icy smile remained unshaken. Let's see how far they're willing to take this, he thought, preparing for the inevitable clash. Hearing Louise's worried voice, Cyan turned to see her trembling, her eyes brimming with tears. Her obvious fear tugged at something inside him. This could drag her in too, he thought, irritation flashing across his face. With a sigh, he released Morris's neck, causing the man to collapse to the ground. Gasping for air, his expression twisted in panic. Cyan's cold voice cut through the tense air. I'll forgive you this time. But get out of here before I change my mind. The masked men tensed, one turning to Morris for instructions. Morris, still clutching his neck and wheezing, raised a shaky hand. Put the weapons away, he croaked. The men obeyed, sheathing their blades, though their wary eyes never left Cyan. Regaining some composure, Morris approached Cyan, his smug demeanor returning. You're upset, he noted, adjusting his posture. It seems I've overstayed my welcome. Placing his hand on his chest, Morris bowed slightly. But my offer stands. Think carefully about it. Without waiting for a response, Morris and his men turned and left the room. Cyan's sharp gaze followed them as they disappeared, his mind turning to the Gray Merchants Union. He recalled it was a new organization formed in the chaos following Zickerman Albus's death, a group that seemed eager to meddle in dangerous affairs. As Cyan pondered, Louise approached, her voice trembling. Are you okay? She asked, her tears betraying her fear. Cyan looked down at her, his expression softening. I'm fine, he said calmly. Still shaken, Louise confessed. Those people were terrifying. Her voice wavered, and her tears began to fall again. Cyan placed a comforting hand on her head, his touch steady and reassuring. Don't worry, he said gently, stroking her hair. The gesture seemed to calm her as she took a deep breath and nodded. Looking over at Lisa, Cyan's tone turned serious. I have a favor to ask. Lisa's curiosity piqued. What is it? She asked cautiously. I want to meet the owner of Lambaster Cage, Cyan said, his piercing gaze unwavering. Lisa's eyes widened in surprise and concern. That's not an easy request, she murmured, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, in the slums of the city, Gunther was on a rampage. The bandaged stump where his arm used to be throbbed, but the pain was drowned out by his blinding anger. His furious shouts echoed through the alleyways as he destroyed anything in his path. Cyan, he roared, his voice dripping with hatred. His men, hovering nervously nearby, tried to calm him. Boss, you need to stop, one pleaded. You're wound. Shut up. Gunther snapped, his bloodshot eyes narrowing. I'll die if I don't kill him. His teeth clenched so tightly they nearly cracked, his entire being consumed by his thirst for revenge. Gunther's rage wasn't just anger. It was an unrelenting obsession. His men exchanged uneasy glances, unsure if their boss would ever be the same again. Gunther's rage turned into a twisted determination as he recalled the fight with Cyan. The piercing gaze of the younger warrior had made him feel utterly powerless, a humiliation he couldn't bear. Falling to his knees, Gunther pressed a hand to his face, desperately trying to devise a way to bring Cyan down. Then, a spark of hope ignited in his mind. The image of the girl who sold cigarettes surfaced in his thoughts. Slowly removing his hand from his face, his lips curled into a sinister smile. That's it, he murmured. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a card from the Grey Guild. A plan began to take shape. Hours later, back at Lambaster Cage, Louise was busy carrying towels, her mind focused on her tasks. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Turning toward the sound, she froze. Standing there, radiating malice, was Gunther. His lips stretched into an evil grin as he greeted her. Louise's eyes widened in fear, her face paling as sweat began to bead on her forehead. She recognized him instantly. Gunther approached, crouching to her level and placing a heavy hand on her head. His terrifying smile grew wider. Remember me? He asked, his voice dripping with menace. Louise trembled violently, her terror palpable. Why yes, she stammered, her voice barely audible. Gunther let out a maniacal laugh. Good, he said, his tone suddenly desperate. Now will you help me? Meanwhile, on the second floor, Cyan leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on Lisa. Why can't I meet her? He asked, his tone steady but firm. I need to file an official complaint. Lisa crossed her arms, her demeanor resolute. She's not someone you can meet just because you want to, she replied coolly. Cyan's piercing gaze didn't waver. Why are you defending Linza Nyloff so much? He pressed. Hearing the name, Lisa's expression shifted and her body tensed. She turned her full attention to him, realizing he wasn't an ordinary man. Her voice dropped as she replied, Linza is watching you. She revealed that Linza had been the one to approve the fight with Gunther and the change in the rules. Her serious tone turned to warning as she added, you should leave this place. If you stay, you could end up dead. Cyan's expression remained calm, though her words left him puzzled. He couldn't discern her true loyalties. Was she genuinely loyal to her job, or did she have other motives? Suddenly, screams echoed through the building, cutting through their conversation like a knife. Cyan and Lisa snapped to attention. Lisa's face paled. That's Louise, she exclaimed, fear creeping into her voice. Without hesitation, she bolted down the stairs, Cyan following closely. Reaching the first floor, they were met with a scene of destruction. A massive hole gaped in the wall, and the reception desk lay in ruins. Dust and debris filled the air, and the chaos sent shockwaves through the building. Lisa's eyes darted around the room, searching for Louise. Cyan scanned the destruction with a sharp, focused gaze, already piecing together the cause of the chaos. Gunther, he thought grimly. The scene of destruction left Lisa in shock. Who could have done this? She murmured, her voice laced with disbelief. Meanwhile, Cyan crouched amidst the rubble, scanning the area for clues. His sharp eyes caught something, a bloodied badge. Picking it up, he examined it closely, his expression darkening as he recognized it as Louise's. Lisa, standing behind him, leaned closer. "What is that?" she asked, her tone tinged with curiosity and concern. Cyan pocketed the badge and stood, his resolve firm. "I'm going to find her," he said curtly, turning toward the exit. "Stay here." Lisa's eyes widened in alarm. "Wait, we don't even know who's responsible," she protested, her worry evident. But before she could continue, an overwhelming pressure filled the room, freezing her in place. Cyan turned back, his gaze piercing and full of rage. "I know exactly who it is," he growled before walking away, leaving Lisa speechless and shaken by the sheer intensity of his presence. Elsewhere in the city, portraits lay scattered across the floor of a chaotic bedroom. Delkia, lying on her bed, her face heavy with sleep, barely reacted when Morris entered. His composed demeanor stood in stark contrast to the disarray. "A lady's room shouldn't be this messy," he remarked with a smile, arms behind his back. Delkia cracked an eye open and, without moving, muttered, "Do you want to die for entering without permission?" Unbothered by her threat, Morris walked further into the room. "You're a mess," he said lightly, picking up a portrait from the floor. Delkia groaned, lifting her head slightly. "What are you doing here, Morris?" she asked, her tone uninterested. Morris examined the portrait in his hand, noting the faint, unfinished face on it. "Isn't it obvious?" he replied, stepping closer. "A merchant like me is here to make an offer." Delkia waved him off lazily. "I don't like trades," she said, flopping her head back down. Ignoring her dismissal, Morris studied the portrait further. "This boy, you've fallen for him, haven't you?" he observed. His comment sparked Delkia's curiosity. She sat up slightly, her gaze narrowing. "What do you know about that?" Morris didn't answer directly. Instead, he reached into his pocket, producing a small glass vial filled with a shimmering liquid. He held it up for her to see, a confident smile spreading across his face. "This," he said, "is the most potent paralyzing potion in all of Garum Kingdom. With this you can have that boy." Delkia, still sprawled on her bed, extended her hand lazily toward the vial, her curious gaze fixed on the potion. "What do you want in return?" she asked, her voice detached. Morris stepped back, his smile unwavering. "Only one thing," he said, his tone smooth. "Something the boy possesses. You can keep the rest." Delkia inspected the potion, turning the vial over in her hand. "That's all?" she asked skeptically, her interest piqued. Morris began to retreat toward the door, extending a hand in a dismissive gesture. "That's all," he confirmed. "I'll be waiting eagerly for your answer." With that, he exited, leaving Delkia with the potion and her swirling thoughts. Morris left Delkia's room with a sinister smile, his thoughts consumed with his plan. "It doesn't matter who this Simon is," he mused. "As long as he's out of the picture, the sword will be mine." For now, he decided to wait and let Gunther handle Cyan, confident that the brute's thirst for revenge would do the dirty work. In the slums, Gunther sat atop a coffin, his grin wide and unhinged. Across from him stood Cyan, whose piercing gaze demanded answers. "Where's the girl?" Cyan asked directly, his voice cutting through the tense air. Gunther smirked and pulled something from the coffin, tossing it towards Cyan. "Here's a keepsake," he said mockingly. The object landed near Cyan's feet. It was an ear still covered in fresh blood. Cyan's eyes widened, dread creeping into his expression as he feared the worst. Gunther's smug laughter filled the silence as he ran a hand across the coffin's surface. "The rest is in here," he taunted. "Care to take a look?" Cyan's energy flared, his rage igniting like a wildfire. His lips curled into a vengeful smile. "You should have said earlier that you wanted to die." Gunther laughed maniacally in response. Slimy, black energy began to ooze from the stump of his severed arm, coalescing into a grotesque, writhing form. His grin widened, his voice trembling with a mix of madness and excitement. "That's more like it. Come at me, Cyan." Back at Lambaster Cage, Lisa sat in a chair, a sly smile playing on her lips. "Do you think Gunther will kill Cyan?" she asked casually. Across from her, Lisa stood stiffly, her hands resting on her abdomen. She stared at the floor, her face troubled. "No," she answered quietly, her voice devoid of certainty. Lisa raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "You seem worried about him." Lisa shook her head, forcing composure into her tone. "It's been a long time since I had any attachment to him." Curious, Lisa tilted her head. Then why do you seem so invested? She asked, resting her head on her hand. After a moment, she decided to push further. Do you even remember Cyan's face? Lisa froze at the question, her expression shifting from troubled to shocked. Her eyes widened as she realized the truth. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall Cyan's face. Why can't I remember? She murmured, her voice trembling with confusion. Lisa's serene smile deepened as she raised her hand, revealing a ring on her finger. From the ring, a crimson fog began to seep, radiating an ominous power. This is one of Eru's authorities, she explained calmly. The ability to make people forget the user's face. Lisa's eyes filled with disbelief. Eru, the god of darkness, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Lisa nodded, the red fog swirling ominously. That's right, she said, her tone chilling. Lisa's smile widened, her calm demeanor only heightening Lisa's panic. Yes, she affirmed. It seems my past has caught up to me. Lisa, startled, asked, am I in danger? Her voice was shaky, betraying her growing unease. Lisa chuckled softly, placing a hand over her chest. Not at all, she replied confidently. It's been a long time since we've had such a valuable guest. Her gaze hardened slightly. Make sure to treat him appropriately. Lisa, still shaken, nodded reluctantly, unsure whether Lisa's confidence was reassuring or ominous. Meanwhile, in the slums, Gunther's blood-forged arm pulsed with malevolent energy, fully regenerated and ready for combat. His face lit with twisted excitement as he sprinted towards Cyan. Are you ready? He shouted gleefully. Slamming his blood-red hand into the ground, Gunther unleashed a shockwave of raw power. Cyan had no time to react as the force hurled him backward. Gritting his teeth, he dug his feet into the ground, skidding for several seconds before managing to stop. Gunther stomped the ground, cracking it beneath his feet. What's wrong? He taunted. Why aren't you using that ability from before? His gaze sharpened as his lips curled into a manic grin. Come on, try harder. Cyan, regaining his composure, glanced to the side and froze. The fight had unearthed human remains scattered throughout the area. Shock filled his face as he realized the ground beneath them was a burial ground. Gunther crouched and picked up a skull, holding it aloft. Do you know why these things are here? He sneered. Because they're useless. This place is a junkyard. With a crushing grip, Gunther shattered the skull into pieces. His expression turned cold and cruel as he declared, Lambaster is full of trash. Memories began to flood his mind, and his smile faltered for just a moment. Gunther recalled his childhood, growing up in the junkyard alongside Lisa. They were mocked relentlessly, living among filth and debris. Yet, even as a child, Gunther had stood in front of Lisa to protect her, no matter the cost. As he grew older, life didn't get easier. He found himself beaten and humiliated countless times, forced to survive by any means necessary, even biting those who threatened them. Then one day, their lives took a dramatic turn. A boy appeared, drawing a sword and pressing it against the neck of one of their tormentors. The man begged for mercy, but the boy's icy expression never wavered. Without hesitation, he thrust the sword into the man's chest, ending his life. The ground behind him was littered with corpses. Gunther and Lisa watched in terrified awe as the boy, unfazed, sheathed his sword and approached them. I left Lewin Academy for some fun, the boy said with a calm, almost angelic smile. Now, all the trash is cleaned up. It was Askel, extending his hand toward them. Askel added, You're safe now. Gunther's eyes filled with admiration. That moment became a defining point in his life. From then on, Askel was a figure of reverence in Gunther's mind. He swore to one day emulate him and cleanse all the trash in Lambaster. Gunther worked tirelessly to gain strength and influence, eventually becoming the manager of the junkyard. He turned the cage matches in Lambaster into a bloodbath, massacring opponents to earn money. Killing his opponents didn't faze him. To him, they were just more trash to dispose of. This ruthless behavior caused Lisa to turn her back on him, cutting all ties. But Gunther didn't care. She was too weak to understand, he thought. His smile remained, unwavering and confident. Because I am one with the junkyard. Now, standing across from Cyan, Gunther's resolve burned brighter than ever. This fight will prove it, he thought. I'll dispose of this trash, just like all the others. Gunther's eyes glimmered with twisted excitement as he fantasized about one day ridding Lambaster of all its so-called trash. But his reverie was cut short when Cyan, his voice sharp and firm, interrupted. Enough of this nonsense, Cyan said, standing tall despite the chaos around them. Gunther's grin faltered, replaced with a moment of shock. Cyan smirked confidently, brushing himself off. What's wrong? Can't you see I'm perfectly fine, he mocked. Try a little harder. Why don't you? Gunther's shock quickly melted into exhilaration. This is what I've been waiting for, he thought as he activated his ability Skapels. A viscous energy poured from his arm, pulling in every metallic object nearby. Chains, gears, debris, all of it fusing grotesquely into his limb. His arm now resembled a monstrous amalgamation of metal and raw energy. Gunther pulled a purple cube from his pocket, holding it up with a smug grin. "Let me show you something more interesting," he said as the cube began to float. Cyan's calm eyes fixed on the artifact, immediately recognizing it as an ancient relic. Where did he get that, he wondered. Gunther activated the artifact, revealing its name. "This is the gravity chamber," he boasted. The cube expanded rapidly, encapsulating Cyan inside and slamming shut with a deafening thud. Cyan felt a sudden, immense pressure as the gravitational force multiplied 20-fold, rooting him in place. His expression momentarily showed surprise, but quickly hardened into resolve. Gunther grinned like a maniac. "Let's see how long you can last," he sneered, his massive, metallic arm looming as he prepared to crush Cyan. Despite the immense pressure, Cyan remained calm, his body steady. Kiram's voice rang out in his mind. "Do you need help?" "No," Cyan replied flatly. His voice brimmed with quiet fury. "I don't need anyone's help." Gunther, unaware of Cyan's resolve, continued his assault. "Let's see if you can survive this," he roared, swinging his massive arm with enough force to crush anything in its path. But when the blow landed, the cube shattered. Cyan was no longer inside. Gunther froze, his grin fading into confusion. Before he could process what had happened, Cyan appeared beside him, moving at blinding speed. Gunther's eyes widened in disbelief. "How?" Cyan didn't give him time to finish the thought. With all his strength, Cyan delivered a devastating punch to Gunther's chest. The impact was so powerful that Gunther's metallic arm began to disintegrate, pieces of fused metal clattering to the ground as his body was hurled into the air. Gunther gasped, his face twisted in shock. This shouldn't be possible, he thought, his mind racing. His chest burned with pain, and he struggled to comprehend how Cyan had not only escaped but struck back with such ferocity. As he crashed to the ground, Gunther lay amidst the shattered remains of his arm, his confidence shattered along with it. Cyan stood nearby, calm and unyielding, his gaze filled with quiet determination. "This ends now," Cyan muttered. As Gunther was flung into the air, Cyan appeared above him, his piercing gaze fixed on his opponent. Feeling Cyan's overwhelming presence, Gunther instinctively went on high alert. The intensity of Cyan's stare sent shivers down his spine. "I'm going to crush everything," Cyan said coldly, "except your ears." Gunther's fear mounted as he began sweating profusely. Before he could react, Cyan delivered a devastating kick to his back, followed by a brutal elbow strike to his abdomen. The force sent Gunther hurtling toward the ground. While Gunther plummeted, Cyan hurled 6 sharp crystals, embedding them deep into Gunther's body, eliciting cries of pain. Gunther crashed into the rubble below, the impact kicking up a massive curtain of smoke. As the dust settled, his broken body lay sprawled among the debris, sharp crystals jutting out from his flesh. Blood oozed from his wounds as Cyan descended to the ground, approaching him with an unrelenting aura of dominance. Gunther, coughing blood, gazed at Cyan and smiled faintly. "I accept it," he muttered. "Defeat was always my destiny." Cyan clenched his fist, his eyes downcast, silent as he processed Gunther's surrender. With his voice weakening, Gunther continued. "I have no regrets," he said mockingly, blood dribbling from his lips. "That girl, she's Lambaster's trash. Born in this city, destined to die like trash. Just like me. And Lisa," Gunther's grin widened, his voice rasping with confidence. "But you're different. Make sure this doesn't happen to her." Gunther's words hit Cyan like a blow, leaving him in shock and filled with questions. What did he mean by rules of the city? Who was enforcing them? Before Cyan could ask, Gunther's breathing slowed, and within moments his life slipped away. Cyan turned his gaze to the coffin, now ominously silent. Climbing over the debris, he carefully lifted the lid. What he saw inside made his eyes widen in shock. Not long after, Lisa and her men arrived at the scene. Taking in the devastation, Lisa's face grew grim. She spotted Gunther's lifeless body in the middle of the junkyard and froze. Concern flickered across her expression, but she quickly masked it. Turning to one of her men, she said firmly, "Ensure our VIP client is safe." The man bowed respectfully before moving to comply. Just then, a movement caught their attention. Lisa and her men turned toward the source, and their eyes widened in surprise. Emerging from the wreckage was Cyan, holding the girl's lifeless body from the coffin in his arms. Dust-covered and bloodied, but very much alive, he approached them silently. Lisa's voice wavered as she took a step forward. "Cyan, what are you doing?" she asked, her eyes filled with shock and worry. She struggled to believe what she was seeing, her heart racing as she tried to piece together what had transpired. Cyan, cradling the girl's body, turned toward Lisa. His sincere expression eased her growing panic as he calmly explained, "She's fine, just asleep." Relieved, Lisa approached with her guards, kneeling on the ground to take the girl from Cyan's arms. Her worried eyes scanned the girl for any injuries, but as Cyan had said, there were none. "Are you okay?" Lisa asked, her voice still tinged with concern. "I'm fine," Cyan replied firmly. He glanced down at the girl one last time before standing and turning his back to them. "Take good care of her." Lisa noticed his hand clenching into a tight fist, and a sense of unease washed over her. "Where are you going?" she asked, her voice laced with confusion. Without looking back, Cyan replied, "To clean." Lisa's confusion deepened. "What do you mean, clean?" she asked, her tone uncertain. Cyan continued walking, his steps deliberate and heavy with purpose. His voice was cold but resolute as he declared, "I'm going to clean Lambaster." Lambaster was a fractured city divided into 4 districts, with Lambaster Cage at its center. To the west lay the junkyard, the commercial district stretched to the east, and the entertainment district sprawled to the south. With no formal authority to enforce security, the city's power balance had devolved into chaos. The strong preyed on the weak, unchecked by any higher power. Yet, a semblance of order was maintained by a loose system controlled by the administrators of each district: Linza, Morris, Delkia, and Gunther. Their influence kept the city in its wretched state, but their ambitions also sowed the seeds of its self-destruction. As Cyan walked, his mind drifted to a moment from his past life, trailing behind his brother, Askell. "How are you going to conquer a place like this?" Cyan had asked, his voice tinged with skepticism. "If it were a normal country, we could just declare war. But Lambaster isn't normal. Shouldn't I just go alone and take care of the city administrators?" Askell had simply smiled, his confidence unshaken. "That won't be necessary," he replied, leaving Cyan puzzled. "Why not?" Cyan pressed, still unsure. Askell's smile remained as he explained, "They'll destroy themselves. All we need to do is arrive in time to take control." Cyan had been suspicious of his brother's certainty back then. "How can you be so sure?" Askell stopped and turned to face him, his gaze sharp and unwavering. "Because this city is rotten," he said with quiet conviction. "I've seen it with my own eyes." At the time, Cyan had been unsettled by Askell's unshakable confidence. But now, as he walked through the ruined streets of Lambaster, he realized his brother had been right. The city was indeed rotten to its core, a place ruled by greed, cruelty, and self-destruction. With each step, Cyan's resolve hardened. "It's time to clean it all up," he thought grimly. Starting now, Cyan entered the entertainment district, where laughter and music filled the air. The vibrant atmosphere contrasted sharply with the city's underlying rot. His eyes swept across the revelers, his expression hardening. "This city is rotten to the core," he thought. "Time to uncover its roots." Determined, he stepped into an establishment where Delkia awaited him. She greeted him warmly, leading him to a discreet, dimly lit room. Offering a charming smile, she handed him a teacup and sat beside him, her hand slipping onto his arm. The tea emitted a peculiar energy, its aroma a mix of sweetness and mint, masking the telltale scent of Garam's infamous paralysis medicine. Cyan's gaze lingered on the cup, his mind racing. Not even trying to hide it, he thought with mild amusement. Delkia twirled her hair nervously. "Thank you for accepting my invitation," she said in a slightly shaky voice. "I'm sure you'll enjoy tonight." Cyan brought the teacup to his lips, his sharp gaze never leaving hers. A faint smile tugged at his lips. "Oh, I'm sure this night will be enjoyable," he said coolly, "just like this tea. It has a very special aroma." Delkia froze, her heart skipping a beat. Her confident facade wavered. "Does he know?" she wondered, panic rising. His tone was unreadable, his words cutting. Cyan lifted the cup and drank deeply. Delkia's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Is he actually drinking it?" she thought, her confusion mingling with a growing sense of triumph. Moments later, Cyan let the teacup slip from his fingers, the ceramic shattering on the floor. His body slumped forward, falling against Delkia's shoulder. Her initial shock gave way to pride as a victorious smile spread across her face. "He's mine now," she thought smugly, her confidence restored. Meanwhile, in the commercial district, word of Delkia's supposed success reached the Gray Merchants Union. A butler entered Morris's dining hall, bowing slightly as he placed a hand over his chest. "A message from the entertainment district," he announced. "Delkia has captured Simon." Morris, dining with calm precision, set down his fork. His lips curled into a pleased smile, though his eyes flashed with fury at the thought of wasted opportunities. Gunther was a fool, he fumed inwardly. "Losing the gravity chamber like that? I worked hard to acquire it from the Garam Association." To soothe his frustration, he grabbed a chicken thigh and bit into it with gusto. Chewing thoughtfully, his expression shifted to one of unbridled excitement. "It doesn't matter," he thought, his mind racing with plans. Soon, The demonic sword will be mine. As Morris dined, one of his men emerged from a swirling portal, his face etched with suspicion. This feels too convenient, the man said, his voice low. Something isn't right. Morris, without opening his eyes, waved a hand dismissively, muttering a spell under his breath to nullify bad luck. Don't worry, he said confidently. It's handled. The man's gaze didn't waver. My instincts have never been wrong, he insisted. I'll go scout the location ahead of time. Morris finally opened his eyes, his expression sharp. Fine, he relented, but don't act rashly. Do only what's necessary. Yes, sir, the man replied before disappearing back into the portal. As he resumed his meal, Morris's thoughts turned to Sparnia's mercenaries. Annoying meddlers, he thought, his brow furrowing. They should stick to doing what they're paid for, unless they have their eyes on the demonic sword too. Minutes later, Morris's paranoia faded as he climbed into his ornate carriage. As it raced through the city streets, he ordered his driver to clear the way, leaving residents shocked by the display of power. Let's see what Delki has done, he thought with anticipation. Upon arriving at the entertainment district, Morris stepped out of the carriage, his face alight with enthusiasm. Throwing open the door to Delkia's establishment, he announced, I've arrived. In her private room, Delkia had laid Cyan, still unconscious, on her bed. She sat beside him, her cheeks flushed with excitement. You came early, she teased Morris as he entered. You could have taken your time. Her tongue darted out nervously, and she began touching it with her fingers. But I suppose it doesn't matter. The fun's about to begin. Morris's grin widened, though his eyes stayed on Cyan. I don't need him, he said cheerfully. Just the object he's carrying. Delkia smirked, crossing her arms. Don't worry, I've already taken it from him. Hearing this, Morris's excitement grew. Good, he said, extending his hand eagerly. Hand it over. But Delkia didn't comply. Instead, she pulled a rope near her bed, her smirk deepening. Don't be so impatient. You're in for a surprise. The curtains in the room parted slowly, revealing a shocking scene. A figure with white hair was bound by a red fog, their arms suspended in midair. Around them lay the mutilated bodies of several men. In the middle of the carnage was Delkia's body, tied by her wrists, her face bruised and lifeless. Morris's confident demeanor crumbled instantly. His face paled as sweat began to bead on his forehead. What is this? He stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Delkia, standing near him, extended her hand toward the grotesque display. Isn't this what you wanted? She asked mockingly. Her voice dripped with malice as she gestured toward the horrifying scene. Morris's eyes darted frantically, piecing together the nightmare before him. She's dissecting humans, he realized in horror. As he looked closer at the figure in the middle, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. That's Delkia's body. The smugness vanished from Morris's face, replaced by sheer terror. He finally understood that he wasn't in control and that he had walked straight into a trap. Morris spun around, his expression a mix of confusion and fear. Staring at the false Delkia, he demanded, Who are you? The woman smirked, unfazed by his outburst. Don't be so rude, she replied, her voice calm yet chilling. Slowly, she ran her hand across her face, causing the disguise to dissolve. The woman beneath the illusion was none other than Kiram. Once her true form was revealed, Kiram's smile widened as she locked eyes with Morris. I'm the demonic sword you've been so desperate to possess, she said, her tone dripping with mockery. Morris's jaw dropped as the realization hit him like a brick. His legs gave out, and he fell onto the floor, staring at Kiram in utter disbelief. Impossible. The demonic sword can turn into a human. Kiram chuckled softly, clearly enjoying his reaction. Her presence exuded an unshakable confidence that only deepened Morris's dread. Suddenly, Cyan, who had been feigning paralysis, sat up, his intense gaze locking onto Morris. You know too much, he said coldly, his voice cutting through the tension. Morris's heart sank. His instinct screamed that he was in over his head. Desperate, he shut his eyes and screamed at the top of his lungs, calling for the Shadow Assassin squad. Help! Get in here now, he bellowed. Cyan, visibly annoyed, covered his ears. This guy's way too noisy, he muttered. Before Morris could continue his shrieking, Cyan closed the distance and delivered a swift blow to his neck. Shut up, Cyan said bluntly as Morris crumpled to his knees. Rolling up his sleeves, Cyan's expression turned darker. Since you're so eager to see your men, he said with a cruel smile, I'll send you to meet them. Cyan extended his arms outward, releasing a dense, menacing fog that quickly filled the room. Using his swamp of mist ability, Cyan turned Morris's shadow into a swirling pool of darkness that began to consume his body. Morris's panic escalated as he felt his body being pulled into the shadowy abyss. Cyan stepped closer, his piercing eyes studying him. You gave Gunther the artifact and Delkia the paralyzing medicine, didn't you? He asked rhetorically, his tone icy. Morris, his voice trembling, begged for mercy. I'll never do it again. Please, I'm sorry. Cyan smiled faintly, though the warmth never reached his eyes. I'll make sure you never can, he said, bidding him farewell. The shadow fully enveloped Morris, dragging him into its eerie depths. Desperate, Morris extended a hand upward, pleading for forgiveness. His cries echoed faintly as he vanished into the darkness. Within the shadow, Morris collided with something cold and lifeless. Turning in fear, he saw the body of one of the assassins from the Shadow Assassin Squad. His heart pounded as the realization hit him. He was already trapped in the same grave he had dug for others. Clutching his neck, Morris gasped for air, his fear mounting until the shadow consumed him completely. As the fog dissipated, Cyan turned away, his mind already shifting to the next target. Delkia is next, he muttered. Kiram approached Cyan, her steps deliberate and calm. Leave her to me, she said with a soft but firm tone. Cyan glanced at her, reading the seriousness in her expression. With a nod, he stepped aside, leaving the room and trusting Kiram to handle the final piece of the puzzle. Cyan hesitated, but ultimately decided to trust Kiram, though his expression betrayed his concern. Don't cross the line, he warned her, his voice firm. Kiram smiled reassuringly. I promise I won't, she said sweetly, though the gleam in her eyes hinted otherwise. She turned toward Delkia, placing a hand on her waist as she leaned in. How dare you lay a finger on my owner, she whispered coldly. Delkia, her face battered and bruised, slowly regained consciousness. Her eyes fluttered open, only to meet Kiram's unrelenting gaze. Kiram's smile widened with emotion as she began cracking her knuckles. Oh, good, she said, her voice tinged with malice. You're awake. Perfect. Get ready, I'm going to divide you into 1,000 pieces. Delkia's eyes filled with terror, and she began to tremble. Tears streamed down her face as she begged for forgiveness, her voice shaking. Please, I swear I won't ever do anything like that again. Kiram wasn't moved by her pleas. With no hesitation, she delivered a powerful punch to Delkia's face, sending her reeling with a scream of pain. Cyan left the room, his steps slow but steady. As Delkia's cries echoed behind him, his expression grew serious. His gaze drifted to the door for a moment before he shook his head and moved on. She'll handle it, he thought. But just as he turned away, his senses sharpened. He felt a familiar manna nearby, one that sent a chill down his spine. Stopping abruptly, Cyan's eyes widened in disbelief. The world around him seemed to shift as he found himself in an entirely different place. Looking around, he realized he was in a domain of the fog. A thick, blue mist began to gather, swirling unnaturally. Cyan's instincts screamed at him that this was bad. The fog seemed alive, its presence oppressive and disorienting. Cyan's heartbeat quickened as he braced himself. From the fog, a soft laugh echoed, mocking his reaction. What's the matter? The voice teased. You look scared. The blue mist coalesced into a single point above him, taking on a humanoid form. Descending gracefully to the ground was none other than Linza Nihilov, one of Lambaster's managers. Cyan stared at her, stunned. His fear was palpable. She's part of the mist too, he thought. His mind raced to process what was happening. Linza's gaze was calm, her smile serene. It seems Sarika hasn't told you much about me, she said lightly. Her voice carried an air of confidence as she studied Cyan. So, this is why you're going around killing the other city managers? She landed softly on the ground, her movements deliberate. Cyan extended his hand, releasing fog of his own in preparation. His voice was steady, but his eyes burned with determination. Thanks for coming, he said sarcastically. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. Linza's smile didn't falter. Oh, how polite of you, she replied mockingly. Cyan's lips curled into a smirk. Should I call you senior colleague? Then, he asked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Or maybe just traitor? Linza's expression remained composed as she held up a ring, the red fog swirling ominously around it. Her smile grew more confident as she responded, Don't misunderstand. I'm not the one who's going to fight you. Cyan's instincts flared as something approached him at great speed. Spinning around, he barely deflected an incoming attack in time. His gaze darted to the attacker, his body tensing. A smile played on Linza's lips as she casually said, Why don't you say hello? Cyan's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the figure. Lisa, he thought, his voice caught in his throat. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Linza's body pulsed with energy as she observed him with amusement. You two know each other, don't you? She asked knowingly. Lisa's stance was aggressive, her knife gleaming in the misty light. Her gaze, filled with hatred, locked onto Cyan. Simon, she hissed, her voice dripping with venom. I'll eliminate you. Without warning, Lisa launched herself at Cyan. Her attacks were relentless, each strike aimed with deadly precision. Cyan enveloped his hands in fog, blocking each blow, but her ferocity made him falter. Lisa, stop, he pleaded. This has nothing to do with you. My fight is with Linza. But Lisa didn't waver. Her piercing eyes bore into him as she delivered another powerful strike. Cyan gritted his teeth, realizing she wasn't listening. There's no choice, he thought grimly. As her relentless attacks continued, Cyan's glowing eyes narrowed with determination. He surged toward her, deciding to knock her out before she could do any more damage. Cyan activated his wave of bloodthirst technique, joining his hands and unleashing a burst of concentrated energy. The wave struck Lisa with immense force, sending her flying backward. For a moment, Cyan thought it was over, but to his surprise, she recovered mid-air, landing gracefully. Lisa braced herself with her hands and feet, stopping her momentum. Despite the direct hit, she stood tall, her gaze never leaving Cyan. She's still standing, Cyan muttered, a hint of admiration creeping into his voice. She's been trained thoroughly. Too thoroughly. Lisa dusted herself off, her expression unyielding. Her strength was undeniable, and Cyan realized she had withstood an attack that should have incapacitated most opponents. As Cyan prepared for another round, Linza approached with her arms behind her back, her smile infuriatingly serene. Why did you hesitate? She asked teasingly. You could have killed her if you wanted. Cyan's gaze shifted to Linza, calm but firm. How much longer are you going to hide in the fog? He asked coldly. Linza chuckled, her smile growing wider. Oh, I'm just here to watch. I wanted to see how the boy Sarika trained would fare against Lisa, who was trained by me. Cyan's expression turned serious. You know Sarika? He asked, his voice low with suspicion. What's your relationship with him? Linza's form began to fade into the fog, her voice carrying a playful tone. That's a story for another time, she said cryptically. For now, focus on what's in front of you. Her words snapped Cyan out of his trance. His focus returned to Lisa, who was already preparing for another attack. Cyan went on high alert, bracing himself for the next move. I'll have to end this quickly, he thought, steeling himself for the battle ahead. Lisa activated her Rain of Needles ability, summoning an array of knives that hovered in the air. Her piercing gaze locked onto Cyan, and with a swift motion, she launched the knives at him. Cyan moved with precision, dodging the barrage effortlessly. He backflipped out of harm's way and landed gracefully. But as he was regaining his footing, Lisa took the opportunity to leap into the air, descending with another powerful strike. Using all her strength, she slashed downward. Cyan, quick to react, wrapped his hands in mana and raised his arms to block the attack. The blade met his defense, and though her assault was powerful, Cyan held steady. Lisa's hands trembled as she pressed against him, her eyes filled with hatred. You'll pay, she hissed, her voice shaking with emotion. Gunther was my last remaining family, and you took him from me? Cyan, gripping the blade with his mana-wrapped hands, remained calm. His sharp gaze locked onto Lisa's eyes. Something clicked. This isn't just her hatred, he realized. It's Linza's influence. The faint flicker of Linza's meddling became apparent as Cyan pieced it together. A fragment of memory, he thought, planted to twist her feelings. This was a trap from the start. Recognizing the danger of staying close, Cyan moved with incredible speed. Before Lisa could react, he grabbed her by the neck, lifting her off balance. Shock flashed across her face as Cyan hurled her onto her back. She hit the ground hard, and before she could recover, Cyan climbed on top of her, forcing her to drop her knife. Lisa's panic mounted as Cyan gripped her neck tightly. Using his other hand, he delivered a decisive blow to her head. Her body went limp as she lost consciousness. Cyan let out a small sigh of relief, his plan to incapacitate her successfully executed. Standing up, his expression darkened as he addressed the mist swirling in the air. That's one down, he said coldly. Now, it's just the two of us. The mist above began to gather, swirling ominously before forming the shape of Linza. She descended gracefully, her calm smile never faltering. What are you talking about? She asked mockingly. I thought you knew. This fog is me. Cyan's sharp eyes followed her movements, his expression unreadable. I'll admit, he said, I was surprised you were fogged. But what surprises me more is how far you'll go to pretend. Linza tilted her head, confusion flickering across her face. Pretend? She echoed. What are you talking about? Cyan pointed at her, a confident smile spreading across his lips. That ring on your finger, he said, his voice steady. It's the Ring of Anbaris, an artifact that lets its wearer absorb mana or divine authority. You've been using it to mimic fog. Linza's calm demeanor cracked slightly as her gaze turned alert. He knows, she thought, her mind racing. Cyan ran a hand over his neck, his confident smirk unwavering. I don't know how you got it, he continued, but one thing is clear. You're an imposter. The air between them grew tense as Linza's confusion deepened. She could no longer feign ignorance. Cyan's sharp insight had exposed her ploy, leaving the mistborn figure on edge. "What will you do now?" Cyan asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Linza, her composure shattered, raised her hand to display the ring of Anbaris, which emitted a powerful blue fog. Her eyes burned with fury as she ordered Cyan to submit under absolute power. Cyan remained calm, watching her with measured intensity. She's already fallen into the trap, he thought, but before he could act, Linza activated the ring's mist barrier ability. A powerful barrier of black and blue mist expanded rapidly, trapping Cyan and the unconscious Lisa within. Linza descended gracefully, her confident smile returning. "This is a realm only I can control," she declared. "Here, I reign supreme." Her voice dripped with pride as she approached Cyan. "How does it feel to be powerless?" With a dramatic flourish, Linza summoned a dagger, its blade shimmering with unnatural energy. "It's time for you to say goodbye to this world," she said, preparing to strike. But just as Linza raised her weapon, an unfamiliar voice broke through the tension. "How fortunate I am to find you here," the voice said, filled with quiet menace. Linza's eyes widened in fear and confusion. "What?" she whispered, her gaze darting around the misty realm. A crack formed behind her, the air splitting apart with a sinister groan. Linza began to sweat, panic creeping into her features. Emerging from the crack was Kiram, her expression simmering with anger. Linza tightened her grip on her dagger and turned to face the intruder. Upon seeing Kiram, her fear deepened. She broke into my realm?" Linza stammered internally. The realization hit her hard. She's as strong as Eru, the god of black mist. Kiram stepped through the rift, her posture casual yet intimidating. She placed a hand on her hip, her piercing gaze fixed on Linza. "Why is it," Kiram began, her voice deceptively sweet, "that people keep chasing what's mine? Tell me, Linza, how many pieces should I cut you into?" Linza's expression faltered as recognition dawned. "The demonic sword." "Kiram," she whispered, her mind reeling. She braced herself, going on full alert. The possibility of facing someone with power akin to a god was a terrifying prospect. Kiram's confident grin widened. "Let's start by getting rid of this mess," she said, snapping her fingers. The misty realm trembled violently as cracks spread across the barrier Linza had created. Within moments, the barrier shattered, its pieces dissolving into nothingness. Linza looked up in panic, her eyes darting frantically as the realm collapsed around her. "How?" she thought, terror gripping her. "She destroyed my realm so easily." The power of the ring faded, and Cyan found himself freed from its effects. Stretching slightly, he turned to Kiram with a calm expression. "What took you so long?" he asked, his tone dry. Kiram, already irritated, turned to him with a scowl. "Excuse me," she snapped, her tone sharp. "I just saved your life, and you're complaining?" Cyan crossed his arms, his voice steady but faintly chastising. "It could have been dangerous. Next time, don't take so long." Kiram's expression twisted into one of frustration, her aura flaring slightly as she glared at him. "Dangerous?" she repeated, incredulous. "Do you hear yourself right now?" The tension between them hung in the air, but despite her irritation, Kiram couldn't entirely hide the satisfaction she felt at tearing down Linza's plans. Linza, meanwhile, stood frozen, her confidence completely eroded as she realized she was outmatched. Linza's composure shattered. Reaching out to the side with trembling hands, she snarled, "Shut up. There's no way Cyan could be the successor." Her furious gaze fixed on Cyan as she clenched her fists. "There hasn't been a successor in 300 years. A child like him could never be chosen." Kiram, watching with an amused yet puzzled expression, raised a hand to her mouth. "What's her problem?" she asked Cyan mockingly. Cyan shrugged slightly, his calm demeanor unwavering. "I already made her angry before. This is just her usual tantrum," he replied coolly. Linza's eyes blazed with fury. "You're just a child," she spat, her voice trembling with frustration. "There's no way I'll let a false successor like you stand before me." With clenched teeth, she lunged toward them, her body radiating raw anger. Kiram's gaze turned steely as she began to disintegrate into her true form, the demonic sword. The transformation was fluid and swift, leaving Cyan armed and ready. Gripping the blade tightly, he smirked. "You're way too emotional to be a good assassin," he quipped. Linza summoned her strength and activated Accelerating Mist Storm, a skill that amplified her speed. Cyan followed suit, and the two clashed at incredible velocity, their swords slicing through the air in rapid, powerful swings. The sheer force of their strikes sent shockwaves rippling outward, shaking the ground beneath them. Despite her skill, the difference in strength became apparent. Cyan's attacks overpowered her, and with a final, decisive blow, Linza was sent flying backward. She landed hard on her back, her dagger slipping from her grip and embedding itself in the ground. Cyan's form radiated with an intense energy, the power of the black mist swirling around him. His confident gaze bore into Linza as he stepped forward. "Do you still doubt me?" he asked, his tone light but taunting. Kiram decided to assert her true authority, her presence growing even more menacing. Linza, now seated on the ground, watched in shock as Cyan wielded the black mist power. Cyan extended the demonic sword toward the sky, summoning an enormous ball of energy. The fog around him shifted, forming a mask over his face, making him appear even more fearsome. "Go ahead," he challenged, his voice echoing with power. "Block this with your precious ring." Linza's confidence crumbled. Her throat tightened, and she swallowed hard. Her gaze locked on the destructive force Cyan had summoned. The energy orb shot toward her, tearing through everything in its path. Linza froze, her body paralyzed with fear. She had no means to stop it. As the attack closed in, Linza's mind flashed back to her past in the Black Mist Temple. A few years ago, Sarika stood before her with a calm, unreadable expression. "Are you leaving?" she asked, her voice steady. Linza, her back turned, replied with a confident smile. "Yes, I'm tired of waiting for the successor to appear in this place." Her tone carried no remorse. Sarika nodded, remaining tranquil. "It's a shame," she said softly, accepting Linza's decision. Her calm gaze lingered on Linza. "But no, I'm not coming to kill you." Linza turned, a teasing grin on her face. "Why not? Aren't I a threat?" Sarika's gaze sharpened slightly. "Because there's no reason to," she replied. "There are far worse people to deal with. Don't worry about it." But her tone shifted to one of quiet warning as she added, "However, the moment you become contaminated by the mist, I'll be the one to purify you." As the energy orb bore down on her, Linza's confident facade shattered. The memory of Sarika's promise rang in her mind, and for the first time in years, she felt truly afraid. Cyan's unrelenting attack left her no room for escape, and the moment of reckoning drew closer. Linza trembled in fear as Cyan's devastating attack pierced her defenses, severing her fingers and leaving a gaping hole in her body. Her strength waned as she collapsed to the ground. How did it come to this? She thought, her gaze empty. Her mind raced back to the moment she had turned her back on Sarika, driven by her ambition to create her own organization, where the powerful could rise and rule. In the past, Sarika's calm, piercing expression had lingered as Linza turned away. "Take care of yourself," Sarika had said, her voice measured but firm. For a moment, Linza hesitated, a small smile breaking through her confident facade. She had walked away, leaving the organization that waited for the successor, determined to forge her own path. Hidden ambitions had fueled her, ambitions to step out of the shadows and command her own power. Now, kneeling before Cyan, Linza's head hung low, her voice barely audible. "Sarika," she murmured, the name escaping her lips like a whispered regret. Her trembling gaze lifted to meet Cyan's. Tears streamed down her face. "Tell Sarika, I was wrong." Her voice cracked, the admission cutting deeper than any wound. "Please end this quickly." Cyan, his expression calm yet solemn, extended his hand toward her. Her body began to dissolve into mist, her form dissipating as the remnants of her existence faded. Cyan's eyes fixed on the transformation, his thoughts heavy. "No one can predict their own downfall," he mused. "It's happened to me before, too." As Linza's life ended, the misty domain she had created began to dissolve, revealing the world outside. Cyan raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. One of the buildings stood out. It was the Lambaster Cage Hotel. Though unsure how he had ended up here, he was relieved. "At least this saves me some time," he thought. His thoughts were interrupted by a quiet, pained voice. "Why did you spare her life?" Cyan turned to see Lisa, standing amidst the dissipating mist. Her injuries were evident as she clutched a wound on her arm, her gaze burdened with guilt. "She tried to kill you," Lisa said, her voice tinged with confusion. "And she knew about the miss. Why would you let her live?" Cyan regarded her silently, his calm eyes betraying no emotion. Lisa, overwhelmed with guilt, looked away. "There's no reason for you to keep me alive either," she said, her voice trembling. Cyan stepped closer, his gaze sharp and unyielding. "Are you planning to tell anyone about me?" he asked bluntly. Lisa froze, her breath hitching. "No," she said softly. "I won't tell anyone." Cyan's expression softened slightly as he stepped back. "Then there's no need to kill you," he replied indifferently. Lisa's shoulders sagged in relief, though her guilt remained heavy. "Why does he show mercy to someone like me?" she wondered silently, her gaze fixed on the ground. Cyan, uninterested in her inner turmoil, turned his focus back to the hotel. There's still more to do, he thought as he prepared for the next challenge ahead. With a tired and confused expression, Lisa asked quietly, "What am I supposed to do now?" Before Cyan could respond, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted him. The door swung open, and the girl from before, accompanied by the guards, rushed into the room. Her face was etched with worry as she ran toward Lisa. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice trembling. Lisa stared at the girl in surprise. The girl clenched her fists, her eyes welling with tears. "You disappeared so suddenly," she cried. Her voice cracked with emotion as she threw her arms around Lisa, holding her tightly. She didn't care about Lisa's wounds or the situation. They had frightened her, and she vowed never to lose sight of Lisa again. Lisa's eyes softened, a light of joy flickering within them. She gently embraced the girl, smiling as she asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" The girl shook her head, tears streaming down her face as she buried herself in Lisa's arms. "Don't ever leave me alone again," she begged, her voice barely above a whisper. The guard stood silently nearby, observing the heartfelt scene with quiet respect. Lisa, moved by the girl's sincerity, let out a warm laugh. "We were only apart for a little while," she said soothingly, stroking the girl's hair. "There's no need to cry so much." Watching the scene unfold, Cyan's gaze softened. He saw in Lisa a chance for redemption, a path forward where she could make a difference. After a moment, he spoke. "Lisa," he said calmly, "you should manage this district for now. With the other managers gone, someone has to take responsibility." Lisa looked up at Cyan, uncertain. "Me?" she asked hesitantly. Cyan nodded. "Make sure this girl doesn't grow up to become someone like you. Or Gunther," he said, his voice firm but kind. Lisa's uncertainty lingered, but the sincerity in Cyan's words reassured her. She met his gaze and nodded. "I'll do my best," she said, though her voice still wavered. Cyan walked over to the girl and knelt down, stroking her head gently. "Behave well, all right?" he said with a kind smile. The girl looked up at him, her hands clasped over her chest. "Are you leaving?" she asked, her eyes wide with confusion. Cyan stood, his gaze calm and resolute. "Yes," he replied. "Take care of yourself." The guards and Lisa watched silently as Cyan began to walk away, his back turned to them. Lisa, still uncertain about the future, called out, "Will you come back?" Cyan paused, raising his hand in a casual wave. "Maybe," he replied without looking back. Lisa brought her hand to her mouth, her smile bittersweet. "You have to come back," she said firmly. Hearing this, Cyan smiled faintly. "I will," he thought to himself, though his expression held a tinge of sadness. As Cyan continued to walk away, memories from his past life surfaced, the city engulfed in flames, chaos reigning over the streets. He closed his eyes briefly, pushing the images aside. "Not this time," he resolved silently. "Next time, things will be different." His figure disappeared into the distance, leaving behind a district and a city on the verge of transformation. A few hours later, Cyan arrived at Miss Slayer's temple, holding Linza's dagger. He approached Sarika, who was sitting atop a floating stone, her expression serene yet expectant. As Cyan handed her the dagger, it began to emit a suffocating energy, sending a chill through the air. Sarika's eyes widened as she examined the dagger. "You purified Linza," she said softly, her tone filled with disbelief. A small smile formed on her lips. "I didn't think you'd actually manage it." Cyan stood with his arms crossed, his gaze steady. "Did you send me knowing how difficult it would be?" he asked, his tone calm but accusatory. Sarika pointed the dagger at him playfully, her eyes sparkling with joy. "What if I did?" she teased. "You have questions, don't you?" Cyan raised his head, his expression calm but curious. "What was your relationship with Linza?" he asked. "And are you part of Mist too?" Sarika's smile widened as memories flooded back. "Yes, I'm part of Mist," she confirmed. "Linza and I used to train together, back when things were simpler." Her voice grew softer as she recalled the past. "But one day, Linza turned her back on me. She left, taking the ring of Anbari's with her. The ring meant to be passed down only to the master of the hall." Cyan listened silently as Sarika's gaze grew distant, her mind replaying the moment Linza walked away. "She didn't like where Mist was heading," Sarika continued. "So, she left without saying a word." Cyan reached into his pocket and pulled out Linza's ring. Holding it up, he asked, "Is this the ring of Anbari's?" Sarika descended gracefully from her floating stone, landing softly in front of him. Her eyes locked onto the ring, and she nodded. "Yes, it was meant to be mine," she admitted. Her voice was calm, but there was an edge of old resentment beneath the surface. Cyan observed her carefully, questions swirling in his mind. Before he could speak, Sarika rested her hand on her waist and smiled. "But I don't need it anymore," she said confidently. "I've grown stronger without it." Cyan's attention shifted back to the ring. He had assumed the entire mission had been about retrieving it. But now, this revelation left him unsettled. "So, she didn't send me for the ring," he thought. "Then why?" Kiram manifested nearby, crossing her arms as her sharp eyes analyzed the scene. Her voice broke the silence. "You're resentful," she observed, her tone flat but knowing. Sarika turned slightly, her back to them. She closed her eyes, her expression softening. "I'm only fulfilling a promise," she said quietly. "The power of the ring, it breaks most minds. People become corrupted by it, unable to resist its pull." Cyan turned his head toward Kiram, his expression betraying a flicker of confusion. "How do you two know each other?" he asked, holding the ring tightly. Kiram didn't answer directly, her serene expression unchanged. Sarika, however, chuckled softly. "It's not about the ring anymore," she said, her voice light but firm. "It's about what happens next." Her words lingered in the air, leaving Cyan with more questions than answers. What promise? He wondered silently. And what is she planning now? Despite his growing curiosity, Cyan kept his composure, silently resolving to uncover the deeper truths behind Sarika, Kiram, and the enigmatic legacy of Mist. Cyan and Kiram stood in thoughtful silence, processing Sarika's cryptic demeanor. After a moment, Cyan spoke, his voice steady but questioning. "Is this some kind of test?" Sarika offered no immediate response, her silence drawing tension into the air. The ring of Anbaris began to emit a sinister aura, its dark energy palpable. Cyan's eyes narrowed as he clenched his fist. "So that's it," he thought. "She's testing me to see if I'll succumb to the power of the ring." He turned his gaze back to Sarika, his expression calm but sharp. "Let me guess," he said coolly. "If I fall victim to the ring's power, you'll purify me too. Is that why you don't like me being the successor?" Kiram, standing beside him, frowned and placed a hand under her chin, her mind racing. Could that be true? She wondered. Sarika finally turned slightly toward them, her smile faint but deliberate. "It's nothing personal," she said lightly. "I just wanted to see if you'll be a disaster for humanity, or a hero. This kind of test is normal for a successor, isn't it?" Her gaze shifted to Kiram, her tone turning teasing. "Maybe you made a bad choice." Kiram's eyes flared with anger, her voice rising. "What did you just say?" she snapped. Cyan, his own confusion lingering, pocketed the ring. Despite his reservations, part of him believed Sarika might have good intentions, or at least something resembling them. At Lewin Academy, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the campus in golden hues. The dean stood by a large window, his arms clasped behind his back as he watched the sunset. The warm light did little to ease the heavy atmosphere. With instructor Nella's sudden disappearance, the students had grown restless, their anxiety spreading like wildfire. Turning from the window, the dean wore a serious expression. "This is a great burden," he murmured, his voice low, "especially for someone so newly appointed. But I trust him." His thoughts were interrupted by the quiet approach of a man. Boris stepped into the room, bowing slightly as he placed a hand over his chest in a sign of respect. "Don't worry, Dean," Boris said with a kind smile. "I'll do my best to be understanding with the students." The dean nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Boris." Boris bowed again before turning and walking toward the door. His demeanor remained pleasant, but as he left, the dean's sharp gaze followed him. A flicker of suspicion crossed the dean's face. "That Manhwa," he thought, his brows furrowing. "It's strange." The dean lingered in thought for a moment before shifting his attention back to the darkening campus, the tension of unanswered questions weighing heavily in the quiet room. Sarika entered the dean's office in a hurry, holding a book tightly against her chest. "Apologies for being late," she said breathlessly, her gaze quickly locking onto Boris. Her face shifted from surprise to unease as she sensed his presence. Boris turned toward her, placing his hand over his chest in a polite gesture. "It's a pleasure to meet you," he said with a kind smile. "I'm Boris, the newly appointed instructor." As he walked past her, Sarika's instincts flared. His Manhwa, she thought, panic creeping into her expression. She turned sharply, her piercing gaze following him. "It reeks of blood," she realized, her mind racing. Despite Boris's composed demeanor, she knew he was dangerous. The dean, still seated, looked at the floor, his expression heavy. "Boris is from the capital," he said quietly, his tone laden with suspicion. "Skilled and polite, yes. But his Manhwa is strange." He looked up at Sarika. "Keep a close watch on him." Adjusting her glasses with a finger, Sarika nodded. "Understood." She resolved to investigate further, her concern deepening. No matter how much he masks it, she thought, the stench of blood in his Manhwa cannot be hidden. Boris exited the office with his usual calm smile, though his aura felt like a specter of death looming over the academy. The next day, a banner bearing the symbol of Lewin Academy was raised proudly in the city. Excitement buzzed among the knights and guards as they prepared to welcome everyone to the City of Harmony. Among the crowd was Princess Erin, walking alongside Leximus, her trusted companion. Erin's eyes darted over the sea of guards, her expression growing tense. "Why are there so many guards?" she murmured, her tone tinged with unease. Leximus, observing the same scene, couldn't hide her discomfort. It's overwhelming, she agreed. I heard security increased after the blood banquet, but this is... Their conversation halted abruptly when someone caught their attention. Standing in a quiet corner was Lunav, her hands resting demurely on her abdomen. Lunav? Erin's confusion was evident as she stopped in her tracks. Lunav, noticing their gaze, offered a kind smile. Despite the tension, Erin felt a glimmer of relief. Later, the group strolled through a beautiful park. The peaceful setting allowed Erin to feel at ease. I'm glad you're okay, she said earnestly to Lunav. Lunav smiled warmly. It's all thanks to you, she replied. Erin's expression turned guilty. But I didn't do anything, she admitted, her voice heavy with remorse. You were locked up because of me. Lunav closed her eyes, shaking her head gently. I'm fine, she said with a calm smile. I'm a big girl. Don't blame yourself. Leximus, observing the exchange, placed a hand over her mouth. You're beautiful, she said, clearly impressed by Lunav's composure and grace. Erin extended a hand toward Leximus. Leximus, this is Lunav, she said, introducing the two. As they spoke, a figure appeared before them, bowing politely. It was Boris. Greetings, he said, his voice smooth and respectful. I'm Boris, the newly appointed instructor. Erin's gaze turned calm and measured as she responded. Yes, I've heard about you. Her voice was steady, but her mind raced with questions. Why is his presence so unnerving? She wondered silently, sensing that Boris's arrival would soon disrupt their fragile peace. Erin observed Boris with a calm expression as he explained his role. I teach mana applications, he said, his tone polite. Boris then turned to Erin, extending his hand with a cheerful smile. Do you have some free time? It won't take long. Lunav's gaze narrowed as she studied him intently. Her instincts told her Boris was dangerous. Erin, she said cautiously, wait a moment. Erin, slightly confused, hesitated. It's just a mana evaluation, she said, her voice uncertain. What could go wrong? With a polite bow, Boris assured her, I'm only reviewing mana ranges. If I may. His hand hovered near her monosphere. Erin complied, summoning the glowing sphere of mana into her palm. As Boris observed the monosphere, his expression darkened imperceptibly. His lips twitched into a subtle, almost predatory smile. Lunav's unease deepened, and she clenched her fists. Something's not right, she thought. Boris placed his hand near the monosphere, his tone calm, yet unsettling. This will only take a moment, he said as he activated his power. The atmosphere grew heavier. Before Boris could proceed further, a hand shot out and grabbed Erin's wrist, making the monosphere vanish instantly. Startled, Erin turned, only to freeze when she saw who had intervened. It was Cyan. Boris immediately went on alert, stepping back slightly as his sharp gaze fixed on the newcomer. Erin, however, was caught off guard. Cyan, she stammered, her cheeks flushing with surprise and confusion. What are you doing here? Cyan didn't respond to her. His fiery eyes locked onto Boris with unmasked fury, his posture rigid and imposing. What is he doing in Lewin? Cyan thought, his instincts screaming danger. Cyan's mind briefly drifted to the incursion war of the Demon King's army, nearly 1,002 years before Lewin's founding. The battlefield had been a scene of unparalleled chaos. Corpses littered the ground, and monstrous creatures loomed over the land, bringing despair wherever they tread. A lone priest stood against one such monstrosity, raising his hands to the sky as he summoned a golden barrier of protection. The barrier glowed brightly, shielding what few knights remained. But a massive claw, sharp and filled with otherworldly power, struck the barrier with devastating force. The ground itself fractured under the shockwave. The priest screamed, his voice trembling with determination as he poured all his strength into maintaining the barrier. But the monster's power was overwhelming. The golden shield shattered, and the priest was crushed beneath the beast's claw, leaving behind a crater soaked in blood. Nearby, the leader of a knightly unit gritted his teeth as despair filled his heart. Yet he refused to give in. Reform the lines, he roared to his soldiers, ordering them to press forward, even as the tide of darkness threatened to consume them all. Cyan's grip on Erin's wrist tightened slightly, his fiery gaze not wavering from Boris. The memories of battle and betrayal flashed in his mind, blending with the present. Boris tilted his head, his calm demeanor masking a subtle tension. You interrupted, he said smoothly. I was simply evaluating her mana. I'm sure you were, Cyan replied coldly, his tone sharp. But you don't belong here, Boris. The tension between the two was palpable, the weight of Cyan's words thickening the air. Erin looked between them, her confusion growing as Lunav stood silently, her hand resting on her abdomen, her worried gaze fixed on Boris. What is Boris hiding? Cyan wondered, his mind racing. And why does his mana feel so familiar and so wrong? Amid the chaos of the battlefield, a priest pointed toward the horizon with wide eyes. "Someone's approaching," he exclaimed, his voice trembling with both fear and hope. From the sky, Cyan descended, sword in hand, moving with incredible speed. He struck the giant spider-like monster with a series of devastating slashes, wounding it deeply. The creature screamed in agony, its monstrous voice echoing across the battlefield. As Cyan landed gracefully, the captain of the knights stared at him, his eyes filling with joy and relief. "The rumors are true," the captain thought, a smile breaking across his weary face. He had believed Cyan was fighting on the western lines, but the timing of his arrival couldn't have been more perfect. One of the priests nearby grinned, his faith restored. "Cyan has come to save us," he said, his voice brimming with hope. Cyan, his expression serious, addressed the injured. "Step back. I'll handle this," he commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. The enormous spider, sensing its survival threatened, opened its grotesque mouth and began charging a powerful mana ball. Cyan stood his ground, but just as the energy surged toward him, he disappeared from sight in an instant, leaving no trace. The monster unleashed its attack, a devastating burst of energy that obliterated everything in its path. Smiling wickedly, the spider believed Cyan to be dead. However, a calm voice from above shattered its confidence. "Too slow," Cyan said, resting his sword casually on his shoulder. He was perched on the spider's head, his expression one of mild amusement. "So this is a special rank monster," he mused aloud. "I'm a little excited." The spider's confidence turned to dread. It began to sweat, its fear mounting as it realized Cyan had closed the distance without being detected. Summoning his Void Sphere ability, Cyan extended his hand and began forming a powerful orb of concentrated energy. As the sphere grew, Cyan leaped into the air and hurled it at the spider's head. The sphere hit its mark, obliterating the creature's head entirely. Its massive body crumpled to the ground, lifeless and defeated. From the edge of the battlefield, Boris observed the spectacle. He began clapping slowly, a wide smile on his face. "Impressive," he said, his voice filled with mock admiration. "It's no wonder Askell values you so highly." Cyan turned sharply toward Boris, his piercing gaze locking onto the man. Memories surfaced, and Cyan's expression darkened. "I remember you," he said coldly. "You were in the rear guard with Askell." Boris's smile didn't waver. He placed a hand behind his back and approached Cyan, his manner calm, yet unnerving. He touched his cheek lightly, as if amused by the interaction. "Yes," he admitted. "I heard the northern lines needed reinforcements, so I came to help. But it seems you've already taken care of things." Cyan closed his eyes, his expression hardening as he dismissed Boris's words. Something's off, he thought, but he decided not to pursue the matter further. There were larger battles to fight, and Boris's intentions could wait. For now, hours after the battle, a bonfire crackled in the camp. Cyan placed his sword against a stone, sat atop it, and stared into the flames. The firelight danced across his face as he spoke, his tone calm but tinged with bitterness. "Everyone here is on the verge of dying, and this war, it's endless." Boris remained silent, his gaze fixed on Cyan as he stirred the fire with a branch. Cyan's voice grew quieter, more introspective. "It's been a year since the Verts commanded the elite knights to deliver the crown to Emperor Enel. And what's changed? The monsters took advantage when the lines weakened. This war has no end." The fire flared brighter, reflecting the emptiness in Cyan's expression. "All of this is because of Emperor Enel's greed. If Askell hadn't asked me to come, I wouldn't even be here." Boris placed his hands on his hips and smiled faintly. "Risky words," he said, his tone light but layered with something darker. "But I understand. I'm in the same situation as you. I can't say otherwise." Cyan's eyes snapped toward him, surprised. "I thought the Emperor brought you here." Boris chuckled, closing his eyes as he flashed a confident smile. "No, I wasn't summoned by the Emperor. Askell personally selected me for my talents. He believed my personality was compatible with his." Boris approached the spider's corpse, extending his hand as his mana flared. Using his power, he began extracting the lingering energy from the monster's remains. The void sphere that Cyan had used to kill the creature reappeared in Boris's hand. Cyan watched intently as Boris manipulated the mana, shaping it into a smaller, concentrated ball. "I collect residual mana and transform it into spheres," Boris explained casually. He held the ball up, inspecting it like a prized artifact. "My power allows me to store mana. Useful, isn't it?" Fog began to emanate faintly from Cyan's body, catching Boris's attention. His curious gaze lingered, studying Cyan's mana. "Unique," Boris thought, his smile growing wider. Cyan noticed Boris's fixation and frowned. "Is something wrong with my mana?" he asked, his tone wary. Boris held up the glowing mana ball, his expression unreadable save for the faint trace of an evil smile. Not at all, he said smoothly. In fact, it's remarkable. You might just be the person I've been looking for. Cyan's eyes narrowed. He recognized the danger in Boris's words, recalling the earlier moments when Askell and Boris had begun to take an unusual interest in him. The memory faded as Cyan's focus returned to the present. Gripping Princess Erin's wrist, he stepped between her and Boris, leaving everyone stunned. His gaze burned with a murderous intent. Not again, Cyan thought fiercely. I won't make the same mistake. Boris's demeanor shifted, his polite facade masking the tension in his posture. He didn't recognize Cyan at first, but after a moment, realization dawned. His eyes widened slightly as he took a closer look. It's him, Boris thought. Leximus, standing nearby, panicked. Cyan, she exclaimed, her voice trembling. Why are you acting like this? Boris raised a hand, touching his temple as if calming himself. It's a misunderstanding, he said, extending his other hand toward the group. His voice remained soothing. I'm simply checking the students' skill levels, as any good instructor would. Cyan's piercing gaze didn't waver. I've never heard of any instructor needing to do something like this, he said coldly. His firm tone made it clear he didn't buy Boris's explanation. You don't belong here. The weight of Cyan's words hung heavily in the air, the tension between the two palpable. Boris's charm couldn't hide the creeping suspicion Cyan had of his true motives. Whatever his game is, Cyan thought, I won't let him play it here. Boris raised his hands in a placating gesture, a kind smile on his face. Please, there's no need to do anything if you feel pressured, he said gently, turning to Princess Erin. My apologies if I made you uncomfortable. Erin, still flustered, placed a hand near her mouth. Her cheeks were red as a tomato as she nodded quickly. It's all right, she stammered, clearly embarrassed. Cyan's hostile gaze didn't soften. You should leave, he said firmly, his tone brooking no argument. Before anyone feels even more uncomfortable. Boris hesitated, his polite facade momentarily faltering. With a nervous smile, he decided not to push further. Bowing slightly, he placed a hand over his chest and said, Of course. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. He turned and walked away, his steps unhurried but deliberate. Cyan watched him leave, his eyes narrowing as he silently observed Boris's every move. Nearby, Luna's attention also lingered on Boris. Her expression grew thoughtful as she tried to recall whether she had heard of him before. With a serious expression, Leximus turned to Cyan. Let go of Erin's hand, she said pointedly. Cyan blinked, then glanced at Erin. He hadn't realized he was still holding her wrist. With a calm look, he released her hand and apologized. Sorry. Erin touched her wrist, a small smile breaking through her flustered state. I'm sure you had your reasons, she said confidently. Then, as if her composure suddenly crumbled, her face turned crimson once more. She grabbed Leximus's hand abruptly. We have something urgent to do, she said hurriedly before dragging Leximus away, leaving Cyan and Lunav staring after her, bewildered by her behavior. Lunav turned to Cyan, her curiosity piqued. Do you know Boris? She asked. Cyan's expression remained calm. A little, he replied, offering no further explanation. Lunav smiled, impressed. That's incredible. I've never heard of him before. Cyan's gaze hardened slightly as he turned away. Don't try to learn more about him, he warned. And whatever you do, stay away from him. Lunav blinked in surprise at his sharp tone. She watched him walk off, her confusion deepening. Why is he so irritated? She wondered. And why does his warning only make me more curious? Minutes later, Cyan entered the royal hall and activated the ring of Anbaris. Fog swirled from the ring, and in an instant, a mountain of candies appeared. Cyan smiled as the room filled with a cheerful atmosphere. His young daughter squealed in delight. I'm rich, she declared, diving headfirst into the pile of sweets. Her excitement was infectious, and she giggled uncontrollably as she climbed the candy heap. Nearby, Emily, standing with her arms crossed, sighed. She's going to be impossible to handle later, she said wryly. On the other side of the room, Brian stood with his hands on his hips, a smile on his face. He chuckled as Cyan turned toward them. Good work while I was away, Cyan said with a grin. Brian bowed slightly. You've worked hard too. Emily rolled her eyes. He also worked hard at keeping me out of the kitchen, she said, pouting slightly. Cyan crossed his arms, smirking. I thought you liked it when others cooked for you, he teased. Emily huffed, but couldn't suppress the faint smile tugging at her lips. The cheerful exchange filled the hall with warmth, a brief respite from the darker events outside. After Emily sighed and expressed her frustration about being sidelined in the kitchen, Cyan turned to Brian with a mischievous grin. Let's train, he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Brian, visibly exhausted, groaned. Right now? He asked, his voice heavy with reluctance. Right now, Cyan replied, pointing at him with a playful but menacing smile. Despite his lack of enthusiasm, Brian relented and went to change. Arriving at the training field, Cyan and Brian were surprised to see someone already there. A woman wielded a claymore, her breathing labored but steady as she delivered sharp, precise strikes. Her determination was evident in every swing. Brian's eyes widened. "She's handling a claymore of that size like it's nothing," he muttered, impressed. Cyan watched with a growing smile. Leximus, he thought. Her grit and focus stood out, and he couldn't help but admire her. She's going to be one of the best swordswomen on the continent someday. Deciding to test her skills, Cyan grabbed a wooden sword and descended the stairs. As he approached, Leximus noticed him and froze, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion. "What are you doing here?" she asked, unsure of his intentions. Cyan rested the wooden sword on his shoulder, his smile turning playful. "Let's see how much you've improved," he said, challenging her. "Take the first step." Though hesitant, Leximus switched to a wooden sword to match him. But before she could fully prepare, Cyan vanished and reappeared above her, his sword poised to strike. Startled, Leximus barely managed to block the attack. Sparks flew as the wooden weapons clashed. "Good reflexes," Cyan said with a grin, pushing her back slightly. Leximus clenched her teeth as she struggled to hold against his strength. "Why does his wooden sword feel so heavy?" she thought, sweat beginning to form on her brow. Gathering her resolve, she counterattacked, forcing Cyan to step back. Her grip tightened on the sword as she charged at him with newfound determination. "I won't go easy on you," she declared, her eyes fierce. Cyan blocked her flurry of strikes effortlessly, each movement calm and precise. "Good moves," he praised, his voice tinged with excitement. "But is that all you've got?" His playful arrogance fueled her resolve. Leximus attacked with all her strength, beads of sweat running down her face. Despite her relentless efforts, Cyan dodged and parried with ease, his expression never faltering. "Come on," he taunted. "Attack like you mean to kill." Determined not to lose, Leximus's eyes gleamed with resolve as she launched herself into a final, powerful strike. Just as her sword neared him, Cyan sidestepped with lightning speed and struck her lightly on the head with the pommel of his sword. The impact was enough to make her stumble. Her sword slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. Frustration welled up within her as she clenched her teeth, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She fell back on the ground with a thud, sitting in defeat. Cyan lowered his sword, his amused smile softening. "You've got potential," he said, his tone sincere despite his teasing. "But you're still too rigid. Learn to adapt." Leximus glared up at him, her fury slowly giving way to grudging respect. Though her pride was wounded, a spark of determination remained in her eyes. "I'll beat you someday," she thought, silently vowing to herself. Cyan, reading her expression, grinned knowingly. "I'll be waiting," his smile seemed to say. Cyan pointed his wooden sword at Leximus, his calm smile laced with a hint of seriousness. "Letting your emotions take over creates gaps in your attacks," he explained. "Be mindful of that in the future." Leximus turned her gaze away, her expression clouded with sadness. "I couldn't even land a single hit," she thought, her confidence shaken. Her grip tightened on the sword as she whispered to herself, "It must be nice to be that strong." Cyan, resting the sword on his shoulder, placed his other hand on his waist and spoke firmly, yet kindly. "You're skilled," he said, his tone sincere. "Don't let this get you down. You're already capable of wielding a weapon that even most adults would struggle with." Leximus's eyes widened in surprise. His words carried weight, and for a moment, she couldn't help but blush. Her face turned as red as a tomato, and she stammered, How can you give compliments after beating me like that?" Cyan tilted his head slightly, his hand moving to his chin as he regarded her thoughtfully. "She's not going to understand what I mean," he concluded silently. With a calm nod, he decided to redirect her energy. "Keep improving," he said. "At this rate, no one will be able to beat you in a sword fight." Turning to Brian, Cyan handed him the wooden sword. "You'll train with her," he said. Brian pointed to himself in confusion. "Me?" he asked, his tone incredulous. Cyan nodded. "Yes, train her." He turned back to Leximus, his serene expression unwavering. "She'll benefit from your guidance." Leximus, still recovering from her defeat, picked up her sword and stood, her uncertainty fading as she switched to a wooden weapon. "All right," she said, her tone resolute. Brian, visibly uneasy, scratched his head as he reluctantly accepted the sword. "Where are you going?" he asked as Cyan began to walk away. "I've got something to take care of," Cyan replied without turning back. Brian sighed, a forced smile crossing his face. Looking forward to training, he muttered sarcastically, glancing at Leximus. Her sudden burst of excitement made him flinch. "This is going to be terrifying," he thought. Meanwhile, Leximus's determination rekindled. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let's get started," she said enthusiastically, her energy unnerving Brian further. Leaving the training field, Cyan wandered the quiet grounds of the academy. The cool night air carried a sense of familiarity that he couldn't shake. After walking for some time, he spotted Lunav standing alone, her figure illuminated by the soft glow of the moonlight. Her posture was tense, her attention fixed on a building ahead of her, the research laboratory of Instructor Boris. Cyan's instincts flared as he observed her silently. Why is she here at this hour? He wondered, growing cautious. He approached her, his steps deliberate, and spoke in a calm but curious tone. Are you planning to go inside? Startled, Lunav snapped out of her trance, her gaze locking onto him. How did you know that? She asked, her voice calm but slightly defensive. All I did was look at the place. Cyan's sharp eyes narrowed slightly, his tone growing serious. You looked at it for a long time, he said, crossing his arms. What are you thinking, Lunav? Lunav hesitated, glancing back at the building. Something about her demeanor unsettled Cyan. He couldn't tell if it was curiosity, hesitation, or something deeper that drew her to Boris's laboratory. This doesn't feel right, he thought, his mind racing with possibilities. Cyan's confusion deepened as he stared at Lunav, who seemed intent on entering Boris's laboratory. Her expression, however, was calm and resolute. I'm curious, she said simply, her voice steady. Memories of Boris bowing politely before them filled her mind. Who is he really, she wondered. Lunav had never heard Boris's name in the Garam Association, which was strange considering his status as an 8th Circle mage. Someone of his caliber should have been well known. Yet he was an enigma. Cyan let out a sigh, realizing she was diving headfirst into trouble. Why should I help you? He asked bluntly. With a sly smile, Lunav pointed at the building. Because you hate Boris, don't you? She teased. Cyan closed his eyes, exhaling heavily again. He didn't respond, but his actions spoke for him. Fine, he thought reluctantly. If she's going in, I can't leave her alone. Lunav grinned triumphantly as they waited for Boris to leave. Hours later, Boris exited the laboratory, moving silently into the night. Once the coast was clear, Cyan and Lunav approached the building. Peering around the corner, Cyan ensured there was no lingering presence. His sharp instincts confirmed they were alone. Stay behind me, he said firmly. Lunav nodded, her trust evident despite her curiosity. Cyan placed his hand on the doorknob and used Basem, a lock-picking technique, to disable the lock. Seconds later, the door creaked open, revealing a room cluttered with piles of books and shelves overflowing with tomes. The duo stood silently for a moment, taking in the scene. What is this? A nerd's paradise. Cyan thought sarcastically. Lunav, however, was already drawn to one of the books. These are about ancient magic, she murmured, her voice filled with surprise. Cyan's expression shifted immediately. A strange mana presence tingled in the air, putting him on high alert. Moving toward the window, that was Kiram. What are you doing up there? Cyan asked, his confusion plain. Kiram, I'm going to the roof, she replied nonchalantly. You go ahead and do your thing. Cyan shook his head, bewildered, and turned his focus back to the room. Cyan! Lunav's voice broke through his thoughts. She stood by an altar, her gaze fixed on something. Cyan moved closer, his curiosity piqued. Lunav placed her hand on a book resting on the altar, different from the others in every way. Its cover was old and worn, with a gemstone embedded in the center. This isn't just any book, Cyan muttered, his tone sharp. His instincts screamed that this artifact was far more than it appeared. Lunav lifted the book carefully, her eyes scanning its surface. As she turned it over, Cyan recognized it immediately. Hearthkriya, he thought grimly. Boris's armor. The realization hit them both like a thunderclap. This wasn't just an ordinary laboratory. It was a vault of dangerous secrets. Cyan's mind raced. What else has he hidden here? On the rooftop, Kiram crossed her arms, her face twisted in disgust. This smell, she muttered, her voice laced with fury. No matter how many times I encounter it, it's revolting. Her sharp gaze scanned the area, her teeth clenched. Come out at once, Hearthkriya, she demanded. Feathers began to drift from the sky, their pristine white contrasting with the ominous tension in the air. A figure descended, a radiant angel with enormous wings and white hair. A smile played on his lips as he landed gracefully. It's been a long time, Hearthkriya said, his tone light. How surprising to see you awake after 3 centuries. Kiram, her fury barely contained, offered a forced smile. I was in a good mood, she said tersely. But you just ruined it. Hearthkriya's cheerful expression didn't falter as he studied her. Your personality hasn't changed one bit, he said with a laugh. Perhaps that's why you chose Cyan as the successor. Of all the people, Kiram's composure cracked, her eyes blazing with anger. What are you insinuating? She growled, her hand twitching as if ready to strike. Hearthkriya descended to the roof, raising a calming hand. Relax, he said smoothly. I'm here to help. Kiram's mind raced with questions, her expression shifting to confusion. Help me? With what? She asked, her voice skeptical. Hearthcrea smiled knowingly, raising a single finger. The gesture only fueled Kiram's irritation. What the hell are you trying to do? She spat, her forced smile returning as her rage simmered beneath the surface. Inside the laboratory, Lunav opened the mysterious book with careful hands. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she examined the contents. I've never seen anything like this, she murmured, her fingers trailing across the page. The text was written in a secret language filled with complex symbols, more like a code than ordinary writing. Cyan observed in silence, his unease growing. What is this? He muttered, his instinct screaming that the book was dangerous. It looks unfinished, Lunav said, her voice thoughtful as she touched an illustration of a sun. Her gaze grew distant as she began muttering. The sun, dark clouds, fog. Cyan's eyes widened in alarm. His heart raced, his instincts sharpening. Without hesitation, he reached out and slammed the book shut, startling Lunav. What are you doing? She asked, confused and slightly offended by his abruptness. Cyan's gaze was steely, his voice low and serious. This book has to be destroyed, he said firmly. Lunav's expression filled with questions. Why? What's in it? She asked, her mind struggling to process his urgency. Cyan's attention remained fixed on the closed book, his body tense. This book, he thought to himself, is responsible for the blood banquet and countless other catastrophes. The tension in the laboratory escalated when a calm, authoritative voice broke the silence. I can't let that happen, it said. Cyan's expression shifted instantly. Turning, his eyes locked onto Boris, who stood at the doorway. His presence was startling. Cyan hadn't sensed him at all, distracted by the cursed book. A chill ran down his spine as he clenched his teeth, realizing the situation had taken a dangerous turn. The book on the altar began to glow with an intense golden light. The radiance was so blinding that Cyan and Lunav had to shield their eyes and step back. Suddenly, the book shot into Boris's hand as if it belonged there. Placing his other hand on his chest, Boris closed his eyes and smiled. I was debating whether to visit you, he said smoothly, but what a coincidence to find you here instead. Though I must say, spying on me is unpleasant. Cyan's anger boiled over, but before he could act, Lunav's confusion deepened. What's going on? She wondered aloud, her eyes darting between Cyan and Boris. Boris's eyes gleamed dangerously as he extended his hand toward Lunav. I believe she should leave us alone, he said with unnerving politeness. In an instant, a burst of energy sent Lunav flying backward. She crashed through the window with a deafening shatter, disappearing into the night. Cyan's heart dropped as he stared in shock, his mind racing. She's safe, Boris assured with a smile, as if reading Cyan's thoughts. I sent her to her dorm. A bit rough, perhaps, but nothing to worry about. The broken window framed Boris's imposing figure as he held the glowing book, now pulsating with golden energy. His expression was disturbingly casual, but his eyes burned with an unsettling intensity. I've been looking forward to this, Boris said, his smile widening. You fascinate me, Cyan. The version of you that the world sees, and the version you keep hidden. Cyan went on full alert, his eyes narrowing. This isn't good, he thought. His instincts screamed to attack, but something restrained him. Hearthcrea. The book, Hearthcrea, radiated a powerful golden aura that filled the room. Cyan's fists tightened as his frustration mounted. Why now, of all times, when Kiram isn't here? He thought bitterly. Meanwhile, on the roof, Kiram lay with her arms behind her head, her expression twisted in irritation. What is he talking about now? She muttered, her frustration evident. Hearthcrea's voice, calm and almost mocking, echoed through the golden light. The person that my owner serves is one chosen by the gods, the book said, addressing Kiram. That means you're on the losing side. Kiram scoffed, closing her eyes as if dismissing the claim. Why would a demonic sword like me side with Lumendal and betray my owner? She asked with venom in her tone. Hearthcrea's smile deepened, its aura intensifying. It isn't necessary, it replied cryptically. There are many ways to victory. Golden energy surged from Hearthcrea, casting an ominous glow over the area. Hearthcrea's attention fixed on Kiram as it delivered a warning. If you steal Cyan's body, it will be difficult, even for us, to deal with you. Kiram opened her eyes, her curiosity piqued. A sly smile spread across her face as she broke the silence. So, she said mockingly, what exactly are you planning to do? The world, as it had always been, was a realm of duality, good and evil, light and darkness, creation and destruction. These opposing forces had clashed endlessly throughout history. Hearthcrea represented the supposed light, and Kiram the darkness, a conflict as ancient as time itself. In the Great Divine War 300 years ago, the angelic forces had triumphed over the great demon god, the forces of darkness. The surface world thrived in the light of victory, but as centuries passed, the memory of these events faded. Monuments like the statue of an angel in the city's center once commanded awe, but now they stood as relics of a forgotten age. People no longer revered the angels or their cause. Hearthcrea, seated casually on the rooftop, observed Kiram, who hugged her knees as she listened in silent contemplation. His radiant eyes gleamed, and a smile adorned his face. The darkness, he explained, makes the light shine brighter. Without darkness, we lose our purpose. Our radiance fades. Kiram's gaze turned sharp. That's the stupidest reason I've ever heard, she muttered coldly, her tone brimming with disdain. Kiram said, if I take over my owner's body and lose control, then you will stop me. Then you guys become saviors once again. Sly smile on Hearthkria's face as he said to Kiram, yes, definitely I knew that you'd get it. Hearing his answer, Kiram's blood boiled. Her claws unsheathed instinctively as her expression darkened. Enough, she growled. Before Hearthkria could react, Kiram lunged at him with ferocity. Her claws raked across his face, leaving glowing wounds in their wake. Shock flashed across Hearthkria's serene visage as he staggered backward, struggling to process what had just happened. Kiram's eyes burned with fury as she snarled. You call yourselves saviors? This is all just your selfish game to stay relevant. Hearthkria's body began to fall from the rooftop, but his calm smile remained, almost mocking. So much sorrow, he said softly, even as his form disintegrated into feathers, leaving only a concentrated energy gathering in the sky. The angel's voice lingered as golden feathers floated around Kiram. Isn't it your fate, as a demonic sword, to consume your owner's body? Have you changed your mind? These words struck a nerve. Kiram's rage gave way to a cold, cutting smile. Fate, she spat, her voice dripping with venom. You're the ones who decided we were evil. Fix your own mess. Don't expect us to play into your little fantasy. Hearthkria's energy manifested high above, his face resting lazily on his hand, as if her outburst amused him. What a shame, he murmured, almost wistfully. I thought perhaps you and Eru could be reasoned with. It's been a pleasure, truly. His voice grew faint, and his form vanished entirely, scattering into the night as radiant feathers. Kiram's piercing gaze remained fixed on the fading feathers, her mind a whirlwind of anger and confusion. What did Eru do? She muttered, her voice low and trembling. Hearthkria's parting words gnawed at her, his cryptic tone implying schemes far beyond her immediate understanding. Still, one thing was clear. She would not be a pawn in their game. Inside Boris's laboratory, the air was heavy with unspoken words. Boris, unfazed, prepared tea and sat at the table. Gesturing toward a cup, he smiled warmly. High-quality black tea from Spania, he said. I'm not sure if you'd like it. Cyan remained composed, his expression calm. Why are you so interested in me? He asked directly. Boris chuckled, extending his hands in an almost exaggerated gesture. It's natural for an instructor to take an interest in talent, he replied with ease. Cyan's eyes narrowed slightly. You barely attend the classes, he pointed out, his tone suspicious. Feigning surprise, Boris tilted his head. And why is that? He asked, his smile unwavering. Cyan didn't hesitate. Because there isn't much to learn, he said bluntly. The air grew tense as Boris closed his eyes, his demeanor still outwardly calm. I wonder, he mused, if the Dean and the Duke are aware of your unique perspective. Cyan leaned forward, his gaze sharp. Let's skip the small talk, he said firmly. What's your point? Boris opened his eyes, his calm expression unwavering. Have we met before? He asked, his voice carrying a subtle weight. Cyan's jaw tightened, his suspicion deepening. Why does he think that? He wondered silently. Boris leaned back, recalling their earlier encounter. His mind lingered on the moment Cyan had grabbed Princess Erin's hand. That look in his eyes, Boris thought. The hatred, it was unmistakable. Smiling slightly, he extended a hand towards Cyan. Your reaction when we first met, it was memorable. Cyan stirred his tea absently, his gaze distant. No, he said finally, his voice steady. It's just as surprising to me that I've never heard of you before. A mage with an 8th grade mana circle should be famous. Boris's smile faltered for a brief moment. His gaze turned guarded. I prefer a quiet life, he said smoothly. Cyan wasn't convinced. He leaned forward slightly. Where are you from? He pressed. A very rural area, Boris replied quickly, his tone almost dismissive. You wouldn't have heard of it. The tension in the room was palpable. Cyan stirred his tea slowly, his sharp gaze fixed on Boris. He's lying, he concluded. Even in my past life, he went to great lengths to hide the truth. Breaking the silence, Cyan rested his head on his fist. Anything else you'd like to know about me? He asked, his tone cool and detached. Boris's cheerful facade returned instantly. It's getting late, he said with a smile. We can always continue this conversation another time. Cyan stood, leaving the table and stepping out into the moonlit night. The broken window cast silver beams across the room, illuminating the tension that lingered even after Cyan's departure. Alone in the laboratory, Boris returned the glowing book to the altar. His fingers lingered on its surface as he observed it in silence. His thoughts churned as he replayed their interaction. Cyan is cold, he thought, his smile fading. So cold it's difficult to know what he's thinking. No wonder Askell felt threatened by him. Turning back to the altar, Boris's eyes gleamed with a new understanding. And now I see why, he mused. Cyan is the one helping Princess Erin. For Boris, the game was only beginning. For Cyan, The pieces on the board were growing more unpredictable by the second. In the dim light of the laboratory, Boris placed his hand on the ancient book resting on the altar. A white feather materialized above its surface, hovering delicately. His expression darkened. The younger brother of the Savior, blessed by Lumendal, wielding a demonic sword, he mused. What a disgrace! Behind him, Hearthcrea manifested, his radiant presence illuminating the room. A sly smile crossed the angel's face. Perhaps it's a matter of destiny, Hearthcrea said, his tone calm but deliberate. Boris opened the book, flipping through its pages, his smile widening with every turn. An interesting way to view it, he replied, his voice carrying a note of intrigue. Hearthcrea turned his gaze outward, his expression thoughtful. As the owner of Kiram, Cyan might be the darkness we've been searching for all this time, he said, his voice carrying a quiet certainty. Reaching a page adorned with the illustration of the sun, Boris placed his hand over the image. His thoughts aligned with Hearthcrea's words. If Cyan is the darkness, then he will help Askel shine even brighter, just as the prophecy foretold, he murmured. The imagery of the black mist concealing the sun came to mind as he closed the book, his eyes alight with joy. The ascension of the Savior is about to begin, Boris declared with excitement. Elsewhere, Kiram stepped through a swirling portal into the kingdom of Eru, the air heavy with mist and tension. Her boots echoed against the ground as she entered, her gaze fixed downward, fists clenched at her sides. Ahead of her, Eru sat on his shadowy throne, his piercing gaze settling on her. Eru's calm voice broke the silence. Kiram, he said, his tone measured. I wasn't expecting you. What brings you here? Resting her hand on her waist, Kiram smirked, though her fury simmered beneath the surface. She began walking toward him. You already know, she said sharply. I just met Hearthcrea, and I didn't realize how close he was to your domain. Suspicion flickered in Eru's eyes. He tilted his head slightly. Did he try something? He asked, his voice even. Kiram's eyes flared with rage. You knew, she shouted, her voice rising. You knew, and you've done nothing. Her teeth clenched as she confronted him. Did you forget? They're the ones who expelled you. Eru's form dissolved into mist, reappearing behind her with disarming silence. His voice carried a quiet sadness. There is no place lower than the one where I've already fallen, he said. What is left for me to fear? The weight of his words surprised Kiram. She turned, her rage momentarily giving way to confusion. What do you mean? She asked, her voice trembling. Eru's gaze softened as he observed her. You're angry because they want to use Cyan, he said, his tone somber. And you? Kiram's fist tightened. Of course I'm angry. Do you even care? She demanded. This isn't about me, it's about Cyan. Eru turned his back on her, his movements slow and deliberate. Isn't this your wish? He asked, his voice carrying an edge of finality. Kiram blinked, her anger wavering. What are you talking about? She asked, her tone now curious, but wary. With a wave of his hand, Eru summoned a card, its surface glowing with red mana. Using his finger, he began inscribing it, his strokes precise and deliberate. Your wish is to protect Cyan, he said, not looking up. So, I will make it come true. Finishing his writing, Eru handed the card to her. Carry this decree, he instructed. All of Mist will help you protect Cyan. Kiram's cold gaze fell on the card as she took it. Her rage returned in full force as realization dawned. You're not going to do anything yourself, are you? She said bitterly. Has something happened with Lumendals? Eru's silence was deafening, and though his expression didn't change, the weight of his inaction spoke volumes. Kiram's grip on the card tightened, her resolve strengthening even as her questions remained unanswered. If he won't act, then I'll do it myself, she thought, her determination burning like a flame in the mist-filled room. Eru's glowing eyes dimmed slightly, his expression solemn as Kiram's accusations pierced the air. Every decision he had made had been for his daughter's sake, but those words carried no weight for Kiram now. She turned her back on him, her fists clenched in fury. I don't want to hear your pathetic excuses, she snapped, her voice cold and biting. Consumed by hatred, she stepped toward the portal, her glare burning with contempt. Pointing at Eru, she delivered her parting shot. Stay locked up forever, coward. Eru stood in silence, her words sinking deep. Though he remained composed, an undeniable sadness hung over him, knowing that her anger wasn't entirely unjustified. In the city where the angel statue loomed, a solemn ritual took place in a grand hall adorned with angelic effigies. Several women in white hoods lined up reverently, their white hair glinting under the light. At the center stood a leader holding a ceremonial sword, facing a lone knight. The leader's voice echoed through the chamber. Will you, as a proxy of the great god of light, Lumendal, swear to act as a ray of hope against the cruel darkness? She gripped the sword tightly, her tone heavy with purpose. Will you swear to fight and die on the battlefield, should the need arise? The blue-haired knight stood silently, her gaze steady yet contemplative. Alice Vert, after a moment's hesitation, took a deep breath and spoke with determination. I swear to accept the will of the god of light, Lumindal. As her words resonated through the hall, her eyes began to glow with conviction. Yet, deep down, a seed of doubt lingered. Is this truly the right path? She wondered silently. The Empire had been aggressively recruiting talented individuals into the Knights of Light, deploying them to the front lines to face calamities. Even during catastrophic events like the Blood Banquet, the Royal Guard had failed to act effectively. This reality weighed on Alice as she stood before the angel statue, gazing at it with mixed emotions. Joining the Knights of Light had been her dream since childhood, but now that she was here, she couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Her thoughts were interrupted by a cheerful voice. Congratulations. Startled, Alice turned, her eyes widening in surprise. She couldn't help but smile when she saw her friend Cecilia standing nearby. Cecilia! Alice exclaimed, her joy breaking through her nerves. Cecilia's proud smile radiated warmth as she approached. You've finally achieved your dream, she said with genuine delight. Alice flushed nervously and waved her hands in denial. You're Lady Cecilia now. I should address you properly. Cecilia placed her hands over her abdomen, her tone gentle but firm. Alice, when we're alone, you can address me however you like. Still, Alice knelt before her friend out of respect, shaking her head. I can't. You're my superior now. Cecilia's composure faltered as she grew visibly nervous. Please don't kneel, she panicked, her voice trembling. Later, the two friends sat on a bench by a serene fountain in the city park. The gentle sound of water offered a sense of calm as Alice voiced her concerns. I don't know if I've chosen the right path, she confessed, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Cecilia listened intently, her gaze steady. You've never been one to stray from the right path, Alice, she said softly. I've known you for a long time. Trust yourself. You'll do what's right. Alice looked at Cecilia, her friend's unwavering belief in her lighting a small flame of hope. Thank you, she said, her voice quiet but sincere. As the night deepened, the two friends sat in silence, their bond unspoken but strong, ready to face the challenges ahead. Alice, her eyes closed, let out a sigh, her heart heavy with unresolved emotions. I can still hear their screams, she admitted softly, her voice tinged with anguish. People crying for help. Cecilia, standing beside her, regarded her friend with a serious expression. There's only one way to find out if the front lines are where you truly belong, she said, her tone calm but resolute. Alice's gaze shifted, her confusion and curiosity evident. Before she could ask, Cecilia stood up, a smile spreading across her face. Join me when I head to the front line, she suggested, her eyes bright with enthusiasm. Duke Villiers has entrusted us with an important mission, one that we must fulfill together. Hearing this, Alice's jaw dropped in shock. Father gave us a mission? She asked, her voice filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Brian strapped on his boots and gripped his sword with determination. His eyes gleamed as he prepared for the unknown. Where are you going? Someone asked. Brian turned to face them, his expression serious. I don't know, he admitted. I was only told to get ready. Emily, standing behind him, watched silently, her usual cheerfulness replaced by quiet concern. Nana placed her hands over her chest, her gaze sorrowful. Will I not see you for a long time again? She asked hesitantly. Before Brian could answer, the sound of boots approaching drew their attention. A calm voice interrupted. Not this time. All eyes turned to see Cyan, his expression serene yet firm. Addressing Nana, he said, Don't worry. He then turned to Brian, a faint smile on his lips. Are you ready? Brian nodded. Yes, he replied confidently. I've prepared as instructed, but I still don't know where we're going. Cyan extended his hand, revealing the ring, which emitted an intense red mist. We're going to the Valley of Lemia, he revealed. Emily gasped, her face a mix of surprise and confusion. Isn't it the place we went to before? It's so far away. Without addressing her concern, Cyan used the ring's power to open a portal. With this, he said calmly, we'll arrive immediately. He gestured for Brian to hurry, his urgency evident. Brian followed without hesitation, while deep inside, Cyan braced himself for what he knew. This was the day Alice was fated to die. Mounted on horses, the Knights of Light arrived at the front lines. The scene was tense, the air thick with the anticipation of battle. A bearded man, Sir Yulkin, the captain of the squadron, raised his voice, ordering the troops to halt. He turned back to face Alice, a broad smile on his face. Thank you for joining us, Lady Alice, he said with genuine appreciation. Alice, riding beside Cecilia, forced a smile. Please, Sir Yulkin, she said, her tone slightly flustered. Don't call me miss. As the troops advanced, Alice's attention fell on the battlefield ahead, a stark reminder of the dangers they were about to face. Sir Yulkin noticed her unease and turned to her with a reassuring smile. It's truly admirable that you've come here as a knight of light, he said sincerely. Alice nodded, though her mind was clouded with doubt. Am I truly ready for this? She wondered, clutching the reins of her horse tightly. Beside her, Cecilia's unwavering presence gave her a small measure of comfort, even as they rode into the unknown. With a forced smile and a nervous tone, Alice pleaded with Sir Yulkin, please stop praising me so much. I still have so much to learn. Yulkin, his scarred eye giving him an air of rugged wisdom, smiled warmly. You'll do just fine, he said confidently. The Duke will be proud of you. Dismounting from his horse, Yulkin gestured for Alice to do the same. She followed hesitantly, still uneasy. And stop calling me miss, she added, her voice soft but insistent. Yulkin chuckled heartily as he led her forward. The Duke is waiting for you. Alice's heart raced as she approached her father. The Duke, tall and imposing, stood at the edge of the encampment, gazing out over the battlefield. His stoic expression made it clear that his thoughts were elsewhere. Gathering her courage, Alice brought her feet together and placed a hand over her chest in a formal salute. Alice Vert, eldest daughter of the Vert family, she said with practiced precision. I came as quickly as I could after receiving your message. The Duke turned to her, his face betraying no warmth or pride. Today, the third and fourth princes, as well as the second princess, are visiting, he stated coldly. Prepare yourself. Though his words lacked emotion, Alice's eyes brightened with joy. Yes, father, she replied cheerfully. Despite his distance, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of happiness. The Duke turned again, his gaze sharp. They've arrived, he said curtly. Alice turned, her curiosity piqued. A procession of knights and carriages approached, their presence heavy with formality. The atmosphere tensed as the carriages stopped, and the royals began to disembark. The third prince, Fabian Severus, stepped out first. He wrinkled his nose in disgust, muttering, "What is that awful smell?" His younger brother, Nervian Severus, followed, covering his nose. "How can anyone live in such a filthy place?" He scoffed, his disdain evident. Then, the second princess, Violet Severus, emerged with a graceful demeanor. She offered a kind smile. The Vert family has always worked tirelessly on the front lines, she said diplomatically. As the princes and princess approached, the Duke and the Knights of Light bowed deeply in respect. It is an honor to host you, the Duke said formally. Nervian, clearly unimpressed, huffed as he climbed back into the carriage. Let's get this over with quickly, he muttered. These visits are meaningless formalities. Fabian, however, remained outside, glaring at the Duke. And what about magical beast attacks? He asked sharply. Are there any threats? The Duke, unperturbed, responded with a confident smile. Even in the rear guard, the magical beasts here are minor. There's no need for concern. At that moment, the sound of steady footsteps caught everyone's attention. A figure approached from the direction of the camp. The Duke turned, his expression softening into a rare smile of pride. There is nothing to worry about, he said firmly. We have the finest knight the Vert family has ever produced. Askel Vert stepped into view, his eyes calm and steady. His presence exuded an aura of assurance, and his tranquil demeanor silenced the air of unease. It had been years since he had last seen his father. Alice's gaze locked onto Askel, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Curiosity, confusion, and admiration all mixing in equal measure. Brother, she thought silently, unsure of what his arrival would mean for the unfolding events. The Duke approached Askel, placing a firm hand on his son's shoulder. For the first time in what seemed like an eternity, a proud smile softened his usually stern features. I trust you'll fulfill your mission with excellence, he said, his voice filled with rare warmth. Askel locked eyes with his father, his calm demeanor unwavering. I won't disappoint you, he promised, his words steady and resolute. Fabian's sharp voice cut through the moment. Take care of the beasts before they get anywhere near us, he ordered Askel, his expression one of disdain. Unlike them, we are far too valuable to risk. The second princess, Violet, offered a softer contrast. Her gaze settled on Askel, a kind smile gracing her lips. I trust you to ensure our safety, she said, her tone gentle but sincere. For Askel, her words were a rare honor. His eyes dropped to the ground briefly, his heart swelling with quiet pride. It's an honor to serve you, he said, his voice subdued yet genuine. Violet looked around, noticing something, or rather, someone missing. Why hasn't Lionel come with you? She asked, her curiosity evident. He's usually by your side for formal events like this. Askel's penetrating gaze met hers. After a pause, he replied with a serene smile. An unexpected commitment arose. He entrusted me with the task of escorting the twins and you. Though his explanation seemed reasonable, Violet couldn't shake a lingering suspicion. Still, she nodded, choosing to accept his words. Having Count Askel as our escort is reassuring. she said before stepping into the carriage. The Knights of Light stood at attention, their somber silence creating an uneasy tension. Askel's intense stare followed the carriage as it moved, his expression inscrutable. Alice's eyes drifted to her brother, observing him with a suspicious gaze. Why is he here, she wondered. Askel always escorts the first prince. Why has he come to the front to accompany the twins and Princess Violet? Her curiosity was interrupted as Askel turned toward her. His voice broke her trance. I heard you join the Knights of Light, he said, his tone calm, but carrying an unsettling weight. Top of your class. Congratulations. Alice froze, her eyes widening in surprise. There was something familiar in the way he looked at her, a gaze filled with concealed hatred. It stirred a memory. Alice was 9 years old, celebrating her birthday in her room. Askel had entered, his presence both comforting and commanding. He stroked her head gently, congratulating her on her special day. Little Alice had clutched a scroll in her small hands, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity and joy. What is this, brother? She had asked, her voice full of wonder. It's a level 4 magic scroll, Askel explained, kneeling beside her. You can't use it now, but when you grow stronger, when you reach level 4 magical power, you'll be able to use it someday. Her admiration for her brother deepened that day. She cherished the scroll as a reminder of her aspirations to grow stronger. Years later, when Alice finally achieved level 4 magical power, she sat in her room, the scroll in her hands once more. She opened it with reverence, placing her hand over its surface. A magic circle began to glow, intricate and beautiful. Before she could fully activate it, a firm hand grabbed her wrist. Startled, Alice turned to see Cecilia standing beside her, her expression stern. What are you doing? Cecilia demanded, her grip unrelenting. Alice's confusion mirrored in her wide eyes. She began, but Cecilia cut her off. Do you have any idea what this scroll is meant to do? Cecilia asked, her voice both protective and urgent. Alice faltered, realizing for the first time that her brother's gift might have held a purpose she hadn't yet understood, and perhaps one far darker than she had ever imagined. In the memory, Cecilia's panicked voice cut through Alice's confusion. That's a medium-level magical beast summoning scroll, she exclaimed. If you had activated it, something serious could have happened. You could have died. Alice's heart sank as she realized the gravity of the situation. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she stared at the scroll, her mind racing. Did Askel know the danger when he gave it to her? The implications weighed heavily on her. Back in the present, Askel turned away from Alice and began walking toward the carriages. Her gaze followed him, filled with unanswered questions. The strange energy surrounding him made her uneasy. Why had he done this? What was happening to her brother? She wondered as the carriages departed. The Knights of Light escorted the royal entourage, their movements tense. Inside the carriage, the third prince, Fabian, couldn't hide his irritation. Did Brother Lionel really assign Askel to escort us? He grumbled. Fabian crossed his arms, his expression sour. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. It's suspicious, he muttered. Could they be plotting something? Princess Violet sat across from them, her demeanor serious. Assigning someone as skilled as Askel to protect us is reason enough to be suspicious, she said matter-of-factly. Her piercing gaze met her brother's. You know what kind of person Lionel is. Prepare yourselves if you want to survive. Her words hung heavy in the air. Fabian and Nervian fell silent, their unease growing. The carriage ride continued, but an ominous tension lingered. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook violently, rattling the carriage. The twins exchanged worried glances, while Nervian turned to the window in alarm. What's going on? He demanded. Outside, Alice sprinted toward the carriages, her expression panicked. We're under attack, she yelled, her voice sharp with urgency. Her gaze locked on the carriage. Evacuate immediately. As she spoke, a colossal antararch, a supreme magical beast, emerged from the earth. Its deafening roar sent a wave of fear through the knights, many of whom stepped back instinctively. The sheer presence of the creature created an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Nervian clutched the carriage window, his teeth clenched tightly in terror. What is that thing? He stammered. It's a terrestrial dragon, Fabian whispered, his face pale. Panic flashed in his eyes as the reality of their situation set in. They said supreme-level magical beasts wouldn't appear here. The antararch struck the ground with massive force, sending the knights flying. The princes and princess screamed as the carriage rocked violently. Alice threw open the carriage door, her voice calm but commanding. Get out! Now, she ordered. The royals scrambled to comply, but as they disembarked, the dragon's massive tail swung toward them with deadly force. Thinking quickly, Alice activated a protection shield, intercepting the tail's attack and saving their lives. The shield shimmered as it absorbed the impact, and Alice's gaze locked on the beast with unwavering determination. Move forward, she shouted at the royals. Don't stop. Her voice was steady despite the chaos. This made no sense. There shouldn't have been magical beasts in the rear guard. Consumed by fear, Nervian lost his composure. Without waiting for his siblings or the knights, he turned and bolted into the distance, running wildly in a blind panic. Get back here, you coward! Fabian yelled after him, his frustration barely masking his own fear. Alice gritted her teeth, maintaining the shield as the Antararch roared again. This isn't right, she thought grimly. Why is this happening here? She glanced back at the royals. I'll protect them, no matter what. Fabian shouted after his fleeing brother. Stop running, you coward. His voice carried a mix of anger and disbelief as Nervian vanished into the chaos. Meanwhile, the princess lay on the ground, shaken by the commotion. As she struggled to regain her composure, her attention was drawn to an ominous presence approaching them. Alice and Violet turned, their eyes widening in fear. It was Askell, his sword unsheathed and his demeanor cold. His gaze, once filled with familial warmth, now radiated malice. I can protect you, Askell said, his voice calm yet menacing. If you come to my side. Violet's face twisted with anger. Clenching her teeth, she thought, you've been waiting for this, haven't you? Planning to kill me in the chaos. Alice, observing her brother's behavior, was struck with suspicion. What had happened to him? Her thoughts were interrupted when a powerful gust of wind struck the beast, forcing it to recoil and giving Alice's shield a brief reprieve. Alice turned to see the source of the attack. Cecilia, she exclaimed, relief washing over her as her friend stood ready to assist. Cecilia nodded firmly. Alice, get to my side, she called. Without hesitation, Alice grabbed the princess by the arm, whispering an apology before pulling her to safety. Violet, confused but compliant, asked, Where are we going? Cecilia answered sharply. Out of here. That's our first priority. Her tone left no room for debate. Alice glanced back as they retreated, her heart heavy with unease. Why had Askell's gaze been filled with murderous intent toward Violet? Panic crept in her mind as she watched him face the beast, unmoving. The massive beast raised its claw, preparing to strike. Askell, be careful, Alice shouted, her voice trembling with concern. To her astonishment, Askell made no effort to evade. As the claw descended, a golden magical barrier manifested around him, effortlessly blocking the attack. Alice froze, her eyes wide in shock. Such power! Cecilia grabbed her arm, urging her to move. We have to go now? Askell retaliated with a surge of golden energy, the barrier expanding outward and hurling the beast skyward. The Antararch roared, its body flailing as it was launched. It crashed back to the ground moments later, enraged but undeterred. The Knights of Light scrambled to regroup as their captain barked orders to form ranks. Askell's attention briefly shifted to the fleeing Alice and Violet. Seeing that they had escaped, he clenched his teeth in frustration, his rage simmering just beneath the surface. The beast rose again, its glowing form radiating power as it charged a mana ball in its gaping maw. The intense energy caused the knights to shield their eyes, certain that their end had come. At the last moment, a commanding voice cut through the chaos. Retreat! All eyes turned skyward as Askell descended like a bolt of golden lightning. His sword, imbued with radiant mana, sliced clean through the mana ball with a devastating explosion. The sheer force of his strike dissipated the beast's attack and sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Askell landed gracefully, gripping his sword tightly. His eyes locked onto the beast with unyielding determination. This thing was a nuisance, nothing more. The Antararch roared, baring its fangs as it prepared for another attack. Askell smirked coldly, his voice low but resolute. You made me lose sight of my target, he muttered. I won't let it happen again. With golden mana surging through his blade, Askell prepared to deliver a finishing blow. The battlefield was chaos, but the scene near Alice Vert was even more chilling. Her brother, Askell, waged war against the monstrous Antararch in the distance, his golden barrier shaking the earth with its radiance. Yet the real storm was brewing far closer. As Alice turned to help the fallen princess, her concern was genuine. Extending a hand, she asked, Are you hurt? The princess, feigning weakness, gazed at the ground with sweat dripping from her brow. But her eyes suddenly lit with malice. A proud, twisted smile spread across her face. I don't fall so easily, she hissed. Alice froze, her confusion palpable. Before she could process the change, a sharp pain tore through her abdomen. Her breath hitched, her vision blurred. Turning slowly, she saw the blade, Cecilia's blade, buried deep in her stomach. Cecilia, why? Alice's voice trembled, filled with betrayal and disbelief. Cecilia remained silent, sweat pooling on her brow, her gaze fixed on the ground. She yanked the sword free, the motion cold and deliberate. Blood sprayed, and Alice collapsed onto the ground, clutching her wound, writhing in agony. The princess approached, arms crossed, a smug smile on her lips. Her gaze was piercing as she looked down at Alice. "So, you're Askell Vert's little sister," she sneered. "I knew something was off when Lionel didn't show up. He always has a hand in everything." Her tone was calm, but laced with venom. She turned to Cecilia, who stood frozen, guilt and horror battling in her mind. The princess dismissed her ally's hesitation with a glance, then continued, "You Vert are always so ambitious. Did you think I wouldn't notice your pathetic attempts to protect me? Askell's little sister, trying to play hero." Alice's breathing was labored, her vision narrowing. "It's a misunderstanding," she whispered, her voice faltering. "I only wanted to keep you safe." The princess interrupted with a laugh, mocking Alice's sincerity. "Oh, save it. Do you think I'm blind to your family schemes? I won't let you or your brother kill me like a fool." With a flourish, the princess produced a scroll, unfurled it, and threw it to the ground. A magic circle ignited beneath her feet, the glowing runes casting eerie light over the scene. She turned to Alice one last time, her eyes glinting with cruel satisfaction. "Pray to Lumendal if you want, little knight," she taunted, her voice dripping with condescension. "Maybe he'll save you. But I doubt it." The circle's light intensified, and with a flash, the princess and Cecilia vanished, leaving Alice bleeding and alone. Lying on the cold earth, Alice clenched her teeth against the searing pain. Her mind raced, replaying every moment that had led her here. Was her trust in Cecilia misplaced? Did her brother know all along? Tears welled in her eyes, not from the pain of her wound, but from the ache of betrayal. As the betrayal set in, Alice's eyes blazed with rage and sorrow. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched her wound, disbelief and despair swirling within her. Why? She wondered. Why had Cecilia, her dearest friend, turned against her? Even as she cried, Alice refused to give in. The ground trembled under the stomps of approaching monsters. Turning, she saw a pack of grotesque beasts with dog-like heads closing in, their intent to devour her clear in their predatory stares. With gritted teeth, Alice drove her sword into the ground for support, willing herself to rise. "I won't die here," she muttered, one hand clutching her abdomen to staunch the bleeding. She staggered upright, her heart pounding with a fierce determination. Her fingers twitched as she began channeling her energy. She wasn't ready to let go, not without answers. She would survive. She had to. The monsters lunged at her. Alice gripped her sword tightly and drew on her own blood, channeling Yin's power. Her crimson lifeblood swirled in the air, forming razor-sharp spears that hovered protectively around her. Closing her eyes and steadying her breathing, she extended her hand, summoning the last reserves of her strength. "I'll ask you myself, Cecilia," she whispered, as the first beast leapt forward. Alice thrust her hand outward, sending a blood spear hurtling into the monster. It yelped and collapsed mid-air, its body convulsing as it hit the ground. The other beasts hesitated, growling and circling her warily. "Come on, then," Alice shouted, her voice defiant. Her spears hovered like a barrier around her, as she prepared to fight for her life. Miles away, Princess Violet appeared in a luxurious chamber as a glowing magic circle faded beneath her feet. She sat on the plush bed, exhaling deeply. For the first time in hours, she allowed herself to feel relieved. That place was vile, she muttered, fanning herself dramatically. Even the air was disgusting. Cecilia stood nearby, silent and tense. Her shoulders were stiff, her gaze fixed on the floor. Violet, noticing her companion's quiet demeanor, turned toward her. "Don't you agree, Cecilia?" "Yes," Cecilia replied, her voice faint, her eyes brimming with regret. Her mind betrayed her as memories surfaced. Alice's laughter as they shared ice cream in their youth, her bright eyes full of happiness. The stark contrast to the bloodied, betrayed woman she had left behind twisted like a knife in Cecilia's heart. Violet tilted her head, her tone turning sharper. "Why didn't you kill her?" Cecilia snapped out of her reverie, her head whipping toward the princess. "What? You heard me." Violet's calm, yet icy gaze pierced her. "You could have ended Alice right then and there. That was the order, wasn't it?" She gestured dismissively. "You left her alive." Cecilia turned her face away, her hands trembling slightly. "The beasts, they'll finish her soon enough." On the battlefield, Alice's blood-forged swords pierced through beast after beast. Her strength was waning, her breath ragged, but she pushed forward, determined. Just as she prepared to attack again, exhaustion finally overtook her. She drove her sword into the ground, fell to her knees, and closed her eyes. A fleeting sense of relief washed over her. Was it finally over? But the moment of peace didn't last. As she stared blankly at the ground, contemplating what she would tell the knights, Knowing no one would believe that Princess Violet had tried to kill her, a low growl reached her ears. Her body stiffened as a massive beast sniffed at the corpse of its fallen kin. Slowly, she turned, her eyes widening in horror. Salamanders. High-level magical beasts. And they were staring straight at her. Their massive bodies oozed fire and saliva. Their scorching gazes locked onto their next prey, her. Panic gripped Alice. Her mind screamed for a way out, but her body refused to move. One of the beasts reared its head, flames crackling in its maw as it prepared to unleash a deadly fireball. Terror swallowed her whole. She was out of options. Then, in a blur of speed, a figure appeared. Cyan unsheathed his sword, his blade flashing like lightning as he activated the fog sword technique, rushing fog storm. Before the beast could release its fireball, precise slashes tore through its body. Alice barely registered what was happening. One moment she was bracing for death. The next, the salamander's severed head landed behind her with a sickening thud. Her body froze, her mind struggling to catch up. A strong hand grabbed her shoulder. "Sorry about this," a voice said before she was suddenly lifted into someone's arms and carried away just as the beast's molten body collapsed where she had been moments before. Dazed, she looked up. Brian. Relief and confusion warred inside her. The realization hit. If Brian was here, then that masked swordsman. Could it be? The remaining salamanders roared in fury, their fallen comrade fueling their rage. Rivers of molten lava spewed from their mouths, threatening to consume everything. Brian landed in a lower area, placing Alice down against a stone wall. She clutched her head, overwhelmed, while Brian clenched his teeth. "Just hang on," he muttered. Alice lifted her head and froze. Lava was cascading toward them. Then, something unexpected happened. With a loud thud, a sword, Kiram, landed before them. Their eyes locked onto it, puzzled. As the lava threatened to consume them, a figure emerged. Kiram. She stomped the ground with force and scowled. "What's with all this lava? Do they have stomach issues or something?" Hope flickered in Brian's eyes. He grinned. "You're the best." Kiram raised her hands skyward, summoning a powerful magical barrier, just in time to shield them from the lava. Furious, she glared at the beasts. "Stop spewing magma like a bunch of sick dragons." With the barrier in place, Cyan prepared to finish the fight. Upon Kiram's command, he activated thick fog third technique, fog descent, vanishing in an instant and reappearing above the salamanders. His eyes gleamed as he summoned a powerful manosphere, void sphere. The beasts, sensing danger, launched fireballs in retaliation, but Cyan was faster. His next move, division, unleashed a storm of magical orbs that sliced through their heads with deadly precision. Within seconds, the salamanders were no more, their bodies disintegrating into nothingness. As the battlefield quieted, Alice and Brian ascended from their shelter. The pool of lava before them still held remnants of the fallen creatures, their severed heads floating aimlessly. And in the center of it all stood Cyan. Alice hesitated, then approached him. She had her suspicions, but she never truly expected. With a trembling hand, she reached out and removed his mask. Tears welled in her eyes. Brian, watching from behind, smiled, feeling a rare sense of peace. Cyan met Alice's gaze, his lips curling into a warm, familiar smile. "Glad I wasn't too late." As Brian worked to heal her wounds, Alice mumbled something under her breath. Cecilia was Princess Violet's spy, she admitted, frustration lacing her voice. "I didn't even notice until now. How stupid can I be?" Even though she was berating herself, she declared she would still uphold the family's will. Cyan shook his head. "This isn't your fault, Alice. The real ones to blame are Princess Violet and Cecilia." His tone darkened. "And Askell." Hearing that name, Alice jolted upright. Brian panicked. Hey, I'm not done healing you yet." Ignoring him, Alice fixed Cyan with a sharp gaze. "Wait, are you saying Askell was involved in this? Do you know something?" She tried to reason it out. If Askell was involved, then it must have been under their father's orders. Cyan, however, was unwavering. "No, Askell suggested it." Alice clenched her fists. "Father does whatever Askell asks him to do? But why?" Cyan's expression darkened. "So Askell can be the one to carry out the family's will." Alice's jaw tightened as fury bubbled inside her. "So he's willing to kill his own sister for it?" A sharp pang of pain shot through her, and she collapsed onto her knees. "Alice." Cyan crouched beside her, concerned. Through gritted teeth, she asked, "Are you sure about this?" Cyan nodded. "You know what Askell is really like, don't you?" Alice exhaled sharply. "I thought I was the only one who noticed, but Cyan did too." Her voice wavered slightly. "But how? Father and the others don't seem to see it at all." Then her mind drifted back to the battle earlier. "There was something off about him," she murmured. "It was like some invisible force was protecting him. Cyan's expression grew serious. He had sensed it too. There was a moment in the fight when he was certain he had reached Askell, but something had stopped him. Something unseen. A power that even deflected the demonic sword. His voice was barely above a whisper as realization struck him. There's only one explanation. Alice's eyes hardened. We need to tell Father. Now. Cyan hesitated. You know he won't listen to us. Alice knew there was a possibility. If I go alone, maybe. But if we go together. Cyan's gaze turned serious. He took a deep breath before speaking. Alice, trust me on this. If we push too hard and fail, we won't just be in trouble. The entire order of the Knights of Light could turn against us. Cyan's thoughts drifted to the Knights of Light in his past life. Back then, Askell was revered. Everyone admired him, trusted him, even worshipped him like he was their savior. Cyan had been one of them. No one ever questioned Askell. To them, he was a hero, beyond doubt or suspicion. But looking back, Cyan found it bizarre. Askell wasn't just respected. He was treated like a divine figure. There should have been skeptics, yet even the most self-serving individuals had unwavering faith in him. The Duke, who met a tragic end. Emperor Lionel, who only cared about his own ambitions. Boris, whose sole pursuit was the truth. All of them trusted Askell without hesitation. Even Cyan himself. He had believed in Askell up until the bitter end, until that final betrayal. That memory still burned inside him, but one question haunted him more than the anger. Why had he trusted Askell so blindly? The answer was clear. Askell was no ordinary man. He was an absolute figure, the chosen inheritor of Lionel's divine authority. The so-called savior of the world. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the knights stood firm, bracing themselves as the massive monster loomed over them. Its enormous foot came crashing down, ready to flatten them. In sheer panic, Nervian clung desperately to his brother, Fabian, wailing, "We're gonna die. We're all gonna die. Get off me, you idiots!" Fabian snapped, shoving him away. Askell, unfazed, charged forward. Fabian couldn't help but admire him. Damn, that guy's something else. Askell barely acknowledged him. Stay back. The monster roared, its throat glowing ominously. A moment later, it unleashed a devastating laser beam. Nervian shrieked and clung to Fabian again. Doom is upon you, S. Get off me, you moron. Fabian growled, trying to pry him off. Askell, ignoring their antics, raised his shield. Aegis, the shield of judgment. The beam hurtled toward them, obliterating everything in its path. But then, Askell activated Titanic, a massive energy shield. The ground trembled as the destructive beam slammed into it, dispersing on impact. The monster, clearly enraged, unleashed another barrage of beams. But Askell was already on the move. He dashed past the attacks and in one swift strike, sliced the beast clean in half. A guttural groan escaped the creature as its body split, blood gushing from the wound. Then silence. The battlefield erupted in cheers. Askell saved us. He's stronger than a dragon. Fabian gave him an approving nod. Not bad. Nervian, still shaking, clutched his brother's sleeve. We have to tell Father what he did for us. Askell, for a split second, frowned. But then, like clockwork, he put on a practiced smile. It was an honor to serve. From a distance, Alice watched, her expression troubled. The savior? Someone like him was chosen by Lumendal? She couldn't believe it. And yet the world did. Cyan's voice was calm, but firm. Lumendal needed a savior. That's all. It never mattered who they were. Alice clenched her fists. But Askell. He was chosen by the most powerful god, Cyan interrupted. Denying it would be considered sacrilege. Alice felt a hollow pit in her chest. She had spent her whole life believing in Lumendal, placing her faith in his divine will. But now it was hard to accept. Cyan's expression remained unreadable. Be careful, Alice. If you question this too openly, you might turn every Lumendal follower against you. She swallowed hard, sadness flickering in her eyes. How? How do you even know all this? Cyan hesitated, avoiding her gaze. I can't tell you. Not yet. Alice frowned. Why? Because I can't let you get involved any more than you already are. Silence hung between them. Then, Alice exhaled, offering a small smile. I trust you, Cyan. If there's a reason you can't tell me, I'll wait. But one day, promise me you will. Don't carry this alone. A genuine smile crossed Cyan's face. Okay. Alice turned to Brian. Thanks for healing me. Brian's face immediately turned red. It's nothing. He stammered, flustered. Behind him, Cyan stood glaring daggers at him, radiating an aura of pure menace. His expression screamed, Why are you so happy right now? Brian noticed, and instantly started sweating bullets. Cyan, ignoring Brian's silent suffering, looked at Alice. What's your plan now? Alice's eyes darkened. First, I need to resolve this mess. I need to talk to Cecilia and find out why she betrayed me. Cyan crossed his arms. I'll help. Alice raised an eyebrow. How do you know where she is? Cyan calmly said to Alice that she couldn't have gone far. At Violet's safe house, Cecilia suddenly tensed. Violet, lounging nearby, noticed. What's wrong? Cecilia's voice was tight. Someone's coming. Violet scoffed. Impossible. No one but me knows this place. Before Cecilia could argue, the sound of shattering glass exploded through the room. Violet screamed as a blade whizzed past her face, embedding itself deep into the wall. Cecilia's eyes widened. She recognized that sword. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Askell examined the markings left on the ground. His sharp eyes took in the remnants of a teleportation spell. His lips curled into a knowing smirk. A magic scroll. He turned to the knights. Find a shelter nearby. Stay alert. One of the knights suddenly stiffened. Sir, you need to see this. Askell approached, following his gaze. They stood at the edge of a cliff, looking down into the valley below. A swarm of massive monsters crawled through the land, their grotesque forms shifting in the moonlight. One knight swallowed hard. Do you think Princess Violet is all right? Askell's expression was unreadable. He merely muttered, we'll see. Then, with an air of command, he turned to his men. Prepare yourselves. Protect the princes. The chase was relentless. Cecilia pursued the intruder with unwavering focus. The sheer presence of mana and bloodlust radiating from him made her expect an elite warrior. But as soon as she caught sight of the figure, she froze in disbelief. What? Just a kid? Her instinct screamed that there had to be someone else with him. Dismissing any assumptions, she activated Windwalker, accelerating her movements. Stay sharp. Don't let your guard down. Then an attack. A blade sliced through the air toward her. Cecilia reacted instantly, swinging her sword to counter, but the kid dodged effortlessly. Her eyes narrowed. That movement, I've never seen anything like it. It's not from the verts. The masked intruder remained silent. Cecilia's gaze flicked to the sword embedded in the wall earlier. That was your throw, wasn't it? Did you manage to save Alice again? Still no response. Irritated, she let out a slow breath, her mana spiking dangerously. Fine, she said coldly. If you won't talk, let's see if you can scream. With that, she launched forward at blinding speed. Cecilia's sword cut through the air, swift and precise. Too fast for the eye to follow. Yet, the masked kid evaded every single strike. Her blade barely grazed his ear, but it wasn't enough. Cecilia gritted her teeth. No way. There are only a handful of knights in the order who can match me in speed. But this kid, determined not to be toyed with, she leaped onto a tree, then launched herself from above. You think I'm going to let you underestimate me? She activated Sharp Storm, a devastating attack that sent a massive energy beam tearing through the forest. Trees splintered into nothing. The ground exploded, leaving a gaping crater. The battlefield was left in utter ruin. And yet, the masked intruder stood unscathed. A small, black sphere flickered in his palm. Cecilia's heart dropped. That's Void Sphere. Before she could react, he activated Obsidian. The sphere split in half, unleashing a dark force that slammed into her. Pain seared through her body as she let out a sharp scream. The force tore through the area, causing even more destruction. Her vision blurred as she collapsed. As footsteps approached, Cecilia clenched her teeth. I lost pathetically. She let out a bitter chuckle. Never thought I'd die in a place like this. Her voice was weak as she looked up at him. You're like a grim reaper, she murmured. Still won't say a word? The masked figure crouched down, meeting her gaze. But instead of delivering a finishing blow, he simply said, I'm curious about something. Cecilia blinked. What? You look relieved? She froze. I expected you to look more tormented, he added. For the first time, Cecilia had no words. Cecilia let out a trembling breath. This is retribution. She smiled bitterly. I deserve this kind of ending. A voice cut through the silence. Retribution? For what? Cecilia's body stiffened. She knew that voice. Her eyes widened in shock as Alice stepped forward, leaning against Brian for support. Alice's gaze bored into her, unreadable but intense. Cecilia could barely process it. Alice, you're alive? Alice's hands clenched into fists. Shut up. Her voice shook with emotion. Just answer me. Tears welled at the corners of her eyes. Why, Cecilia? Why did you betray me? Cecilia's lips trembled. Then she broke. She cried. Through her sobs, she began to speak. My hometown, it was a small village. Her voice was raw, pained. One day it was wiped out. Monsters destroyed everything. She swallowed hard. I was the only one left, barely alive. I thought I was going to die too until they found me. Alice listened in stunned silence. A knight saw me, told me to wait, told me I was safe. Cecilia's voice turned distant. like she was reliving the moment. Then, someone ordered a child to bring me food and water. The knight obeyed immediately. She let out a hollow laugh. That child was royalty. For Cecilia, it had been a miracle. The royal knights had arrived just before her last breath. And the one who saved her, Princess Violet. Alice's heart sank. She took me in. She saved my life, Cecilia continued. So when the time came to repay that debt, I did what I was told. Her voice broke. I was ordered to infiltrate the Vert household, to get close to you, and wait for further instructions. Alice's breath caught in her throat. Cecilia's expression twisted with regret. That's how I became a maid in your family's estate. That's how I met you. She let out a shaky breath. And I should have never stayed. Her voice cracked. I should have died in the ruins of my village. Silence. Then, softly, she whispered. The order finally came. Alice could barely force out the words. To kill me? Cecilia nodded, tears streaking down her face. Princess Violet saw you as a threat, Alice. Because of your family. Alice's brows furrowed. What do you mean? Cecilia looked away. It was because of Prince Lunel and Askell. Alice's breath hitched. Princess Violet always feared the Verts. She believed your family was loyal to Lunel. Cecilia's voice wavered, and that paranoia only grew stronger. Alice remained silent. She became consumed by it. She only trusts herself, no one else. And yet, I still served her. Cecilia squeezed her eyes shut. But you were different. Her lips quivered. And I betrayed you. She finally looked at Alice, her eyes filled with sorrow. I'm so sorry, Alice. I never wanted to disappoint you. Cyan took a step forward, his glare sharp and unforgiving. Cut the bullshit. The air around him darkened, thick with unrestrained bloodlust. His voice was cold, merciless. If you think just admitting your mistakes is enough for forgiveness, you're dead wrong. Cecilia's breath hitched. She recognized him now. You, young Master C? Alice quickly stepped in. Cyan, wait. Her voice was urgent. Give me a moment to think. Cyan didn't lower his blade. His fury didn't waver. This isn't something to think about, Alice, he said, voice sharp. He pointed his sword at Cecilia, his intent to kill crystal clear. This isn't some light matter. Cecilia exhaled, her voice steady despite the tension. I know. Alice's heart pounded. Cyan, stop. Just wait. She turned to him, desperate. We should at least hear her out. Let her explain everything before deciding. Brian, sensing her distress, placed a hand on her shoulder. Alice, calm down. His voice was gentle, reassuring. Trust young Master Cyan for now. Alice hesitated. But Cyan didn't move. He simply lifted his dagger, preparing for the final strike. Alice's eyes widened. Then, no! Her scream ripped through the night. Cecilia flinched as the blade came down. Somewhere else, a door exploded into pieces. Inside Princess Violet's safe house, the princess jerked upright, her body tensing. Who's there? She demanded. Then she noticed Cecilia was gone. Her breath hitched. Panic flashed in her eyes. No, this can't be. A shadow stepped through the ruined entrance. Violet's face went pale. How'd he find this place? Askell stood in the doorway, his face dark, expression unreadable. Without a word, he took a step forward. I've come to escort you, Your Highness. Violet tightened her grip on her wrist, a faint smirk playing on her lips. You look like you're about to kill me, she remarked, her tone laced with amusement. Isn't it a bit rude to just barge in like this? Askell met her gaze without hesitation. I did plan to kill you, he admitted. Then, without missing a beat, he added, the original plan was for Fabian, Nerovian, and you, all of you, to die at the hands of the monster. Violet's eyes widened in shock. Do you really think you can escape the consequences of something so disgraceful? She challenged. At that moment, she attempted to send a letter, but before she could, Askell struck. Activating his technique, God's Stinger, he aimed directly for her hand. A sharp cry escaped Violet's lips as the attack landed, and within seconds, the letter she had been holding was reduced to ashes. Askell, his voice edged with anger, declared, I'm not finished yet. Clutching her injured hand, Violet shot him a glare. How persistent. Do you really plan to see this through to the end? Askell took a step closer. Who knows? Maybe I will. His words left Violet momentarily confused. But then, Askell's eyes flickered toward a sword embedded in the wall. Alice's sword. A look of realization crossed his face as he turned back to Violet. Where's my sister? A wicked grin spread across Violet's lips. I had her killed, she said without a hint of remorse. I wasn't sure she was working with Lionel, but she was your sister after all. Her expression darkened, eyes gleaming with twisted delight. In the end, I suppose it was for the best. And do you plan on avenging her? A smirk tugged at Askell's lips. No, he said, his voice eerily calm. I was just thinking, I might need to change my plans. Violet stiffened, her amusement faltering. His reaction was unexpected. Change your plans? She echoed, unease creeping in. Without another word, Askell reached for Alice's sword, pulling it free from the wall. He turned to face her, his expression unreadable. You seem surprisingly calm, given the situation. He studied her for a moment before continuing. Eliminating those you even slightly suspect. I have to admit, that's a smart approach. Then, with a knowing grin, he added, in that sense, you're nothing like Lunel. That actually surprises me. Violet's mind raced. Does he not care about his sister at all? What is he after? Then Askell spoke again, his tone firm. The plan was doomed from the start. A complete failure. That's what I'll tell Lunel. Violet narrowed her eyes. Then what is it you want from me? Stepping closer, Askell leaned in slightly. I'm suggesting that you join me instead. Violet's eyes widened as she asked. Weren't you on Lunel's side? A wild grin spread across Askell's face. Who told you we were anything more than business partners? He replied. Violet leaned back on her bed, arms crossed. And you expect me to believe that? Askell shrugged. Believe what you want. But Prince Lunel is just a part of my plan. Hearing this, Violet chuckled. Are you trying to take over the Empire or something? She shook her head. If that's the case, I won't be of any help to you. Askell turned away slightly, as if noticing something. It doesn't matter who takes over the Empire, he muttered. Violet narrowed her eyes. Then tell me, what is it that you do want? Askell's expression darkened. The eradication of evil. My goal is to wipe it from this world. Violet let out a small laugh. Are you serious? He smirked. Who knows? But before she could say more, Askell suddenly tensed. It seems evil just made its entrance. A noise echoed from outside, sending a chill through the air. Violet stiffened. Sweat beaded on Askell's forehead. This mana, it's strange. Ominous. It's sending shivers through my entire body. A loud crack split the air as something tore through the roof. Purple energy surged into the room, and Askell's eyes widened. This feels more like bloodlust than mana. I've never sensed anything like it before. A sphere of dark energy materialized before them, shattering the remains of the roof. Both of them recoiled in shock. What is this? Violet shouted. Then, Askell noticed movement outside the ruined cottage. His gaze sharpened, and in the next instant, an attack was already upon him. He barely dodged, gritting his teeth as he demanded, Who the hell are you? A figure stepped forward. Cyan, the evil you've been searching for, Cyan said coolly. And also, your end. Without warning, Cyan unleashed his technique, Fog Sword, 8 fluttering petals. A flurry of swift, deadly strikes rained down on Askell. Askell dodged each attack, his body moving on instinct. But the sheer force of the strikes sent Violet into a panic. She let out a scream as one of Cyan's attacks slashed dangerously close. Seeing the incoming strike, Askell reacted instantly. Activating his technique, EXI, he created a barrier around Violet, shielding her from harm while pulling her out of the collapsing cottage. The force of Cyan's attack shattered everything around them. Violet gasped as she took in the destruction. The remains of her so-called safe house reduced to rubble. Askell, still blocking Cyan's relentless assault, was forced back several steps. He finally landed near Violet, breathing heavily. She looked at him, concern flickering in her eyes. Are you all right, Mr. Askell? Askell's eyes narrowed as he quickly noticed Cyan preparing another strike. He's still attacking. Cyan raised his hand, summoning a glowing red sphere. Without hesitation, he hurled it toward Askell. Reacting instantly, Askell activated his technique, Ascalon. His sword cut clean through the sphere, dispersing it in an instant. But Cyan didn't stop. He lunged at Askell with terrifying speed. He knows spatial magic too? Askell realized, gritting his teeth as he braced for impact. Before Cyan's attack could land, a surge of yellow, electric waves crackled through the air, intercepting the strike. The sudden force sent Cyan flying backward. Even Kiram, who had been standing nearby, let out a pained cry from the shock. As Cyan hit the ground, Askell turned to Violet. This guy, he's not just some ordinary enemy. Violet stood frozen, overwhelmed by everything unfolding around her. She clutched her arms tightly, her body trembling. Tears welled in her eyes. Askell glanced at her and spoke firmly. Calm down. I'll win this fight. His confidence caught Violet off guard, and her face flushed slightly. All right, she mumbled. Meanwhile, Cyan sat up, clutching his side. Kiram, what's wrong? He asked. Kiram groaned in pain. That hurt like hell, she muttered. That electric wave, it felt like my entire body was being torn apart. Cyan's expression darkened. Tisich must be Askell's hidden power protecting him. How annoying. Askell pointed his sword at Cyan, his gaze unwavering. What's wrong? Why did you stop? His tone turned sharp. Didn't you just say you were my end? Then come at me. Cyan clenched his fists, seething with frustration. I'd love to kill him right now. But after seeing what his power can do, I need to fall back. Just then, Violet's gaze shifted. Among the debris, she spotted a familiar sword, Cecilia's sword. Her eyes widened in shock. Scattered nearby were other belongings she recognized. Her heart pounded. "That's Cecilia's stuff," she shouted, turning to Cyan with a mixture of fear and rage. "What the hell did you do to her?" Cyan's eyes remained cold. "I purified her." Violet's breath caught. "Purified? What does that even mean?" Askell's voice cut through the silence. "It means she's already dead." His words hit Violet like a dagger to the chest. Askell turned his attention back to Cyan, his expression dark. "So that was your goal all along? Who ordered you to kill her?" A crimson aura flared around Cyan's body as he responded in an icy tone. "We are missed. Those who do not forgive." His voice was void of emotion. Her purification was not ordered by a person, but by reason. Hearing this, Askell's mind raced. Missed, so they're active again. So the rumors were true. Before he could press further, Cyan's body flickered, and in the next moment, he was gone. Violet gasped, scanning the area. He disappeared. He vanished into thin air. Askell lowered his head, deep in thought. More obstacles, more people interfering with my plans. His mind raced. Was it them all along? Have they been the ones pulling the strings from the shadows? Meanwhile, atop a mountain near the river, Cyan landed. Kiram collapsed onto the ground, clutching her head tightly. "Damn it, my head. I thought I was going to die from that attack earlier," she groaned. Cyan stood in front of her, watching silently. "Was it really that bad?" he asked. Kiram, still holding her head, took a shaky breath. "Yeah, I've never felt pain like that before." She slowly lifted her head, gritting her teeth. "We couldn't even touch him. This is way more complicated than I thought." Cyan remained quiet for a moment before speaking. "There's a solution." Kiram's eyes snapped to him. "What is it?" she asked urgently. Without a word, Cyan pulled out a set of elemental stones. They glowed faintly in his palm. "Duran Dark's elemental stones," he said. "The purity of gods." His gaze darkened. "It's only a hypothesis, but if we use these, we might be able to defeat him." Kiram's expression shifted to alarm. She grabbed his wrist tightly. "No, don't do it." Her voice trembled as she looked at him. "Did you bring those just for this?" "Cyan, if you use them, they could kill you." Before Cyan could respond, a new voice cut through the air. "Cyan." Both of them turned. Alice had arrived. Cyan met her gaze before looking back at Kiram. "I know it's dangerous," he admitted, "but this is the only way." His grip on the stone tightened. His crimson eyes burned with determination. "I have to protect people now," he murmured. "I won't make the same mistake I did in my past life." A surge of energy pulsed through him as he clenched the stone even harder. "If my opponent is unreasonably strong, then I'll become just as strong to match him." The scene shifts as Alice hands something over to Cecilia. Curious, Cecilia asks what it is. Alice explains that it's Marion's token, an item that grants access to the restricted spirit realm. With it, Cecilia can enter Fruina. However, Alice warns her to be cautious. Moved by Alice's gesture, Cecilia thanks her with a trembling voice, guilt weighing heavily on her. But Alice coldly turns away, making it clear that she hasn't forgiven her and doesn't want to see her again. Cecilia clenches her fists, accepting Alice's words with a heavy heart, and quietly says she'll leave. Overhead, Cyan watches their exchange in silence. Kiram, Cyan's spiritual guide, questions if letting Cecilia go is really the right choice. Cyan replies that he already killed her once in his past life. Back then, she was crushed by guilt for taking his sister's life, and there was no need to go any further. By sparing her this time, he believes she will eventually repay her debt. Cecilia remembers the moment she kneeled before Cyan, pleading for mercy. He had told her that this wasn't something that could be forgiven, and despite Alice's desperate attempts to stop him, he struck Cecilia down to avenge his sister. But he knows her death back then was just one chapter. Sooner or later, he will collect what is owed. Until then, she must remain hidden until he calls for her. As she reflects, a thought lingers. Does Cyan somehow see the future? It almost feels as if he knows exactly when she will have a chance to atone. Determined, she steels herself, prepared to repay her debt with her life when the time comes. Noticing Cyan's weary expression, Kiram asks if he's feeling unwell. Before he can answer, Alice calls out to Kiram. Kiram questions why she let Cecilia leave so easily, but Alice brushes it off, instead thanking her for saving her life. She admits she's a bit late in expressing her gratitude, but notes that dealing with a demonic soul like Kiram won't be easy. Kiram smirks, dismissing it as nothing. Alice studies her for a moment before commenting that she seems similar to a demon sword and asks if she's close to Cyan. Kiram immediately denies any personal attachment, stating that their relationship is strictly that of master and subject. Then, Her expression darkens as she warns Alice not to even think about taking Cyan's body from her. The sudden shift in her tone catches Alice off guard, making her realize that Kiram isn't as easygoing as she first assumed. At the Lunar Academy, Dean Kindle received a letter. As he reads through it, the message is clear. I have found the answers to all my questions, and as a result, I've decided to leave the Knights of Light. Just as I suspected, they have strayed from their righteous path. The people they protect are unworthy, and the will of the household is being corrupted. My father is simply allowing it to happen. I will visit you soon, as there is something I wish to discuss. Until then, please take good care of Cyan. My brother Askell and Prince Louis Bell will keep you updated more frequently than I can. Letting out a sigh, Dean Kindle leans back, thinking to himself that both families are an absolute mess. Still, since she asked, he'll at least pretend to care about Cyan. Beside him, Boris arrives, apologizing for the wait. The dean casually asks how he's adjusting to life at the academy. Boris replies that he's slowly getting used to it. Without wasting any time, the dean gets straight to the point. When was Boris planning to tell him that he was working for Prince Louis Bell, his grandson? And more importantly, why did he keep it a secret? Boris, unfazed, explains that he wasn't hiding anything. He simply didn't think it was relevant to his position at the academy. However, the dean presses on, asking what Boris's real reason for coming here was. Boris finally reveals that he's searching for someone. The dean narrows his eyes and asks if he's found them. Boris responds that he believes so. Hearing this, the dean's expression darkens. His voice drops as he warns Boris to stop immediately, especially if the person he's looking for is a child. With a sharp glare, he makes it clear, whatever Boris is planning, it ends now. The weight of his words is enough to startle Boris, who quickly assures him that he understands. Outside the villa, Boris speaks with his angel, Kriya. He admits that he wasn't expecting such a strong reaction from the dean and starts to suspect that Cyan has powerful connections. As he finishes writing a report noting how intriguing Cyan is, the paper suddenly lifts on its own and disappears, delivered to its intended destination. Kriya then asks what Boris plans to do next, warning him that if another human gets involved, things could become even more complicated. Boris acknowledges the risk, but remains confident. The angel cautions him further, reminding him that Kiram is different. He has a physical body. But Boris only smirks. Then I'll just sever Kiram's connection first, he says. Kriya finds the idea brilliant, but Boris simply tells him to leave everything to him. A sudden voice breaks the silence from behind. What did you want to see me for, Mr. Boris? It was Sarika. Boris had been expecting her and greeted her with a composed smile, thanking her for coming. Sarika, however, cuts straight to the point. She had been meaning to meet him as well. Boris shifts the conversation to Cyan, pointing out how he rarely attends lessons and spends most of his time in the dormitory, yet his skills are extraordinary. Sarika shrugs, suggesting that perhaps Cyan is simply a natural-born genius, which must have piqued Boris's interest. With a sly grin, Boris nods. Indeed, but now, I find myself interested in those around him as well. He steps closer, his gaze sharpening. Sarika doesn't flinch. Her voice is cold as ice. That's not going to happen. Boris smirks and murmurs under his breath, the flower of black mist. As he speaks, a strange energy ripples through the air. Sarika, sensing danger, discreetly begins preparing a spell behind her back. But Boris is quicker. With a flick of his wrist, a spell ignites, and from the ground erupts a monstrous creature, an enormous hellhound with countless glowing eyes and massive, gaping jaws. It lunges at Sarika with terrifying speed, engulfing her in an instant before vanishing into the void. Watching the scene unfold, Boris allows himself a moment of satisfaction. But then, a violent surge of energy shatters the hellhound from the inside out, obliterating the creature in a single strike. From the swirling remnants of the broken beast, Sarika emerges, untouched, her presence radiating with dark, ethereal energy. The black mist swirls around her, shielding her completely. Boris takes a step back, his expression shifting from amusement to shock. He had gravely underestimated her. Sarika lands gracefully on the ground, her eyes locked onto him. I don't know how you figured out who I really am, she states, her voice steady and unwavering. But if you're so eager to die, I'll gladly make that happen. Boris remains unfazed, his smirk unwavering. He casually pulls out his spellbook and flips it open. It won't be that easy to make me give up, he says confidently. Sarika narrows her eyes, taken aback by his overwhelming self-assurance. Without hesitation, she summons a legion of heirs, surrounding him in an instant. Then I'll begin your purification, she declares. Boris merely chuckles as he swiftly turns the pages of his book, preparing his next move. I could take on all of you, he replies, grinning. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Nana, who is caught off guard by the sudden arrival of Cyan and Brian. Overcome with excitement, she leaps onto Cyan, calling him father. Brian, completely ignoring the moment, clutches his stomach and turns to Emily. I'm starving. Got anything to eat? He asks. Cyan watches Nana in silence, noticing how much she has grown. It's becoming harder to hug her properly now. Curious, he asks what she's been up to. With a bright smile, Nana eagerly responds that she's been doing well under Sarika's guidance, just as Cyan instructed. As he gently pats her head, he realizes how much she has endured. The training must have been brutal, but it was necessary. Controlling her breakdowns was essential. As a half-dragon, half-human, Cyan could never allow the horrors of the Banquet of Blood to repeat themselves. The Hallmaster's methods may be harsh, but when it comes to controlling one's instincts, no one is better than Sarika. Acknowledging her efforts, he says, it must have been tough. Good job. Nana beams. Yeah, but it's not raining today, she adds cryptically. Cyan raises an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? Before she can answer, Hiram cuts in. She means purification, she explains nonchalantly. Sarika is currently attempting to purify Boris. Cyan's expression darkens instantly. What? There's no way I'm allowing that. Do you even understand what you're dealing with? Hiram crosses her arms. You're worried about the ancient scripture, aren't you? She tilts her head slightly. Or do you not trust Sarika and Air to handle it? Cyan glares at her. Are you even aware that Hearthkriya is involved? His tone is sharp, accusatory. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Hiram stiffens, nervously avoiding his gaze. I didn't think it was necessary, she admits, sweat forming at her temple. Cyan exhales sharply. There's no time to waste. I'm going, he declares. Boris's bloodline is too dangerous to ignore. He then turns to Brian. Stay here and take care of Emily and Nana. Brian, still munching on cookies, hesitates. Man, I feel kind of bad for not helping. Cyan glances at him. What are you even eating? Brian shrugs, holding up another cookie. I'm just really hungry. Want me to come with you? Cyan shakes his head. No, I'll handle this with Hiram. As he prepares to leave, he eyes Brian curiously. He's the only person who can actually tolerate Emily's cooking. Meanwhile, Emily sparkles with joy, absolutely delighted that someone is finally appreciating her unique culinary skills. Brian hesitates before asking. So, should we just wait here? Cyan shakes his head. No, take Nana and Emily to Brno. Nana's eyes widen in shock. What? Why do we have to leave? Cyan's tone is firm. Staying here is too dangerous. I'll come visit once everything is dealt with. As the farewell stretches on, Hiram groans in frustration. Enough with the dramatics. Let's go already. The scene shifts to the battlefield, where the tide is turned in Boris's favor. Sarika, breathless and weary, watches him with growing hatred. The more she looks at him, the more despicable he seems. With a flick of his wrist, Boris summons an army of monsters and zombies, their grotesque forms tearing through her mist with ease. As she observes the creatures, a dark suspicion creeps into her mind. These twisted beings carry the same ominous aura as those from the Banquet of Blood. Could Boris have been behind that massacre, too? Before she can dwell on the thought, more zombies appear, their contorted bodies radiating unnatural strength. Boris smirks, holding his ominous spellbook. Tired already? He taunts. This is just the appetizer. The main course and dessert are still to come. With a snap of his fingers, his dark magic surges, sending the horde lunging toward her. Sarika moves with precision, dodging their attacks before unleashing her technique, sword-crushing folkstorm. A surge of power ripples through the battlefield, shattering the charging zombies into dust. Without hesitation, she follows up with folk sword, 8 fluttering petals, slicing through the remaining enemies with swift, elegant strikes. But just as she regains her footing, a sudden shift occurs. The bloodthirst wave activates, amplifying her mana and expanding her reach. Yet, before she can capitalize on it, a barrage of flaming arrows rains down from above. She quickly realizes her technique is useless against them and scrambles to evade the relentless assault. Glancing at Boris, She grits her teeth. He's continuously casting high-level spells, giving her no window to strike. Worse, the marionettes are now reading her movements. One lunges to grab her, but she narrowly evades its grasp. Sarika makes a swift decision. Activating the puppeteering technique, she forces the marionette's stored mana to detonate from within. A deafening explosion erupts, sending her hurtling backward. The sheer force of the blast makes it clear. These marionettes aren't ordinary. They contain an immense concentration of mana. Undeterred, she targets another set of marionettes, triggering another powerful explosion. However, the impact sends her crashing to the ground. Boris seizes the opportunity. Flipping to the final pages of his spellbook, he leaps toward her, his grin widening. With a flick of his hand, he summons the Warhammer. The massive weapon descends with crushing force, smashing into Sarika with such power that the ground beneath her erupts in a blinding explosion. The massive hammer slams down, nearly crushing Sarika into the ground. The light around her dims as dust and debris settle. Boris strides toward her, a satisfied smirk on his face. What a shame, he muses. But to his surprise, a weak voice responds. I think I understand now. Sarika lies on the shattered battlefield, her gaze locked onto the marionettes encircling her. Your marionettes, they can track an opponent's mana. They're not just ordinary puppets. Boris pauses, intrigued by her sharp insight. Closing his scripture, he listens as Sarika continues. And that spellbook of yours, it's not just a conduit. The mana radiating from it, it's beyond anything normal. For a brief moment, Boris is caught off guard. He hadn't expected her to analyze his power so precisely while on the brink of defeat. Then, with a wicked grin, he brushes off her words. Does it even matter now? With a flick of his fingers, he activates Imaginarium, summoning even more marionettes from the ground. Raising a bow into the air, he sneers, I've got plenty of puppets to play with. Just give up already. The marionette's aura darkens, becoming even more ominous. But instead of recoiling, Sarika suddenly tosses her weapon aside. A surge of overwhelming energy radiates from her body. Sorry, but I'm not the type to give up, she says, her voice firm. At that moment, her expansion ability activates. A massive presence engulfs the battlefield as a colossal beast emerges, the Mammon of Greed. The monstrous entity's mere existence sends a shiver down Boris's spine. Staring in disbelief, he mutters, How? How can a mere girl summon something like that? The mana he once sensed from Sarika is gone, replaced by something far more monstrous. The beast lets out an earth-shaking roar, striking terror into the marionettes. Boris's creations attempt to flee, but escape is impossible. The Mammon of Greed launches a devastating punch, driving them deep into the ground. Those that manage to latch onto the beast's body are instantly impaled by countless thorns erupting from its flesh. Boris grits his teeth in frustration. Losing his carefully crafted marionettes so easily is infuriating. The fact that Sarika managed to manifest a demon familiar purely from mana, it's beyond impressive. But he smirks. He knows this won't last long. Right now, Sarika is nothing but an empty shell. Summoning such a powerful entity must have drained her completely. She doesn't even have enough mana left to cast a basic spell. This was your mistake, Boris mutters, reopening his scripture to unleash his next spell. But the moment he glances back at Sarika, she's gone. Before he can react, a voice whispers right behind him. You speak as if you're untouchable. Sarika stands inches away, ready to strike. Boris reacts instantly, activating his absorption barrier just in time to block Sarika's attack. But something feels off. His eyes widen as he realizes he can't track her movements anymore. How is she moving this fast without using magic? He mutters, struggling to keep up. Sarika doesn't let up. She launches a relentless assault against the barrier, each strike causing fractures to spiderweb across it. With one final devastating blow, the defense shatters. Boris barely has time to react before Sarika's blade closes in. Desperate, he casts another protection spell, but she tears through it instantly. Then, a brutal punch crashes into his chest, sending him hurtling miles away. As Boris struggles to push himself up, Sarika is already above him. She grabs his face with an iron grip and slams him back into the ground, shaking the battlefield. A sharp realization dawns on him. She's not giving him any room to cast another spell. Sarika stands over him, blade poised for the final strike. But just as she moves to finish it, Boris mutters under his breath, "If that's the case, I'll skip the incantation." A hidden spell activates, mind creation, triggering a sudden explosion that propels them both into the air. Boris wastes no time. While midair, he conjures the Judgment Spear, unleashing a deadly barrage of magical spears towards Sarika. But she's faster. She reads the attack and maneuvers through the deadly storm, dodging every single one. Then in a flash, she counters. A powerful kick slams into Boris's face, sending him crashing back down, leaving a massive crater in his wake. Battered and bruised, Boris groans, realizing the battle has gone on too long. Before Sarika can close in again, Boris retreats into a protective barrier and summons Lord Hearthkriya. At the sight of the divine summon, Sarika's expression darkens. The weapon of God, the ancient spellbook speaks, its voice echoing through the battlefield. Unknown entity detected. Insufficient information. Probability high that subject is one of Air's countless servants. Sarika narrows her eyes. Leaping back, she studies the situation. The summon continues its analysis. Correction. Subject's abilities suggest higher rank than anticipated. In Boris's current state, it's clear he can't win. That's when Sarika notices it. Blood drips from Boris's face. Her gaze sharpens. You're from the Black Blood tribe, aren't you? Her voice is laced with suspicion. I thought your kind was extinct. Boris exhales heavily, shaking his head. That's why I tried to avoid shedding my blood. But this is unfortunate. He raises his hand slightly, watching the crimson streaks against his palm. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.